Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise I'm going to go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Whoops, there we go. Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Friday evening, week-ending report time. Oh boy, it's been a busy week. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, but first, some shout-outs. Mike Toole, Young Chris, and Moenob123 in the YouTube chat. Look Bovine, a close fourth. Miyazaki, also here. Hermit Horologist. Trevor Borins, HBX, Pitchforks, Dragon. Method. Tamara Chance. The Green New Deal, Omega Star. And who else is over on Twitch? People on Twitch, I see you over there as well. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Anyway, like I mentioned, a lot of stuff to talk about here tonight. Melania's nightmare, Epstein files drama. Brought back into the spotlight by the First Lady last week, and now we're going to be talking about it again today. That's not all, of course. Trump feuding with the Pope all week. Multiple Trump goons testifying in Congress. RFK, Russell Vought. Special election and other things happening this midterm year, as well as a growing anger, a sentiment, if you will, towards the AI oligarchs. Storms ravaging the northern Midwest, as well as the Mariana Islands. And of course, Operation Epstein Fury, going on all week. Ceasefire. Oh, I almost forgot. Hasan Derangement syndrome, and much, much more. Let's start in the United States.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, the Strait, the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax. This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, the Strait, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, the Strait, the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein. I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. It's unbelievable, everybody. Still talking about the Epstein files. Well, one of the reasons why we're talking about the Epstein files is actually the First Lady, so maybe you should ask her. There's an idea.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
All right, well, let's start it off with a story from Sunday. the Daily Beast get us started off. What do we know about Melania Trump? Really though, what do we actually know about her? It's a question I'm asking myself more often as a result of conversations like this.
From the beginning, she has fiercely tried to protect and control her version of her life after she came to New York in the 1990s. In the past, where we understood that someone was the president of the United States or someone was the first lady, they were, the public has a right to know, the public has a right to discuss, the public has a right to literally say anything they want about these people who have such power in our lives. This is a moment in time when the president and the first lady have decided, we're going to push back about that. We're in control. You're not.
Michael.
Joanna.
Melania.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect.
That would be me. I think that would be me.
I don't understand how, as First Lady representing the country of the United States, she hasn't figured out yet how to speak the language. It's just shocking to me.
I'm glad it's not just me. She came to this country but it was the 90s. We're talking about 30 years ago right now. She was late 20s or something like that. She shows up in the United States. She's had basically her entire adult life to master the English language with unlimited funds. Just surrounded by money and servants, basically. And yet she hasn't had the time or hasn't found it all that pressing to actually work on just being able to speak so people can understand her.
Ever. Why now? Why is she coming out and making this speech now?
Okay, well, I think, we've had now, more than 24 hours of nobody talking about anything else but this. And I think we can reach the conclusion that nobody knows anything. Nobody has any idea why she did this. It's like, reach for the stars. It makes no sense. So that should be our point of departure. And then we can go over all of the various theories, and I have a few new theories perhaps to add to this. But I think the thing is, and that we have to say, and everybody is an expert, everybody is pronouncing why, the truth is nobody knows.
Nobody knows, but you do have an ongoing legal case against her. So this is a good time to catch up with it.
The recap is that I received a threatening letter from Melania and Melania's lawyers about things I had said linking her to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, she puts out these letters on an almost, at this point, industrial scale. They go out. The Daily Beast has gotten them before. This particular letter was directly to me, but there are other people who actually always, as soon as somebody gets these letters, then they call me and say, "Oh, what do we do?"
Okay, this is. I'm just responding to a comment over here, but this sounds like a fucking lie, Cap. Why are you always capping? I don't understand. Why are you coming in here capping right now? There's literally no way your gas went down 15% overnight. It's bullshit. That's a lie. Your gas did not go from 405 to 350 overnight. You made that up. You just made that. In fact, after you said, now I'm not even sure you own a car. I'm pretty sure you.
Anyway,
don't
I
drive.
got this letter, and then my attorney.
And give us a time, Michael. Give us a time frame. When did you get the letter?
October. So the end of October, I got this letter. And, and this is, I mean, it's kind of scary. You get a letter from the first lady and effectively from the president's lawyers. He has
Like, there's literally no way. No, there's literally no way. Okay? You did not. If you went to the same gas station, right? You're saying that you're basically, what you're saying is that you went to the same gas station and it was down by 50 cents, more than 50 cents overnight. Get the app, bro. What app are you talking? What? You got the Upward app? Okay, now you're okay. So that you're not what? Okay, so you're not even talking about gas prices going down overnight by 59 cents. You're just talking about how you found gas 59 cents cheaper than the last time you found gas. Okay, that's a worthless comment. Why are you always, Cap? You're already bugging me today. I don't know what it is, but you're.
This is a pattern. This is a pattern, and people have large media organizations. I am not obviously a large media organization, but large media organizations have gotten these letters from the president, and they have folded. They've wilted. They've paid more than tens of millions of dollars because of these threats. So I got this $1 billion threat. I have long-standing relationships with First Amendment lawyers because I'm a writer, and I called my lawyers. I said, "What do we do here?" And they were rightly appalled. I mean, you have the First Lady of the United States using the power of the presidency to basically intimidate someone who is saying things that she or the president does not want said.
Yes. It's the Trump way. Somebody says something that you don't like, sue them. Now, of course, they are the president and first lady. And we should probably have the ability to say literally whatever the fuck we want about them. I mean, can you imagine what would have happened? I just want to reverse the situation for everybody really quickly. How do you think Republicans, MAGites, would have reacted if during Biden's presidency, he started suing everybody into oblivion who wanted to talk about the Hunter Biden laptop or Burisma or whether he was sleepy or not? Right? Like, I mean, he could have. Like, Trump's proving he could have done it. What if he had done that? I think they would have lost their fucking minds. I think that's what would have happened. All right, let's talk more about Melania, because this is why we're really here. Not to talk about
on
Michael.
These issues. We're waiting for that decision, which might and should come any day now. So is that the reason that she has stepped forward? This is the first time a first lady would have sued journalists or media organizations who are saying things about her. We understand the law provides for, almost, I don't think there's any instance of a president or the first lady suing the media. Now, this has gone on repeatedly in the Trump years, of course, and we should go on. The first lady, this has been really interesting, and I think that this is a key part of this. From the beginning, she has fiercely tried to protect and control her version of her life after she came to New York in the 1990s. Now that's that whole story, that whole narrative has many confusing details.
I did everything right.
How did she come?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I doing everything right and everyone indicted me. Very rude.
Who brought
Incredibly
her here?
rude. Don't
Under
appreciate.
what legal auspices? How did she work here? I mean, many, many, many details, which are, might be, that might have answers that she does not want the public to know, and that might be kind of complicated for her. So what she has done to that, to do that, is she has used the legal system to shut down questions about her life here. Notably, she sued the Daily Mail, which suggested that she might have been an escort in New York. The Daily Mail settled letter after letter after letter, threat after threat after threat to anyone who brings up this subject. So in the past, where we understood that someone was the president of the United States or someone was the first lady, they were, the public has a right to know, the public has a right to discuss, the public has the right to speculate.
Can't you countersue for harassment? Yes, technically, if you have the funds. If you are, if your bank account can afford it, yeah, you could countersue for harassment, absolutely. Depending on the state you're in, because of course a lot of red states don't have a lot of anti-slap legislation. But if you're in places like, I don't know, like New York or California, some of the other blue states, I think there might be a couple of red states with anti-slap laws too. Yeah, in theory, yes. Only if you got the money. Of course, Michael Wolff has plenty of money, so he has already countersued Melania. And that's actually partly why they're talking to him right now, right? If that's not clear to everybody. We talked about this the other weeks ago, actually. But Melania sued Michael Wolff. He countersued, claiming anti-slap legislation. That has been deemed to go forward in court, which is going to bring up all sorts of other things, but it is moving very, very slow right now. But Michael is supposedly, and his lawyers are trying to, what's the word? It's not subpoena. What's the legal word for it? They're trying to, they're trying to get access, I think, to Melania's like records and things like that. But basically, she opened herself up to some of these things that Michael's trying to do right now by suing him. By suing him, she started a train of events where he could then countersue her for what's it called? There's a word for it. I know what slap does, but I can't think of the actual thing that it prevents. I can't think of the name for it. It's like there's like a word for it, like when you sue people but you have no grounds for it. But I cannot think of the word right now. But point is that by doing this, she has opened herself up to all sorts of basically cross-examination and investigation by Michael and his lawyers in order to just defend himself and to, basically prevent her from seeking damages for something that's clearly protected under the First Amendment.
The public has a right to literally say anything they want.
Discovery. Thank you. Discovery. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. I was like, I know there's a legal term for this. I cannot think of it, though. Oh, God. Galactic Chat being very helpful already.
About these people who have such power in our lives. So this is a moment in time when the president and the first lady
and frivolous. Those are the legal terms I was searching for. Discovery and frivolous lawsuits. Baseless.
We're going to push back about that. We're in control. You're not.
Well, and particularly notable was her documentary. Of course, the president now refers to his wife as a movie star. When asked who she was at the Easter egg hunt role by a child, he said, "Oh, that's a movie star. She's a movie star." But she had a full
Can you
documentary
imagine?
when she could.
I mean, what the actual fuck? Like, what's wrong with him? Like, can you imagine being that child? Like, That child went home incredibly confused. Like, instead of just being honest about it and be like, that's my wife, the first lady, Trump's like, it's just a movie star. I don't know. I don't know her either. Some lady. I've never seen her before.
Have addressed some of these issues, and instead the entire documentary focuses on 20 days only in the run-up to the inauguration. So there's no answer to the question that I think most people are fascinated and puzzled by, which is how did she, as a model, get an Einstein visa, a visa which accepts that you are a person of exceptional merit, to move here? Because we know that she wasn't actually a supermodel. She definitely was a model. She did catalogs, but she wasn't a supermodel. So how she got the Einstein visa for exceptional ability remains a puzzle.
I just found this Daily Beast conversation here. Honestly, what's the... I can't think of words today. Liberating is the wrong word. They were just repeating a lot of things that I feel like I've said over the number of weeks. And it was quite satisfying for me.
Yeah, and let's open that up a little more, because I think the movie is important, or the documentary, because what it does, what it inaugurates, is a Melania business. It's Melania the brand, and she is busy building a Melania brand business of extensions and how to exploit her own name, how to monetize her own name and her own position. And she's created the documentary is an advertorial, really. It's not documenting. It's certainly not a documentary to inform us who she is. It's a documentary to create the illusion of what she wants to be, a branding opportunity. And
So how is she branding herself, though? What is her brand? What does it stand for?
well, I would be
Exactly,
hard-pressed to
nothing.
say. It stands for
nothing.
but it seems to be, it stands for she's a glamorous woman who is somehow connected to an enormous amount of power. I mean,
A glamorous woman connected to an enormous amount of power. What a great brand. She's the worst, isn't she? The Epstein visa. Oh, God. Obliterated. Obliterated. I can't believe I didn't think of that first. The Epstein visa. That's exactly how Melania got here. Oh, God, killing it. Yeah, they're killing it today. Actually, I'm not done with this. I'm just so floored by that one. It's incredible. The Epstein visa. It's exactly what it was. I mean, the more and more we find out, it sounds like that's exactly how she got here. Nothing to do with anything, any real merit.
what else is there? I don't know. And it's this name, what are brands? It's name recognition. I mean, she has a book. She put out a book, Melania the book, now Melania the movie. So this is taking really a kind of a Trump approach. Just put your name on everything. Notably not the name Trump, the name Melania.
Right. So it seemed to me very clearly. Well, there are so many questions that this statement throws into the air. Not least, why is she dragging attention back to the very issue that will not leave her husband alone, but very briefly, because of the war, has actually taken a back seat? We know that this is an issue that.
That's a great question as well. Why did Melania do that? It's a weird choice. Let's be real. It's a very strange choice. Why the hell? Why the hell would she do that? It's very, it's very confusing to me. But it could be that she's got some, a whole number of reasons. I mean, could be that she's worried about what's going to come out around the Michael Wolff lawsuit situation. It could be something we know nothing about. Oh, wait, I forgot. There's one part I forgot that I actually wanted out of this. Hold on. I think I've gone too far.
Is getting out ahead of something, the PR point of view. If you know that something disparaging is coming about you, you should be the one to say it or to anticipate it and try to modify it or to head it off. So that may be, and a lot of people are speculating about a lot of possible issues, and we should get into that. But the other thing that it could, I mean, it certainly feels like, is that it could be a direct dig, an assault against her husband. Who is this bad for? Who is it bad for
I
the
did
most?
everything
And
right
it
and
would
they
seem to
indicted
be
me.
Donald Trump. This is bringing back an issue that I mean, certainly hadn't gone away, but it had been muted, at least for the past number of weeks of the war. And here we are, front and center. No bigger issue yesterday, today, and for the coming days or weeks again than Jeffrey Epstein and his relationship to the president and the first lady.
And the president yesterday said that
Okay, all right. No, I was wrong. I think I was wrong. I'm going to where I thought I wanted to go.
To Epstein, it was a story that one had no reason to believe would mutate into a major crisis, except now it has. Why? Because she came out and made this announcement. So she has whatever velocity this story now has is all due to her.
Well, and then to add another spark to the conspiracy fire, Donald Trump then posts a video, or a horrifying video, of a man bludgeoning a woman to death in Florida in a gas station, which he says he's put out to remind people how awful the Democrats are, and that these are the kind of people that the Democrats welcomed into the country. The man in question is a Haitian immigrant. And so the timing of that, people read into as somehow a threat from the president himself.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, everybody is reading everything into anything. So we don't know how is this informing our understanding of why Melania is suddenly made this announcement. I'm like, well, okay, I don't. Does it tell us anything? Does it get us anywhere? Do we know? I mean, nothing has come out since she made this statement. So all we really still have is the statement. The statement is the news. So if the statement was made to preempt news, it certainly hasn't preempted anything and has rather become the news itself. So now we have, and if this is about Melania's brand, she is the Melania brand is suddenly very much tied to the Epstein story because she tied it. So what is going on here? I think, as things stand now, it seems to most directly track back to Melania's relationship with her husband.
Okay, so we have theories. We have one that she is trying to get ahead of something. It could be related to your own case as the first person to sue a first lady with the New York anti-SLAPP suit. So it could also be asking Congress to investigate the Epstein files more because she wants to know about her husband. Because we know that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were friends for at least 15 years and close friends, and you've posited possibly even best friends.
Why would she want to know the truth about her husband? That would be a truth that would be damaging to her.
Also, I find that last one to just be sort of ridiculous. Because Melania has been around Trump for like 30 years during the time when he and Jeffrey Epstein were like best friends, apparently. Why wouldn't she know more about it? Why wouldn't she know more than literally anyone else? Right? Like, that's my question. Like, why would she need more information? Doesn't she have it all? Isn't she fully aware of what happened? Wasn't she best friends with Ghislaine Maxwell? Like, what am I missing here? Why would she need more information? If anything, she's just trying to get, honestly, if that's the case, she's just trying to get more information out to the people. In my opinion, she's just trying to throw Trump under the bus for some reason. Okay, I just need everybody to be best. Okay, there's a part I cannot find, and it's pissing me the fuck off, but this goddamn Daily Beast video is like 40 minutes long, and it is killing me. And I can't listen to Michael Wolff for this long. He's not my favorite guy, I'm not gonna lie. So having to try and scoop through this, I should have written down the spots I wanted to get out of this one, but I'm gonna skip past it. Let's go!
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. I will be worst, Tivem.
I will be worst, Tivem. Thank you very much, Omega Star. Much appreciated. Alright, you be worst. I know Melania won't like it, but I'll stand up for you. Alright, to the I've Had It podcast. From Tuesday.
Something's going on with the Epstein files. Pam Bondi fired. They took her portrait, stuck it in the trash can at the DOJ. Todd Blanche is now the acting director of the DOJ.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
He is a big problem. He's the one who gave the sweetheart deal to Ghislaine Maxwell.
I still find this to be one of the funniest sound shots right now.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
What you talking about?
The Attorney General's office is fucking it's just filled with a bunch of insane
And
Trump
obviously, Ghislaine Maxwell, more than anybody, probably only first to Trump, knows all of the stuff about Jeffrey Epstein. I would say the second person that knows everything is Donald Trump. And here is Todd Blanche gaslighting and lying on Fox News this very day. Play the clip.
You have the authority to go ahead and release more, do you not? And you have the authority to go to Congress, perhaps?
No, we have released everything. So listen, we reviewed 6 million pieces of paper. What we released was anything associated with the Epstein files. So there, we are not sitting on a single piece of paper. Nothing that should be released. If we find something else tomorrow, we'll release it. I don't anticipate we will. So the misguided assumption that there.
I love how he finishes that thought up. We probably won't though. He's like, if we were to get more paper, we would totally release it. I don't anticipate that happening, but you know, we would definitely release it. Right.
Okay, I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir. more to be released is because we reviewed millions and millions of pages within the department, millions of which had nothing to do with Epstein. So it's not as if we looked at a document and said, we're not going to release that.
About Jeffrey Epstein?
That's exactly what you did. That's exactly what you did. It's exactly what you did. You looked at it and you're like, no, this is going to be a huge problem. We're absolutely not going to release it. And any notion, if we find something, we'll release it, that you're going to release it. First of all, Pumps, remind me, is this not the lawyer who marched into federal court and took 34 L's for Donald Trump?
Yes, that's the one. Chris Garrett, good to see you on the vertical chat. No, we have a live chat, but you're on the vertical chat right now, and everybody's chatting on the horizontal chat. The community on the vertical chat is really no community on the vertical chat. It's just... It really, very rarely any actual conversations going on over there. It's all happening. People are talking on Twitch and the YouTube horizontal chat, but something about vertical chat that doesn't get people to... I don't know if it's the format of the chat because it blocks everything you can see. I think a lot of people just don't even look at it because it's kind of annoying. It's kind of an annoying format.
Hired the biggest loser lawyer to work for him in the government, right?
Yes, it was state court. Not that anybody cares about that but me.
Okay.
But here's the thing about Todd Blanche. He uses the word salad legalese of that should be released. And I would just ask, where are all the videos? Jeffrey Epstein's entire house was wired, and every person that ever went in there said there's video cameras everywhere, which you could block out the victim's face. I mean, we are in an age where that can happen. So I call bullshit on this. He knows they're not going to release the shit that's against Trump. And so my question is, how bad fucking is the stuff they haven't released? Because the stuff they have released is extremely damaging.
Well, speaking of damaging, somebody might know exactly how bad all of this stuff is. Pumps, you may remember last week, Melania did an impromptu press conference, right? Where she said the lies must stop, right? So she was married to this man or in a relationship with this man for 2 decades named Paolo Zampalli. This guy is cankles deep in the MAGA world. They have a 16-year-old son together. The evidence that I have found goes as follows. Amanda Ungaro came to the United States 30 years ago on the Lolita Express with 30 other models. And she ends up in a relationship with this guy. And let me show you how embedded this man is in MAGA. Here he is with Lil Smokey. Here he is with Peter Thiel.
A lot of quality time
Here
with my
he
wife.
is with Little Marco.
Hey, don't worry about it,
and
Little
here he
Marco.
is
Gentlemen.
with Pam Bondi, who now MAGA has discarded. Here's what's really should normally be president-ending scandals, and this just gets buried under all the crap that this man does. So, Pumps, this Sam Poli, that guy who's doing all those Instagram posts with all of those wackos, he's in a custody battle with this really close friend of Melania's, Amanda Ungaro. And he doesn't want to lose his custody battle. So he calls his friends in the Trump regime and has her detained by ICE.
Immediately,
And
if not
she
sooner.
says it was a hall with more than 120 people. The floor was wet. There were no windows, 4 days without seeing the sun. I came out infested with lice.
That's weird. That sounds like human trafficking.
Illegal.
So this woman who hung out with Donald Trump and Melania Trump for decades because she's getting a divorce, he just calls Trump and says, hey, I need for you to get her deported. They detain her.
Yeah, honestly, it's disgusting how they are willing to use their power in these ways. Like it is horrifying. It's almost hard to fathom like how they can do these sorts of things to people who they spend the time with. It's like, it really is like, there's like rings of loyalty around Donald Trump. And if you don't make it to like the innermost ring of loyalty, you're still expendable. And actually, I take it back. Even if you make it all the way, Pam Bondi gone. Gone. Pam gone. Christie gone. Very nasty. Although, now that I think about it, they were the most loyal. They just embarrassed Trump. So yeah, there's really, it is wild to me.
Send her to one of these horrible concentration camps that was run by the wife of Big Titty Brian. I'm talking about Kristi Noem. And normally this would be presidential ending scandal. The abuse of power in this. Imagine if Obama, one of his biggest donors, imagine if he had somebody deported like this because they're in a custody battle. And Melania is really terrified of this Amanda Ungaro. And our producers here have researched that she's about to do an interview, a major interview. But of course, the legal bar for her to do that, a lot of stuff has to be vetted. So we're keeping our eyes on this. But just to remind you, Angela, here was Melania running interference on this just last week, which we want to keep at the top of the news cycle. Play the clip.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards.
Which is rich.
Okay, that's enough. It's incredibly rich that Melania fucking Trump walks to a podium and has the audacity to say that people are devoid of ethical standards. Is that what she said?
Yes.
I mean,
just like, give me a fucking break, lady. You know, here's the thing too. My guess is Trump got paid for deporting his friend's ex-wife. There's also rumors that this Zamboli or whatever his name is, introduced Melania.
By the way, here is a photo of this woman in question with Donald Trump and Melania. This is Amanda Ungaro right here. She's also quite dull. Wow. But yeah, look at him. Trump is smiling. He's giving her the thumbs up and everything. The picture, like, look at them. They're having a great time. Boy, girl. It's the way we like it.
Introduced Trump and Melania. Here's what I think. I think that this whole press conference about how they met and how devoid of ethical standards these people are comes on the direct heel of this woman getting out of ICE custody. I think it's going to be a takedown. I think she knows where all the bodies are buried. And interestingly enough, because I'm a conspiracy theorist now, I find it interesting that Caroline KKK Levitt, her brother's baby mama, gets deported.
Yeah, it's wild. They have a beef with somebody like within their own family. They get them deported. It's insane. All right, now this is a article from over the weekend from El País. Amanda Ungaro, from sharing soirees with the Trumps to being deported by ICE. The former Brazilian model and ex-ambassador to the United Nations speaks in an intro. She was formerly an ambassador to the United Nations, and they deport her. It's insane.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my god! Couldn't just ask her to leave, which she attributes to maneuvers by her former partner and about a flight on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Written by Nayara Galarraga Gortazar, April 12th. After spending nearly half her life in the United States, 41-year-old Brazilian Amanda Ungaro was deported from the country last October. She endured 3 hellish months in a detention center until she was expelled. Like more than 600,000 immigrants since Donald Trump's return to the White House in January 2025 and set out to carry out the largest deportation in history. What is unusual in the case of this former model who worked at the United Nations is that alongside her former partner and the father of her son, businessman Paolo Zampoli Ungaro had in the past shared evenings with the Trumps at the family's Mar-a-Lago mansion, including a party to ring in 2022, which she now recalls as one of those incredibly boring 6-hour events, quote-unquote. The two couples also spent other New Year's Eves together, a White House Easter children's party, a 4th of July celebration, all meticulously documented on Instagram by Zampoli, the man who introduced Melania to the president and who was appointed special envoy for global partnerships by his friend. The Brazilian woman and the Italian American, who separated in 2023 after 2 decades together, are engaged in a bitter custody battle over their 16-year-old son, G. Quote, now it's war. We'll see who wins. I kept quiet for years, and because of that, people judge me. They ask me, why are you speaking now? Because the man would not let me live in peace. I tried. I left the relationship with nothing, left my son at boarding school, and went to work. Quote, unquote. Ungaro said last Tuesday in an interview at her new home, a penthouse in Rio de Janeiro. It was not enough for him to destroy me during 20 years of relationship. He wanted to destroy me again when I started a new life, when I got married, quote, unquote. Ungaro left New York and Washington behind, having settled in Aventura, Florida with her husband. Eventually, he fell apart last June. Quote, 10 police officers stormed into our home, arrested me, and took my son to the police station, unquote, she says. She and her husband, a Brazilian doctor, were arrested and charged with fraud at a cosmetic clinic following anonymous tips. She denies the charges, emphasizing that her deportation from the U.S. prevented her from defending herself. She insists that the truth will come to light, quote unquote. They put her in a cell with child murderers, quote unquote. Me, who has no criminal record, I was terrified, quote unquote, she recalls. She sounds special. When Zampoli learned that his ex-girlfriend was being held in custody, she contacted a senior official at U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement so that she would remain jailed and be deported, thereby allowing him to secure the custody of their son that he had long sought. All right, hold on. I'm not going to read this whole thing. Yeah, this is the part I want. A flight with Epstein, same story. In 2002, when she had not yet returned... I'm sorry. In 2002, when she had not yet turned 17, she flew from Paris to New York on the Lolita Express.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
The private plane of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Quote unquote, my agent told me, we're going with a couple of friends, a private plane just for us. There were around 30 very young women there, 14, 15, 16 years old. I said, what is this? And he replied, don't worry. That is how she recalls a trip she first revealed to the Brazilian newspaper O Globo. Ungaro claims that she didn't interact with anyone on the flight, except to greet the hosts, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, his accomplice, who is currently serving a sentence for sex trafficking. Quote, Amanda let me introduce you to Jeffrey, unquote, her agent said. He came over and asked, where are you from? How old are you? Which modeling agency do you work for? And he introduced me to Ghislaine, quote unquote. She claims she never saw Epstein again. He was found dead in his cell in 2019. The same fate befell the modeling agent who put Ungaro on that plane, Jean-Luc Brunel, who was arrested in connection with the Epstein case and died in a Parisian prison in 2022. Now, she is saying that she could throw open the door on and reveal a number of supposedly very damaging things about Melania Trump in relation to Jeffrey Epstein and that flight she took. One thing, the only thing that comes to mind when she says such a thing makes me think that Melania was being trafficked on the same flight by similar people. Right? She there because of Jean-Luc Brunel. It's entirely possible Melania was on that same flight as a result of Zampoli, if he was in fact the one to bring her there. Who's to say? Hard to know, because these people are so cagey about all of these details. It's very difficult to know exactly what happened. It's weird that they don't want us to know more about it. Boku claiming vertical chat best chat. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Moving on from I've Had It Pod to the president himself, who was asked point blank about Melania's surprise Epstein statement earlier this week. Here's Forbes breaking news with the clip from yesterday.
Last week and said she had no link to Jeffrey Epstein.
Who did?
The First Lady, Melania.
She had none.
Why did she come out and say that last
Because
week?
the fake news was saying she did, and she had none, and I think that's been proven. It bothered her that the fake news was being fake news, and so she just wanted to clarify.
Were you surprised?
Who's taking care of Hezbollah?
Why did she do it? Because fake news. That's why. I feel like he just made that one up. like the pause there where he's just like, why did she do it? Because fake news, of course. Because the very nasty fake news, as we all know.
Said she had no link to Jeffrey Epstein.
Who did?
The First Lady, Melania.
She had none.
Why did she?
Who? Oh, Melania. It's like, what is wrong with him? Jeffrey who? Melania who? Iran who? I've never heard of them. You're still talking about that?
And said she had no link to Jeffrey Epstein.
Who did?
The First Lady, Melania.
She had none.
Why did she come out and say that last
Because
week?
the fake news was saying she did, and she had none, and
because fake news. Because fake news. That's fine. Okay, that's the answer for everything. Because fake news. Everybody write that down. Well, there you go. There's Donald Trump's response to reporters about why Melania decided to make that statement. According to him, fake news. So she had to because of the fake news, which everybody knows is fake, but had to come out there and do it just in case anybody thought the fake news was real news. Oh, God, that makes so much more sense.
Oh.
Now, one thing that's been mentioned tonight while talking about the Jeffrey Epstein files is, of course, was actually, I think, asked of Todd Blanche on Fox News relating to those videos that we still don't have. The extensively monitored properties of Jeffrey Epstein, the very, very clearly missing, one would assume, thousands of hours of footage, if not more. I mean, he had multiple security cameras, one would assume running 24 hours a day at multiple properties for years. Just think about that for 1 second. We're being told there's none of it. There's none of it. Let's just assume he had, CCTV for like a year, 24 hours a day, right? That would be 8,760, right? Here, I'll do the math for everybody in front of you. So you can just we be completely clear here. 24 hours a day times 365. That's going to get you 8,760 hours per camera. Assuming, I mean, we've looked at some of the the layouts of his properties, and some of them had, like a dozen plus cameras. So let's just assume, he's got, let's say, like, Epstein Island and the Manhattan, of course he had, the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, but let's just go by those two properties alone, right? Say there's like 20 cameras between the two of them. Times 20, you're looking at what, like 200,000 hours? Nearly 200,000 hours of footage for 1 year. But of course, he had these cameras up all over his place for years and years, and you're telling me that we don't have any footage? No, really? Come on.
Come on!
CNN yesterday. Let's get into it. Apparently, the DOJ has released a very small number of video files.
It's a very clear picture of
people looking at them.
A creepy guy, and a really clear question. Why did so many people who had so much to lose keep hanging out with him? We sat down with a couple of experts and said, you look at this, law enforcement people, tell us what you think.
I think women, as I said the last time, have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable.
So Melissa Merola, as a former profiler, Christine Dunn as a former federal prosecutor, when you hear that, what do you see?
So I see somebody who clearly knows how to take advantage of the situation.
Okay, I would totally accept this theory, Edie Tice. I totally get where you're coming from at, but like, just follow me here, because what you're saying is your typical NVR is cycle recording, meaning it loops back around recording over its own data. Absolutely, and I'm not here to dispute that. But this is, of course, not your typical man. You know, this isn't just for security purposes, right? Like, he didn't have those cameras just to make sure, you know, if some you know, someone came into his home, you'd have like documented footage of a crime. Well, actually, kind of in a way, but a very different way, right? Right? Are we on the same page here? Like, he did not have those cameras to prevent crime, but in fact to do crimes and to document them for later use, right? Like, and so like, it's not the typical system. Almost definitely, he was almost certainly like logging this stuff and not recording over it, because that would suck. You know, if you'd put all that effort into trying to entrap somebody into, you know, on camera doing illegal things with underage girls, and then all of a sudden it accidentally records over it. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. So that's why I'm suggesting that there has to be way more footage than exists, right? Because he had those cameras not for his own personal safety, but to blackmail all of his friends and, you know, accomplices. Right? Like that's the purposes of these cameras, unlike normal, typical security cameras.
How to size somebody up and determine, is there a way that I can spot vulnerabilities and that I can use those vulnerabilities and exploit them in some capacity?
I don't think he viewed any of his victims as actual people. They were, you know, things to be used by him.
To what degree do you think this lavish lifestyle that he exposed people to was also just part of the whole equation?
We know that most of his victims were vulnerable individuals. And so they see something like this and they think, this is opportunity for me to get ahead, to have a stable income, to have, you know, a place that I can go. And so it's part of the grooming process. It really is.
I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects.
Well, I think all of these famous individuals gave him legitimacy. You come into this situation and you see, well, Jeffrey Epstein is good friends with this person that I admire and respect, so there must be some legitimacy to him.
One of the things he talked about was his contact with other people and opportunities he could make for others.
He said there's this company called he said he mentioned it to you. He thinks they'll pay you a couple of $1 million to be on the board. You're going to make a lot of money. You're definitely going to make a lot of money.
You know, by being connected to Jeffrey Epstein, it opens up a world of contacts and profitable opportunities. That is hard to say no to, and maybe that's why people were willing to overlook some of these red flags. I think he played his part very well. He knew what worked.
He clearly liked to present himself as, and other people saw him as, very intelligent.
How do you describe in intelligence, deception? Kids who never lie aren't very smart. They're not very intelligent, right?
Do you see an intelligent mastermind, though, or do you see a con man?
He fits what we see in a lot of our domestic violence cases when we see somebody who has the ability to physically, emotionally, mentally, psychologically continue to dominate. And that's
Yep, he's absolutely Manipulative piece of shit. Ugh. God. All right, we're not gonna watch this whole CNN vid. But I wanted to move on to some stuff that JD Vance has been saying about Jeffrey Epstein. Also, I just started a Galactic content goal on YouTube, and I should start one on Twitch as well. No, I did not mean to click that wrong thing. Started a Galactic content goal on YouTube. I'm going to start one on Twitch now. Just a reminder, everybody, of course, you could contribute to the content goal as well as the financing of the Galactic deficit. Places like Cash App or PayPal. Or by becoming a Galactic patron, as we see that money immediately, if not sooner. Alright, starting bit goal on Twitch, sheer, and sub goal as well. I gotta remember to do these just at the beginning, because the goals for Twitch are like 10 times more annoying to make. They're just so annoying. Like the formatting of it is just the worst. I said new sub points. Fucking idiot. So annoying. Okay. Alright, goal started over on Twitch. Ducky with the 50 stream streak right out. Incredibly impressive. And pitchforks and orb rumor getting us started off immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Goal. For the Galactic Space Goal and confetti. Thank you, pitchforks. And orb rumor, very sweet, very simple. Go. Just go. Much appreciated, both of you. Although now that I'm thinking about it, technically we've got 100 bits off of the goal for Twitch. Right now, all right. Back to CNN.
Vice President Vance raising questions with this comment about Jeffrey Epstein and Pizzagate.
One person sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein saying, oh, there were some really nice, like, pizzas and grape sodas or something like that. And I remember it sounded like Pizzagate conspiracy theory, but here it was in like an email from a guy. And my reaction to that was, we should absolutely investigate that person.
It is unclear what Vance is referring to.
Wow. All right, I actually know what JD Vance is referring. Like, I can't remember the exact like who it was. The emails were like I can't remember who even clipped it. I think it might have been like Sheila Zolnur or maybe like Voidzilla or somebody. I cannot remember now. But the point is yes, there was like references to like grape soda and like pizza and whatever else in the emails, right? But the fact is, those are the least fucking disturbing things in these emails. Like, we have heard some of the most harrowing, disturbing fucking things I can imagine, and or like some of these things I would never have imagined in my mind, like, ever, right? that like are now in my mind as a result of having heard and or read through the Epstein files, right? And like for that to be the thing that the JD Vance thinks needs to be fucking investigated, just so shows you just how useless of a man he really is. Like there are fucking stories of women in literal horse stables, okay? Like chattel. Women being abused and sold and you know, like assaulted And for the reference of grape fucking soda and or pizza to be the thing that JD fucking Vance, the vice president of the United States, to think that is somehow the most relevant thing that needs to be investigated is beyond me. Like, you basically have to have no conscience at all, in my opinion, to say something like that. For you to go through it and for that to be the first thing you jump on, it's incredible. He's the vice president of the United States. He actually has power, right? Like, people like you and me, there's nothing we can do. We can't do an investigation. We can't call for anything, really. I mean, maybe I have slightly more ability to do, but I mean, like, really, nobody's listening to me over at the White House right now. Certainly not me, of all people. And, like, the point is like, he's the fucking vice president. He could be calling for the DOJ to investigate actual crimes. Not references to fucking pizza and grape soda, like a child.
You're a little baby.
You're hurting the kids.
Like, I just can't imagine. It's like a complete dereliction of duty, in my opinion. That utterance, in my opinion, is just the clear statement from JD saying he is not equipped to be president. That man should not be president because he went through the Epstein. He's the goddamn vice president right now. He went through the Epstein files and he said, you know what? We need to investigate the pizza and grape soda references. Not all of the fucking redacted co-conspirators or all of the allegations that have not seen the light of day, right? Like, it's insane. It's beyond insane. Young Chris with the sweet super chat.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Insanely generous. We're getting confetti tonight. Hell yeah. I'm into it. Thank you, young Chris. I just can't imagine. I just got to hear that one more.
To Jeffrey Epstein saying, oh, there were some really nice, like, pizzas and grape sodas or something like that. And I remember it sounded like the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, but here it was in like an email from a guy. And my reaction to that was, we should absolutely investigate that person.
It is unclear what Vance is referring to, but it's just one of a multitude of questions that the Epstein files raised. For some Epstein survivors, the files have raised more questions than answers. And that is the case for Danielle Bensky, who returned to the townhome where Epstein abused her in search of those answers. MJ Lee is out front.
You okay? Yeah.
It's just not easy to see. It holds a lot. And just like who I was before I stepped into these doors and who I was after. It's so long ago, but I think like now, after becoming a parent especially, you start to realize that 17 is so little, you know? I remember standing right there. There was the JE on the side. It would have been here. Yeah.
What did you think you were coming here for? What were you
To be
told?
a masseuse, yeah. He was like, nice to meet you, you know, shook our hand, and then just like got down on the massage chair on the table and was like, you start up here, you start down on your legs.
So it wasn't until the second time when you came by yourself?
He said, ballerinas are crazy and they love to get naked, right? And you know,
what now?
if you want to be a ballerina, like, is that like, are you like that, right? Do you like to get naked too? Like, you should totally try it. And I got naked and massaged him.
So it was a gradual
Yes, very
process.
gradual. And that's part of the grooming process and grooming tactics. Look at how many cameras there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So like that was what I expected to see when we were originally looking through the files. I was expecting to see a lot of footage of girls at least in and out. Nobody has that footage.
Yeah.
So where is that footage?
That footage is among the things that Danny began searching for when President Trump's Justice Department recently released the Epstein files. What she found instead was what she told law enforcement about Jeffrey Epstein in 2008 when she was subpoenaed by the FBI.
I was like terrified. So I remember calling my mom.
Yeah.
And my mom had said, you're going to derail your whole life, you know, and something that Jeffrey had already said to me multiple times. Basically, you'll be brought up on prostitution charges.
That's the headspace you were in.
Completely. And so I kept walking back, like the amount of times, the level of abuse, I blamed it on a friend a lot of the time.
Let's go through it a little bit.
Yes.
This person became very upset, and Jeffrey ended up throwing the money at her and yelled at her
That's
to
me.
get out of his home.
That was me.
That was you.
Yeah. So.
Well, you're talking about
A friend.
your experience
Yeah.
as though you're somebody else.
Yes, because that is disassociation. If I can remove myself and I can look at it as if it's someone else, then I don't have to experience it again.
Danny was interviewed by the FBI one more time in 2019.
The amount of people who have been subjected to this sort of dehumanizing treatment and have never seen justice for it because the government did everything it could to prevent them from seeing justice is utterly horrifying to me. Thank you for the super chat, young Chris. Happy Friday, everyone. let's try. We can all try. And also, thank you, Asaxia, for the 200 biddies over on Twitch. Much appreciated to you. We're already making a crazy amount of progress on the galactic content goal. We only started it 15 minutes ago. My God.
About Epstein. She said she again was unable to share the full truth.
I find it so hard to reread these and look at these because it's like, why couldn't you just be honest? Why couldn't you just tell someone?
Danny also found her MySpace account from 2008 and photos of familiar rooms and objects inside of Epstein's townhouse. I sense that with you, there's this fear that this moment is going to pass.
There are people out there right now, 17-year-old girls right now, in parts of the US that are being exploited and trafficked, right? So I think that there's a lot of responsibility for those of us that have taken this story and turned it into advocacy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of stories like the Epstein files and of the survivors keep going by the wayside because Donald Trump... Honestly, that's how I see it. I feel to some degree that Donald Trump's chaotic media strategy that was laid out in Project 2025 has been completely carried out in the last year and a half. Is to just flood the zone with just horrifying news so nobody knows what to fucking talk about. And I feel like that has made it easier for some of these fucking terrible things that the Trump administration has either directly done or indirectly been involved in. Just go by the wayside. We just move on to the next story. Oh, it's a very frustrating time. Well, staying on the topic of Epstein, final video on this subject for tonight. More Perfect Union unpacked many of the schemes hidden inside of the Epstein emails. Posted to their channel 11 hours ago.
That's on YouTube. That's on
The
YouTube.
release of the Epstein files has given us more than just insight into the disgusting dealings of Jeffrey Epstein himself. It's revealed the biggest trove of evidence of elite collusion ever, like seeing bugs writhing under a rock after the rock got.
You can say it's a strategy from 2025, but it was like this from 2016 to 2020. I feel like 2016 to 2020 wasn't as bad. That's just me, and we can... I mean, we can disagree on this. I see multiple people saying that. And yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Maybe it's just because it's my job to cover it now. But it felt like in 2016 to 2020, it wasn't as bad. Like in the first term, like, yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on. But I felt like even in the first term, certain stories that we've had from this term would have lasted at least a couple of weeks. Rather than like half a day, right? And maybe I'm just, what's the word? Greener pastures sort of thinking here, like looking back at the past like it was better somehow, but that's just how I remember it.
Evidence of elite collusion ever. Like seeing bugs writhing under a rock after the rock got moved because it's a pedophile or something. It looks like Epstein was deeply embedded in every major institution in our country. In tech, in finance, in charity, and even in politics and intelligence. And more importantly, he knew how to connect people between those fields. So despite people knowing full well about his hobbies, many people continued to work with him. I'm going to answer a few questions you've probably been wondering. What did Epstein offer that was so appealing that people were willing to risk the ethical and PR nightmare to work with him? And how did the Epstein network, in secret, shape the world we live in today? It's a story of the ultra-wealthy elites demanding and protecting their own freedom, their own wealth, and their own privacy, while infringing on everyone else's.
It's a power structure that explains many other things that will be familiar to everybody watching.
We're going to literally shine a light on 5 of the people in the Epstein network and examine not only how they built our world, but the parallel worlds they lived in that you don't have access to. We'll start by just introducing some characters, and then tell you what it all means. Let's start out simple, with one of the names most associated with Epstein's crimes, Leon Black. Epstein's primary legitimate business was financial management. Rich people would give Epstein their money to invest, he'd advise them on how to protect their wealth from taxation and public scrutiny, and he'd take a little cut. One of Epstein's most prolific clients was Leon Black, the leader of Apollo Global Management, a major investment firm itself. Epstein was managing money for a money manager, like a barber's barber. But there are a lot of financial advisors and investors out there, and at least a few of them aren't registered sex offenders. So why Epstein? Was he particularly good at it? Well, he helped Black avoid over $1 billion in taxes. And in turn, Black paid Epstein massive fees. Some of the ways Epstein handled Black's money show his aptitude with hiding wealth and avoiding taxes. Epstein managed Black's charitable foundation, which was really a method of hiding Black's wealth from taxation. Epstein was paid in a similarly opaque way. Black transferred money to Epstein's foundation through the LLC Black had entirely for holding the ownership of his car collection. Jeffrey also managed Black's art collection, nearly $2.7 billion worth of valuable pieces, and heralded the strategy of storing cash wealth in art. Many of Black's owned artworks were kept in storage. No one got to even look at or enjoy them, not even Black. And they were used purely as financial instruments for bogus tax-deductible donations and as collateral for big cash loans. I spoke with Anand Giridharadas, who writes about the Epstein class for his outlet, The Ink. He explained why this is so frustrating even if you aren't a big art fan.
There's a kind of fantasy in America that we can't tax billionaires because it'll deprive all of us of ideas that are useful. Well, the emails provide a glimpse of what a lot of them are really thinking about, which is how to set up LLCs for the purchase of their paintings to avoid taxes, and how to pass on money to their kids so their kids become oligarchs too.
These loans are a big part of the extravagant lifestyle these people live. Loans you have no access to because you don't own a Picasso or whatever. The parallel world of the wealthy. But this is pretty standard rich people stuff. So again, why Epstein? Let's keep looking.
Okay, hold on a second. All right, I gotta do 2 things here. I gotta update the galactic deficit goal. Another donation on Cash App. I'm sorry, PayPal. Getting us slightly closer to complete the galactic deficit. From Youngris. Thank you, Youngris. And what was the other thing I was about to do? Oh, God damn it. Oh, I forgot. Oh, what was I about to do? Oh, it's gone. I don't remember. Screw it. I'm going back.
There's even women in Epstein's orbit, like Kathy Rumler. Rumler is a high-powered lawyer who frequently communicated with Epstein and called him Uncle Jeffrey. She was a lead lawyer for Goldman Sachs and worked in the Obama administration. Epstein was there for her when Rumler interviewed for a job at Facebook, and Epstein bought her lavish gifts. And she also just really isn't a great person.
She's describing driving from DC to New York, and she says something to the effect of, invariably I'll stop at a rest stop along the way, I'll get out, I'll see a bunch of people over 100 pounds overweight, and then it'll inspire me to never eat another bite of food in my life out of the fear of ever becoming like one of them. This is the attitude that a lot of people in this network have to you watching this at home, whether or not you realize it. It's people like this who are making decisions about what kind of policies we have in government, about the ways in which the banking sector interacts with the mortgage markets. It was just such a powerful distillation of the contempt that so many people in that super elite feel for the average person.
But again, Rumler was already powerful when she met Epstein. What are any of these people really gaining from him? Let's look at another, Boris Nikolic. Nikolic was Epstein's in to the Gates Foundation. He served as Bill Gates' science and technology advisor and had frequent business and social contacts with Epstein. Yes, there are island visits and emails about girls, but there were also emails about using the Gates Foundation to hide money and direct untraceable donations. But Epstein was most obsessed with one form of charitable giving, the Donor Advised Fund. He chases creating a DAF over half a decade, like Howard Ratner chasing down that opal.
Holy shit.
Constantly bringing it up in every context. Donor advised funds are basically bank accounts that people can put money in and write off as a charitable tax donation. The fund is then supposed to donate that money to nonprofits, but technically never has to. The donations they do make are attributed to the fund itself, making the original donor completely anonymous. And years after Epstein was registered as a sex offender, many people were interested in creating a DAF with him. Boris Nikolic worked on pulling Gates into it, and bankers at JP Morgan helped him put together a pitch. And Epstein's emails are important here because they prove what we all assume. The point was never altruism. The point was tax avoidance and anonymity in donations. Epstein used his own charitable giving to fund out there science and to launder his image.
Yeah, it's disturbing. It is disturbing how many of the most wealthy and powerful people on the planet were involved with this fucking guy, even with the knowledge that he was a registered sex offender. They're all fine with it, apparently. They're all fine with it as long as it benefited them and their empires. As long as their bank account increased and their ability to influence things, all these other sorts of ties to creeps like Jeffrey Epstein, actually not a big deal. Totally fine, actually. Let's go to the island. Just as long as I can benefit from this somehow. Frizzla with another sweet super chat. Hey, Space Fams, are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy? This creep? Yep, we are. Still talking about that guy. Okay. Okay, why is this frozen? Don't do that. Don't be a dick. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. That'll catch up eventually. Gonna skip ahead on this puppy here a little bit.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, the financier?
Yeah, yes, right. The disgraced financier. That's the one. You're exactly right, Omega Star. Thank you for the bits. We have made some stupid amount of progress on the Galactic Content Goal already today, I gotta say. I think we're close to like 75% of the way through the goal already. We've been going for 25 minutes on that goal, I would point out.
left Apollo in shame, but the new CEO, Mark Rowan, also communicated heavily with Epstein. Today, he's in the executive leadership of President Trump's Board of Peace, the organization responsible for continuing to annihilate the Palestinian people and replace their homes with private construction projects intended to enrich others in the Epstein network. The power of this network, what Epstein and the rest of them could do for the people in the network, is why you rarely see anyone emailing him like, hey man, you shouldn't be doing all this stuff.
In our networked age, there is a sense that if you can get yourself to the heart of a network like this, the world is your oyster. And at the same time, if you fall out of the network, it is a kind of death.
We, the regular people, obviously shouldn't be emulating everything we see in these emails, but if we want to defeat this elite network, there's one thing we do need to do.
When you actually see the way they're functioning in this network, they're all on the same team. There's this very powerful network of people who lobby and buy power and buy access and rig the world against regular people. And we're down here thinking that the guy 2 doors down from us is the biggest obstacle to our progress. And in fact, the guy 2 doors down from you is often just another of their victims.
The Epstein network has billions of dollars, power, connections, planes, art, homes. But the most important thing they have is, and I'm sorry if this sounds corny, but it's class solidarity. And the story of this network doesn't end with Epstein's death. The Epstein class is still entrenching themselves into all aspects of our lives, taking us to a pointless war and trying to shape the elections that will determine America's future. We're still living in the Epstein network's world today. Leon Black's son, Ben Black, who Epstein hosted a birthday party for, and who Epstein hired a portrait artist for, is today in charge of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, a government body established during the first Trump administration.
Dude, these guys, it's insane how like the entire Trump administration and like their orbit is basically just the Epstein files. Like I'm fairly certain if we just had the fully unredacted files, we would come to the conclusion, we would eventually come to the conclusion that they are literally all in there. Like the more I find out, the more I'm fairly certain that the ones we don't know about are just redacted.
That provides loans, capital, and insurance to American corporations abroad, using taxpayer dollars. That includes insurance for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz, a focal point of the Iran war. Meaning a guy Epstein helped commission a painting of will decide which corporations get your tax dollars. As midterm elections approach, the Epstein network is plotting to seize further control of our government. Reid Hoffman has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to oppose progressive candidates in Democratic primaries. He often uses donor-advised funds to make those donations, a tactic Epstein recommended to him in 2016. And it's possible we wouldn't have today's AI intrusion into our lives without Epstein. While I wasn't able to find any direct ties between Epstein and the heavy hitters like OpenAI or Anthropic, he did fund early AI research, including bankrolling the researchers who coined generative AI and AGI. He also made early investments in the infrastructure behind AI, like data center buildouts, that he never got to see come to fruition. Look.
Someone just reported that Dems now have a thin majority in the House. Actually, that may be correct. I hadn't really thought about it. But actually, I think that's right. Because they only had a 1-seat majority. Or actually, I don't think they have a majority. I think it's tied. Wait, no, is it an odd number in the House? I think it is an odd number in the House. Oh my god, I think it is a 1-seat majority. Is Annalie Mejia, the special election that happened yesterday, just put her in Congress. So she's officially the congressperson for New Jersey's 11th? I can't remember what district it is, but point is, I think that does in fact make a majority. Fascinating. I had not considered that. All right, well, while we're talking about the Epstein files, I figure we should probably talk about women. And how some people are talking about women on the internet. Specifically, the boys over at the Tim Pool podcast. The Timcast.
But as a voting bloc, it is reliable that if you want to maximize your female votes, social, trend, cultural, those are your key elements, which is why Candace Owens has a Stanley Cup on her desk. This is a status symbol among women.
Why do you have a Stanley
Let's
Cup?
check in on Tim Pool, shall we?
What?
Yeah,
Why does he have that? I love that.
A cup on her
I'm
desk.
sorry, we gotta go back real quick. I love I fucking love that while he's talking about Candace having a Stanley Cup on her desk, he too has a Stanley Cup on his desk, which appears to be filled. I can't quite tell. It could be the camera throwing me off, but it looks like it actually has liquid in it. I see some condensation on the outside of it. Like, it's like, what are you talking about? You're complaining about her having the thing that you're holding in your hand right now.
A what now?
This is a status symbol among women. It's not just about.
Let's check in on Tim Pool, shall we?
What?
Yeah. So Tim,
This is a two-part. This is a two-part story, isn't it?
Let's get the
it
files
is.
and figure it
So
out.
Media Matters covered something he said here, and then he later responds to the outrage over Media Matters covering him, but doesn't get the amount of support that he wants from his co-host. So let's watch the thing that got on Media Matters radar first, which is him complaining about Candace Owens.
I am frustrated by stupid people who won't use Google, who won't try to read, who say I don't need to read, who say things like Tim Pool call me a retarded because I don't outsource my thinking to books. Actual quotes from a person. I'm not a big book guy myself. I read all the time. I read.
For a second. Pause it for a second.
It's shocking.
Okay, he's not a big book guy. Presumably he's
Dig into
reading
the books.
news articles. But let's
Headlines.
remember.
Yeah.
I sat in
That's
his
pretty
studio.
generous. That's a pretty generous suggestion from Sam. that Tim is reading actual books or news articles. Sorry, news articles.
With him.
Does Tim read?
On November 1st, I think it was, 2024, and questioned him on Social Security, which is the largest line item that we have that our government does. I mean, Social Security is one of the biggest expenditures. There's so much, it is such a huge part of what our government does. And I questioned him on an assertion he made about Social Security. I can't even remember exactly what it was at the time. And he admitted to me that he read only the first paragraph of a story about Social Security, stopped, and then made these proclamations that were completely, wildly wrrong.
And that were disproven in the second paragraph that was on the screen.
And he admitted that to me. Well,
I mean, technically, to be fair to Tim, he's technically, he's technically doing more work than Joe Rogan, who only read the headline, not even the sub-headline. He just, does everybody remember that fucking story from, it was earlier this year, I think, Joe Rogan on his podcast with, I think it was, what's his name, Mel Gibson, right? And he started talking about climate change and some WAPO story.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. He was looking kinda dumb with his finger and his thumb in the shape of an L on his forehead.
So true, Omega. So very true. Now that song stuck in my head. Thank you so much. But does everybody remember this? Back, Joe Rogan didn't even read the sub-headline on a Washington Post article and then started talking about how climate change was fake, even though the whole article completely disproved the thing he was trying to make the point on. The whole, including the sub-headline, also disproved everything he was saying, but he was too lazy to even read that. And technically, Tim, in this story that Sam's giving, put in at least 3 or 4% more effort than Joe did. So,
read
great
past
job,
that.
I guess.
So when he says he reads a lot, I believe him. I just think he reads a lot of headlines. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe he gets down through the first paragraph, but let's continue.
Quotes from a person. I'm not a big book guy myself. I read all the time, though. I read digitally and always have. And I've always been an advocate for the internet as you can get better up-to-date information.
Don't take him down. Keep him up. But he may be interested
I
in
read
knowing
digitally.
that there are...
I read digitally, of course. Everybody knows. It's 2026. You don't read physical books.
Of books that are available on your computer or your Kindle type of device.
Who says they read digitally? Anyway.
In real time, where books don't change,
Weirdos.
and if the information is outdated or bad, you can't fact check it. You got to go on the internet to do that.
Oh, what is that?
Well, here's what I see.
Take that.
Women
books.
largely are motivated by drama. And it is the most infuriating thing imaginable.
Yeah.
They vote for drama. They vote for stupid interpersonal trash that does not matter to the function of a society. They vote for soap operas.
Wow.
I'm not here for
responses
to all of
games
this.
of
It's
morons.
just women complaining like retards. Oh my God.
Such a hack.
Wow. You know, I got to be honest. I said this in December. And it's what kicked off that little beef between, Candace and I, where she says, we don't care about your midterms, to me personally.
I gotta say, I think it's probably unnecessary, Tim's use of the R word here. But why does complaining make you R-worded, as Tim is saying here? I don't understand. Doesn't Tim constantly complain on his show? Isn't that kind of the thrust of the whole Tim cast experience, is Tim complaining about things that he doesn't fully understand? I don't understand. What is this guy? What is wrong with this guy? And what is going on underneath that fucking beanie right now?
I said this is demoralizing, entirely demoralizing. Women don't care about tax policy. They care about interpersonal drama. That's what's motivating them in politics, and we will.
This is so good.
I wonder if he thinks it's demoralizing to half the population to be told that you don't get complicated things.
So I was wondering how Tim has his own version of Trump's weave, where I don't necessarily know where it's going, but then we get down to brass tacks because he brings up voting. And that's what he's concerned about. Since Tim was unable to continue taking...
Very concerned, that Tim, about people voting emotionally with their emotions. Yeah, weird. Very weird guy, that Tim Pool. Pitchfork Dragon, very stable genius. Super chat over on YouTube. Stupid people use Google, quote unquote. Tim Pool. Tim Pool, stable genius, of course. And Frizzla gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships to the community. Paul J. Orlando. Or Rolando? One of the two. Skinny Stock. Dookie and Days. Duke and Daisy? I don't know what you're saying. And Justin RC. Thank you, Frizzla. Incredibly generous. My God, I think that does it. I think we're close enough at this point. And Icy Zine with an incredibly generous super chat as well. So insanely sexist. Yeah, Tim's a special kind of misogynist. All right, confetti party now or after this clip? We'll do the confetti party after this. Although, just know we've done it in your mind.
Edward Gregorian money. He's been cozying up with both Benjamin Netanyahu's Miami-based son, who loves his show. He's been meeting with him, supporting Israel, and the Trump administration more directly. Everything going all right?
Yep.
Okay. And so he's upset that Candace Owens is not joining in being a Republican hack for the party right now, and she has a large female audience, and she's telling them, don't vote. He's upset that the midterms are going to go badly, and that's why he's saying that they're overly emotional and they only vote based on drama, because her female audience is not interested in voting for Republicans in the way that he wants.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yes, Tim Pool is upset that top views getter Candace is leading the women away from the Republican Party. Oh God, Candace, how could you? What I love about this, though, this claim that somehow Candace is more emotional than Tim, or that women broadly are more, but like, honestly, let's skip, so hold off on the broad question, and talk about the specifics here. The claim that Tim Pool, that he's basically suggesting right now, is that he's less emotional than Candace Owens. I would actually make the counter argument. I've seen both shows. I think Tim Pool has less of a control over his own emotions than Candace does. I'm being perfectly honest. Do I think they're both completely unhinged lunatics? Yeah. But if I had to compare them apples to apples here, I would have to say Candace seems to be having more of a grounded mental... This is a hard statement to say. Because they're both fucking completely unhinged. But if I had to compare these two doofuses to each other, I would have to say Candace is somehow more together than Tim is.
What also is not clear is if he says like exactly what policies is it that he's supporting that the Republicans who need to hold on to
the tax policies.
Tax policies.
Yes.
He needs more. Yeah, I see. Okay.
Entirely demoralizing. Women don't care about tax policy. They care about interpersonal drama. That's what's motivating them in politics, and we will burn for it.
Unlike Trump.
What motivates women to vote is that Trump is the bad guy, not whether his policies make sense. What motivates women is whether or not Charlie Kirk's wife betrayed him, not whether or not a leftist who wanted to change policy or stop the advancement of Turning Point killed him or not.
There you go. So that's what Media Matters isolated. Yeah, and so
that is so unfair.
Yeah,
that is so unfair. So I can really understand what he was saying there. Like,
well, just remember all the macro statistics he cited, because that's going to come. And if you don't remember any, it's because he didn't cite any. But this is how they start their response to this section here. This also, George Santos is in the building.
So we should say the first one. When was the first one?
Late March.
Okay, late March, and just the other day, George Santos is in there. He's no longer in prison. And although in many respects, I imagine it's like a torture chamber to be in the room with Tim Pool. But nevertheless, let's continue.
I'm being repressed.
Here's why I'm not going to get an ABC daytime talk show. Phil, you want to read that one?
Tim Pool, women vote for drama. They vote for stupid interpersonal trash that does not matter to the function of a society.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to. The reason why he's not going to get a daytime talk show on ABC is because he won't take his hat off in time.
That is probably the real reason, I'm sure. But I mean, it's incredible. Like this claim that somehow women only care about stupid interpersonal trash and drama. Coming from somebody like Tim Pool, it's incredible. I mean, it's obviously incredibly misogynistic and reductive and just genuinely inaccurate. But the fact that Tim Pool, of all people, wants to claim that only women care about drama, has anybody ever seen this man's show? And we're like, just Republican men in general, they're obsessed with drama and stupid interpersonal trash. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, really? Like, really? Where do we even fucking start on this kind of shit? The culture wars are literally an example of all of this. Their obsession with trans people and Riley Gaines tying for fifth. That's stupid interpersonal trash that is completely meaningless and has nothing to do with policy and has no real world implications. Right? Like, it's like it goes, the entire list about all their anger is all about drama and interpersonal trash. Like, they hate seeing LGBTQ people like having rights, or like women having rights, or, you know, like immigrants or brown and black people having rights in the, like, these are all like drama. Basically, it's fear mongering. It's like their brains are wired for fear and drama and hatred. Right? It's got nothing to do with policy. They're just hateful losers that complain all the time, and now he's coming out to say that women are complaining too much. It's not him who's complaining too much. It's actually
this
the
woman
women.
is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Stupid interpersonal trash that does not matter to the function of a society.
I'm sorry.
They vote
I don't mean to. The reason why he's not going to get a daytime talk show on ABC is because he won't take his hat off in time.
We just can't underestimate how much real estate The View takes up in conservative pundits' minds. I'm never thinking about The View ever, but they're like post-menopausal women on television with opinions.
It breaks their brains.
And by opinions, I mean emotions that are completely untethered from any rationality, I should say.
Yeah, I'm like the policy brain, Tim Pool.
Vote for stupid interpersonal trash that does not matter to the function of a society. They vote for soap operas. I took that, I retweeted that, and I said, it's all true. Because it is all true.
Listen, all true.
It is all true.
Well, I have a major female audience, so please don't say that about my audience. It is a generalization.
Girls,
I got you. I'm going to say this again, George. I am going to get...
All the Republican women who care about taxes are watching George Santos. I love that reaction from George. Also, fascinating to see... I thought these guys hate crimes. If I recall correctly, the Tim Cass crew has a real problem with crime and like recidivism in the United States, and like how the Democrats are like letting all the criminals out onto the streets. And now they've got a man in their office, in their studio, a guy who committed crimes, was found guilty by a jury of his peers, put in jail, and then like a week later got pardoned by Donald Trump. And now he's sitting here. Oh, it's fascinating. You'd think they'd have more, you'd think they'd bring that up more. They'd be like, hey. Or maybe they'd just like not have him at all if they really cared about all those crimes. Let's remember, the George Santos isn't like a Jan 6er or anything, right? He did actual like financial crimes and like defrauded people, like of their money.
Illegal.
You know, like a thief.
Business cards printed out that say, if someone presents macro level statistics and you respond with an anecdote, you are low IQ.
How small would that
Or it will
font have
say
to be?
a person who responds to macro level statistics with an anecdote is low IQ. That way, when I point out to...
Sorry, I just have to underline this. The macro level statistics are apparently him saying that women, because of what Candace Owens is doing, support drama and soap operas. He hasn't cited a macro level statistic, but
it's a macro level assertion.
Generalization, I think, is one of his.
Right. Yeah, it's a macro level assumption. All right, I'm gonna skip to the end here, towards the end. I think this where does it start? I think around probably here to finish this one up. And actually, before we go back to the clip, we're gonna do one of these. Confetti time. Oh yeah, baby. We have completed the galactic content goal. Once again, in stellar time. Not quite record, but seriously fast, less than an hour to get that done. I'm gonna turn off the goal, which had more than 2 hours left on it on YouTube. Turn all the goals off on Twitch as well. I also want to say thank you to CJ from the 6, the 25 bones over on PayPal. And Young C, strangely, even after me saying we completed the galactic content goal, donating again. So I'm gonna
throw that up on here under the galactic deficit as well. Incredible generosity from all of you. Truly incredible. Helping to keep the Galactic News Network alive. I see you. Incredible. It's glorious. Thanks to each and every one of you. We're going to get all the sweet, sweet week-ending report content tonight. So write that down. Give yourself a pat on the back. A round of applause. All right, everybody. Back to the show.
Macro level politics with anecdotes are low IQ.
I know, and that doesn't.
And then
make
you
it true.
just said it.
Yeah, funny doesn't mean that your joke is true.
It's a fact.
Wait,
Okay, but
let's go back for because he went off the screen briefly when he screamed, and I just want to make sure we get the.
Also, let's be clear.
You know, actually, I think we got to go back. We got to go slightly further back. Hold on. Where did they start yelling at each other? I think it might be slightly further. I think it's back here, actually.
Issues and cultural issues, as opposed to objective functioning of society.
I mean, it would be you would make sure that they know it's a tendency and not a hard.
No, that's
truth.
not correct.
Well, not all women do what you say they do. So that
Ian,
is not true
do you
for
need
all
the card?
women.
Do you need the card, Ian? I made those cards for you because of exactly what you're saying right now.
You said at the top that it's a generalization.
The card?
Ian, for the love of all that is holy, I literally just made a whole joke.
Yo, Tim is crashing the fuck out here with his own hosts. Do you need the cards, Ian? He's like an angry father. He's like an angry father. I printed out cards for you. I laminated them even. And you're not using them? Ian's like, no, actually, I don't think those cards suck. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet gifted Nemby over on YouTube. To Mitchell Bailey. Thank you, Columbia Rican.
About how people who respond to macro level politics with anecdotes are low IQ.
I know, and that doesn't.
And then
make
you
it true.
just said it.
Yeah, funny doesn't mean that your joke is true.
Oh my God,
it's a fact.
Down.
Wait, let's go back for because he went off the screen briefly when he screamed, and I just want to make sure we get the.
Also, let's be clear. Ian is absolutely right here.
Yes.
That Tim Pool said, like, well, maybe maybe 30 or 40% women it just doesn't apply to, and so Ian is just saying you need to correct yourself to make it in line with the way that you've retreated now that Media Matters has called you out about this. I mean, putting aside whether there's any evidence that 60% of women vote on interpersonal reasons, I don't know what the fuck that even means.
But Ian is doing what Tim says that he's doing, which is he's trying to be accurate with language and rational, and says it's a tendency, which with Tim's own made-up statistics, that's
now just getting incredibly emotional about it.
And before that, he was saying how Candace doesn't use words correctly, and this is his co-host trying to get him to use words correctly, and he's not.
Tim is acting like he keeps saying macro statistics. He made a generalization. Just because he put a horseshit percentage on it doesn't make it any less of a generalization.
Yeah.
Tendency and not a hard.
No, that's
truth.
not correct.
Well, not all women do what you say they do. So that
Ian,
is not true
do you
for
need
all
the card?
women.
Do you need the card, Ian? I made those cards for you because of exactly what you're saying right now.
You said at the top that it's a generalization.
Ian, for the love of all that is holy, I literally just made a whole joke about how people who respond to macro level politics with anecdotes are low IQ.
I know, and that doesn't.
And then
make
you
it true.
just said it.
Yeah, funny. It doesn't mean that you're.
For the love of all things holy, Ian, you're derailing the show and my entire point.
How rude.
Oh, poor Tim.
Politics with anecdotes are low IQ.
I know, and that doesn't.
And then
make
you
it true.
just said it.
Yeah, funny. It doesn't mean that your joke is true.
It's a fact.
Okay, but I didn't use an
jokes
anecdote
are
either.
facts.
Anecdotal evidence is saying not all women. Macro level.
Anecdote would be like, I know a girl and she's not. That would be an
Macro
anecdote.
level statistics don't need qualifiers.
Wait, that's
Bro,
not.
I'm saying you're
I'm
claiming
sorry, that's not anecdotal evidence.
Yeah, that's no, absolutely. I was about to say the same thing. That's not what anecdotal means. It's just a correction. He's just correcting your language, Tim. There's no anecdote said there. I don't think Tim knows
some
what it
chocolate
means.
in a hot water bottle.
Tim does not know what anecdotal evidence means. It is
Or what macro. What is
Statistics?
macro statistics? Like, Tim, you haven't provided any of that.
Yeah, he's made a macro generalization. And
Let's be real. The entire Republican Party's that is their first go-to for abso-fucking-lutely everything. It's not statistics, okay? The statistics are not on their side. It's the anecdotes, right? Like, I hate to keep bringing up this woman, but like, Riley fucking Gaines is a fucking anecdote. That's one woman who had a bad time because she came in 5th, right? Like, it's not a commentary on all of society. It's one woman's experience, right? Like, it's the same thing with like the woman who got stabbed on that bus in South Carolina, right? That's an anecdote. That's one example of something that does not necessarily translate outwards to everything else. But that's what Republicans do. They're like, oh, look, all immigrants are dangerous because one woman got stabbed on a bus. Never forget, you know? Like, that is literally their whole project, is to try and make anecdotes into policy. And he's like, he doesn't even seem to understand, A, what an anecdote is, which is shocking to me, and 2, that, like, he's, like, genuinely upset over his host, just pushing back really at the very barest possible margins. Like, hey, Tim, I know you believe this, and maybe it's partially true, but it's not all women. Come on, Tim. And Tim's like, no, how dare you say that? This is factual. This is this is empirical evidence. I have asked every woman on the planet. This is facts.
Classified as a joke, by the way.
That was based upon probably his own anecdotal experiences.
And what it's really based on is Candace Owens is getting clicks from a lot of women, and he's jealous about that.
Yes, and once
That's all
again,
this is.
it's about freaking audiences.
And now he's mad that that Ian is embarrassing him on his own show. And
With logic.
with logic.
Women are going to love this episode.
About how people who respond to macro level politics with anecdotes are low IQ.
I know, and that doesn't
then
make it
you
true.
just said it.
Yeah, funny doesn't mean that your joke is true.
It's a fact.
Or funny.
Okay, but I didn't use an anecdote either.
Anecdotal evidence is saying not all women. Macro
An
level
anecdote would be like, I know a girl and she's not. That would be an
macro
anecdote.
level statistics don't need qualifiers.
Bro, I'm saying you're claiming a generalization and you didn't tell people that was a generalization in your statement.
Can someone help? Please?
I don't know what to say.
Like, there is no help. I hear this
Why
stuff
did-
all the time.
Someone help, please. Can someone help?
I am having trouble doing the show.
Oh my god. The crash out on the Timcast is epic. Oh my god. I'm sure women will really love that show. They're gonna love this. It speaks to them and their emotionality, I think. All the yelling. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry we all had to go through that just now. At least it was mildly entertaining, even though there were some very stupid things said during that during that clip. I'm fairly sure like 99.8% of Tim Pool's audience is men, young men, boys mostly, but I'm fairly sure he just lost the 0.02 or 0.2 whatever percent of women that were still watching his show. Probably lost him, not gonna lie. All right. What do we do here? How am I doing on time? Oh, this is the worst start I've had in weeks. Oh god. All right, Space Fams, I'm sorry to say this, but I can't afford to take a break right now. This is officially probably the worst start I've had any week for quite some time in terms of progress through the list. Bad, very bad. It's not the longest list of all time. 110 videos, fairly average, I would say, for a week-ending report around here. In fact, it's much lower than last week. However, I'm making extremely, extremely bad time. Made it through about 8 videos. Not great. And that's counting the Jeffrey Epstein remix. Which, yeah. Okay, I think you see what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we got to keep this puppy moving. We can't take a break right now, but we will take a break soon. At some point, I'm sure. When I get through some shit. All right. Now, in other news this week... All week, the president and the vice president have been feuding with the goddamn Pope. Talk about that. Let's start it off with Democracy Now! From Tuesday. Oh, snap. Before we do that, Columbia Rican, thank you for the sweet super chat. Parable of right.
I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to escalating tensions between...
Yeah. Tell nonsensical stories and push it like it's facts, and then crash out for their own all tales. Ideology of a psychotic. Indeed. Indeed, CR. Indeed. All right, I'm sending us to Amy. I'll be right back.
Immediately, if not sooner.
President and the Pope, following President Trump's unprecedented attacks on Pope Leo over the Pope's vocal opposition to war. Last month, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth publicly prayed for, quote, overwhelming violence against, quote, those who deserve no mercy. During his Palm Sunday address, Pope Leo said Jesus Christ rejects the prayers of those who wage war.
Fratelli, sorelle. Brothers and sisters, this is our God, Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood.
Your hands are full of blood, the Pope said. On Sunday night, Trump criticized Pope Leo, the first U.S.-born Catholic pontiff, in a lengthy message on Truth Social, calling him weak on crime, terrible for foreign policy. On a flight en route to Algiers to begin a 10-day tour of 4 African countries, Pope Leo said he would not shy away from the message of the gospel.
I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war.
President Trump also sparked widespread outrage by posting an AI-generated image of himself as Jesus Christ, laying his hand on a sick or dying man. In the image, Trump's wearing a white robe and red cloak. After being accused of blasphemy by some supporters, Trump deleted the image 12 hours after it was first posted. This was Trump's response when asked by reporters about it.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one.
We're joined now by Father James Martin, prominent Jesuit priest, editor-at-large of America Magazine, the author of the new book, Work in Progress, Confessions of Busboy, Dishwasher, Caddy, Usher, Factory Worker, Bank Teller, Corporate Tool, and Priest. He has described Trump's attacks on the Pope as unhinged, uncharitable, and unchristian. Welcome to Democracy Now! Father, it's great to have you with us. Can you explain this unprecedented attack by an American president on the Pope?
Well, it's actually hard to explain, but I think what probably happened was on 60 Minutes, there was a special with Cardinals McElroy, Tobin, and Supich, who are very strong against the war. Cardinal McElroy, who is a theologian and a political scientist, called the war unjust. And that seemed to have sparked the outrage from President Trump, who did launch into this personal ad hominem attack against the Holy Father. And then, as you said, followed it up with the tweet of him as Jesus. So it's.
Yeah, it's been a pretty crazy week, hasn't it? It feels like that was so long ago. But nope, that was Sunday.
this Sunday that Donald Trump posted that insane photo of him on Truth Social, then deleting it 12 hours later. But then doubling down on it in person in front of cameras, saying it was actually him as a doctor. That's what doctors look like. Most doctors actually look like the disciples. Totally normal. Hey, you never been in a hospital? It basically just looks like a bunch of sheep herders. Bunch of sheep herders with masks and stethoscopes. There's been a lot of soup talk on Twitch lately, I've noticed. For some reason. What's up with the soup talk? Why are we talking about soup? It's actually making me kind of hungry. All right. Now, after Trump's criticisms of the Pope, which we, of course, saw this unhinged tirade against the Pope earlier this week, I'm sure most people remember it, if not easily findable. But Pope Leo responded to Trump's unhinged tweet, saying, his tweet said the Pope was horrible on crime and for his foreign policy. Bad on crime, bad on foreign policy. Wants Iran to have nukes. Pope Leo doubled down.
Doubled down on his belief that the message the world needs to hear today is one of peace, dialogue, and the search for truth and community. Pope Leo spoke to reporters en route from Algeria to Cameroon. He did not respond to the latest criticism from President Donald Trump or Vice President J.D. Vance coming in overnight. He kept his comments focused on his just finished trip to Algeria, but some of his tone suggested that the criticism had not gone unnoticed. Leo talked about the show of respect that was shown to him and the Holy See by the Algerian government, and he spoke of the legacy of St. Augustine, his search for truth, his search for God, and his bridge building to find unity and community.
In unusually forceful political remarks, Pope Leo has said the world is being ravaged by a handful of tyrants. Addressing a crowd during his visit to a region of Cameroon ravaged by a separatist insurgency, the head of the Roman Catholic Church condemned the people who he said had manipulated the very name of God for their own gain. The extraordinary comments come amid a spat President Trump has had with the Pope. President Trump calling Pope Leo weak on crime. Let's have a listen to the Pope.
The masters of war pretend not to know that it takes only a moment to destroy. Yet often, a lifetime is often not enough to rebuild. They turn a blind eye to the fact that billions of dollars are spent on killing, on devastation, yet the resources needed for healing, education, and restoration are nowhere to be found. The world is being ravaged by a handful of tyrants, yet is held together by a multitude of supportive brothers and sisters.
Let's bring in our global religion reporter, Lebo Di Secco. These are, as I said, unusually forceful comments from a pope, and in the context of some quite forceful stuff coming the other way from Washington.
Yeah, and they have just been, or Pope Leo has just been backed up, as it were, by the Archbishop of Canterbury, leader of the third biggest Christian denomination of the world, Sarah Malala, who said, "I stand with my brother in Christ, His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, in his courage to call for a kingdom of peace." Now,
okay. Well, religious leaders around the world agreeing with the Pope that actually peace is better than war. All week, honestly, Pope Leo has been saying some very sensible things.
However, the vice president of the United States has been saying some very stupid things. J.D. Vance saying this a couple of days ago while at Turning Point's USA event that was nearly completely empty.
I think it's very, very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology. And I think that one of these issues here is that there has been, again, hey, random dude screaming, I told you I'd respond to your point. I just want to respond to this question first.
Well, there you go. J.D. Vance getting heckled at a nearly empty CPAC. I'm sorry, TPUSA event. Where he said the Pope should be careful about theology. Coming from a guy who recently converted to Catholicism, I think like a couple of years ago or something like that. So it's a little weird that he's got all this heat for the Pope when he's really just sort of a Christian Catholic noob when you really think about it. When you really think about it, JD is just a Catholic noob. He's new, you know? But he's just trying to come at the Pope, the head of the church. Sort of counterintuitive when you think about it. With the tinfoil hat, my face looks very papal. Oh, wow. Thank you. Appreciate that. I think. Columbia Regan with another sweet, sweet super chat. You think pedophile defender Hegseth will respond with another Pulp Fiction-like prayer? Because that won't surprise me at this point. Yeah, almost definitely. Pete is a special kind of psycho. Yeah, but of course, maybe J.D. Vance isn't a real maybe J.D. Vance is not a real Christian, but instead a Republican Christian. You know, a fake Christian who doesn't actually read the Bible or listen to things that Jesus says. Or maybe he's got Republican Jesus, in fact.
A large crowd was following Republican Jesus, and as the days passed, his disciples came and said to him, "Republican Jesus, these people have been following you for 3 days and they've become very hungry, and we only have 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. And Republican Jesus said, "Bring the fish and the bread to me." And his disciples did. And Republican Jesus took 99% of the bread and the fish and gave the 1% back for the disciples to spread amongst the followers evenly. And the disciples said, "But how shall we feed all these people with only 1% of the bread and the fish?" And Republican Jesus said, "Why are these people always looking for a handout? They should just go out and get a job." And the disciples were in awe at Republican Jesus' wisdom. When walking down the streets, Republican Jesus was approached by an old blind man. "Have mercy on me, Republican Jesus," said the blind man. And Republican Jesus said, "What is it you want?" And the blind man said, "Republican Jesus, I am blind, and I wish to see. Can you heal me?" And Republican Jesus said, "Oh, Obamacare didn't take care of that for you?" And the blind man said, "Republican Jesus, you're right. I'll just go back to being blind." And all his disciples were in awe of Republican Jesus' wisdom. Republican Jesus had noticed that a crowd had gathered around a young woman, and they were about to stone her to death. "What's going on here?" said Republican Jesus. And the crowd said, "This woman expects us to pay for her contraceptives with our tax money. We're going to stone her." And Republican Jesus said, "Cast no stone. That is a waste of stone, and I need these stones to build my 15th house. Just throw her off a bridge instead." And all the disciples were in awe at Republican Jesus' wisdom.
Well, there you go. I think that's the Jesus that J.D. Vance is listening to. Not the one from the Bible, of course. There you go.
Republican Jesus. Continuing his war against the poor and the sick. But Donald Trump's not fighting with the Pope. That's not me saying it. That's him saying it. Yesterday.
I have to do what's right. The Pope has to understand that. It's very simple. I have nothing against the Pope. His brother's MAGA all the way. I like his brother, Louis. I'm not fighting with him. The Pope made a statement. He says Iran can have a nuclear weapon. I say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if the Pope looked at the 42,000 people that were killed over the last 2 or 3 months as a protester with no weapons, no nothing, I mean, you take a look at that. So I can disagree with the Pope. I have a right to disagree. I have a right to disagree with the Pope. Well, I want him to preach the gospel. I'm all about the gospel. But I also know that you cannot let a certain country, which is a very mean-spirited country, have a nuclear weapon. This is the real world. It's a nasty world. But as far as the Pope and saying what he wants, he can do that. Now, I know the Pope's brother. He is a big MAGA person. He's got MAGA all over his house. His name is Louis. He's actually a great guy. And I'm sure the Pope is a great guy. I haven't met him. But I disagree with the Pope. If the Pope would allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, you can't do that.
There you go. There's the idiot in chief, Donald Trump, talking about how he's not fighting with the Pope. He's just publicly criticizing him repeatedly, and he likes his brother Louis better. He's not fighting with the Pope. He's just saying a lot of things that are very negative, and the Pope is returning in his own way. It's not a fight. Okay, I see. Makes perfect sense.
Ricky_ said just subscribed for 6 months.
Ricky said with the resub over on Twitch. Much appreciated, Ricky. Now, here's a question that's come to mind all of a sudden. Is that policy-minded or is that emotional-minded? Is fighting with the Pope, is that a policy thing, or... I'm sorry, I'm just sort of stuck on that Tim Pool stuff. Okay. Can we switch out Leo for Louis? I don't think anybody will even know. Just, switch him out. I like Louis much better. He's all MAGA. It's not how that works. Okay. Now, here's a question we should probably all ask ourselves right now. Considering what we've seen out of Donald Trump, not just out of this week, but out of the last year and a half, or longer, depending on where you want to start. Is he really fit to lead? Does he have the... I'm just bare minimum, okay? I'm not even asking whether or not you agree with his policies. Is he mentally fit? Is he capable of leading the world's most powerful military and largest economy? And to make sure that the United States is taking care of at least the people living here, 360 odd million people. You think he's got it? You think he's got it, or what? Well, I'm not the only person with that question. Let's go here to Congress, where RFK Jr., Health and Human Services Secretary, testified Representative Decano of California? Oh, God, I can't remember now. Yes, California's 41st District had some questions for RFK during his hearing.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Do not take Tylenol.
Thank you, Omega Star, for the public service announcement. I'm sure RFK would truly appreciate that. And thank you for the bits. Columbia Regan with a another sweet super chat. Trump is all about the gospel. Holds a Bible and smoke comes out of it. Oh, and he knows the Pope's brother. He is truly an idiot, isn't he? I agree, Columbia Regan. I agree. Hazemaker 50 stream streak. Watch out. Galactic dedication.
Time's expired. I have to move on, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Tucano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you are the nation's top health official, and I want to talk to you today about the president's mental health. On April 5th at 8 o'clock in the morning of Easter Sunday, President Trump posted this statement on social media. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking Strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. An American president used the F word in a Sunday morning message that was seen by millions of people. Mr. Secretary, does this raise concerns for you about the president's mental health?
The president is a bargainer, and he knows how to make good deals.
Mr. Secretary, does this raise questions about the president's mental health to you?
Here's what I would say, that for 2 generations, every American president...
Mr. Secretary, you're being non-responsive. Reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary, I gather the answer. It does not raise concerns for you. 2 days later, on April 7th, President Trump put out a statement that said, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will," end quote. Mr. Secretary, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States military is calling for the eradication of an entire civilization. And 5 days later, the president started posting on Truth Social at 9 p.m. at night, continuing until 5 a.m. the next morning, and included an unhinged attack on Pope Leo, claiming Pope Leo was weak on crime. And then, later that day, the next day, President Trump posted this image of himself as Jesus Christ. Mr. Secretary, people across the country and around the world were deeply offended by this blasphemous image. Millions of Americans are questioning this president's mental fitness, his emotional stability, and whether he can carry out the duties of his office. Do you share their concerns about his mental health?
I want to call your attention to the last line of that.
Mr. Secretary, my question was, do you share their concerns about his mental health?
I want to call your attention. I'm going to
Mr. Secretary.
I call your attention. Like, honestly, I don't know if there was like a meeting beforehand, but you'll notice that I think Democrats have figured out that they can yell louder than RFK because of his fucked voice, and so they just take advantage of it the whole time. Whenever he doesn't respond to the question, they just talk louder than him, and he just keeps going, "I can't. Well, you don't understand. The president is actually a great guy." Fuck it. I just keep talking. Whatever.
Responsible, apparently not reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman, direct the witness. It's my time, Mr. Secretary. You're not being responsive, and apparently you don't share their concerns. We are a nation at war, Mr. Secretary. We need a commander-in-chief that we know has full command of his mental faculties and is emotionally stable as he sends uniformed American men and women into harm's way. Millions of Americans are now wondering if this president is delusional and thinks he is Jesus Christ. Mr. Secretary, given everything that I've shown you today, Will you insist that President Trump undergo an assessment of his mental fitness and his emotional stability?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Reclaiming my time absolutely not. I remind you that under the 25th Amendment, you have a duty to remove a president who is physically or mentally unable to discharge his responsibilities under the Constitution. It's your duty. You took an oath to the Constitution, not to President Trump. Mr. Secretary, should President Trump fail a mental fitness test or an evaluation about his mental stability or emotional stability, would you vote to invoke the 25th Amendment?
There hasn't been a president who's more
Mr. Secretary, my question is, would you vote to invoke the 25th Amendment? Mr. Secretary, reclaiming my time. It's my question, Mr. Secretary. Would you invoke the 24th Amendment if he were to fail an assessment of his mental stability or emotional stability?
As I said, President Trump is the most...
Apparently not, Mr. Secretary. Apparently not. Mr. Secretary, we can all see that this president is mentally unstable, emotionally unstable, and is unfit to lead this country. You, as the nation's top health official, have a particular role here. And you are choosing your loyalty to Donald Trump over your loyalty to the Constitution and keeping the faith with the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Oh, you need to...
Oh my God, they seriously did Mike Moggin. Who just said that? Somebody just said Mike Mogging, and that's exactly what I lost it already. But somebody was, yeah, absolutely. He got Mike Mogged, big time. Like I said, I think Democrats had some sort of, powwow before this hearing, and they were like, you know what? We've done the math, and RFK can't get his voice above 7 decibels, and I think we can just out yell him. We can just out yell him. We'll just it absolutely worked, as you will see. That was just the segue into this discussion. We got plenty more on RFK. Oh boy. This is a fascinating hearing earlier. I think this happened on Thursday. Just wild. I just felt that was the best segue since Representative Takano brought up the unhinged tweets of the president regarding the Pope. Try and keep these smooth. All right, now, staying with RFK's testimony. Let's go here to the New York Post with another clip. One Democrat asking RFK about the costs of health care in the United States. Whoops. There we go.
That's what the people... I want to bring this conversation back to where I think it belongs, and that's what the people that we are all here to represent. Secretary Kennedy, while you're here, your boss is en route to my district in Las Vegas, trying to rebrand the One Big Beautiful Bill. But back home, my constituents aren't buying what President Trump is trying to sell, because they're living the real-life consequences of higher cost, less certainty, and real fear about losing their coverage and their access to care. During the majority's field hearing in Las Vegas last year, they shut out the public and brought in a paid actor. I took a different approach. I invited my constituents to share their real stories about what these healthcare cuts would actually mean for them. And what I heard wasn't a matter of politics, but rather of survival. One of those constituents is Deja, a mother of a medically complex child, Shay. Shay was born at 30 weeks. He spent 3 months in the NICU and came home on an oxygen and feeding tube, one he still depends on to survive today. He needs in-home nursing, specialist, and ongoing care, all made possible by Medicaid. Without it, his family would face inaccessible costs and copays, leaving Shay at risk of failing to thrive. I've also heard from another constituent, Richard, who told me that at the beginning of this year, his marketplace premiums went up $1,700 a month. He said he and his wife are effectively out of the economy. They don't go out. They don't get to go to restaurants. There's no discretionary spending because they're just trying to make sure that he has access to care. So families like Deja's and Richard's, to them, the healthcare affordability crisis is real and it's urgent. So let me bring it back to the basics: cost and coverage. What are you doing right now, Mr. Secretary, to lower premiums and to protect coverage for families like Deja's and Richard's?
Well, first of all, I would say, Congressman, there are no cuts to Medicaid. You look at the Congressional.
What are you doing, Mr. Secretary? My question is, what are you doing right now?
That's a fucking lie. That's an outright lie, though. I would like, before we go back to Representative Horsford, that's a fucking outright lie. There's absolutely been cuts to Medicaid. What is this fucking moron talking about? He's either absolutely fully aware that there's cuts to Medicaid, he's just outright lying, or he's so fucking stupid that he, how could the Secretary of the HHS not know that there's been massive cuts to Medicaid? How could he not know that the Medicaid just lost like $1 trillion in funding? I don't understand. He's in charge of it's insane. Oh, Columbia Rican with a sweet super chat. I almost forgot. Can't believe what I'm seeing. Congress talking to a man who's got brain worms from eating dead animal carcasses about Trump's mental health. Yep, that's right. Well, he is, of course, the highest health official in the entire country. So, in theory, he's the guy. In theory, he is the guy to talk to. I do see your concerns.
What are your priorities to reduce cost and ensure coverage for the American people?
Well, we negotiated the lowest drug prices in history, and we're implementing those now with the MFN. This is one of many things that
And how does that address coverage?
Well, in terms of insurance coverage, we're doing many, many things within the agency. We are, President Trump is right now.
What are you doing? You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Yeah.
Reclaiming my time. I'm asking about tangible actions.
Hold on. You're moving too fast because, oh my God. Like, I just want to point out what just happened there. RFK Jr. was asked what he's doing to make healthcare more affordable and accessible to America. He tried to think of something, couldn't think of anything, and then started talking about President Trump. He's been too fucking busy getting rid of vaccines, like research, getting rid of, things that actually keep America healthy and safe. Like, that's all he's been doing, right? Is like trying to do research on fucking thimerosal and whatever the hell else he's been doing. But nothing he's been up to is making America healthy again. That's why he couldn't come up with anything.
To me, I'm asking about tangible actions and results. To me, the fact that you can't answer a basic question like bringing down cost and coverage, which should be your top priority, not some podcast, but actually addressing the needs of people. Now, like others, I want to make America healthy. I agree with the goal of moving from a sick care system to a true health care system focused on prevention. And prevention starts with the basics: clean air, clean water, and reducing exposures to toxins. So I'm struggling to reconcile the reports that some at EPA are working to roll back protections that would increase exposure to heavy metals in drinking water, arsenic, lead, mercury, and chromium. These are toxins linked to cancer, to heart disease, to stroke, and permanent brain damage in children. So just one question: were you consulted on those efforts to roll back those EPA protections? Yes or no?
No, I haven't been, but I'm happy to talk to you right now about a long list of things that we're doing to roll back insurance premiums. And I would begin that with the skin substitutes. Our reform on that is reducing premiums in Medicare by 6% this year.
Have you aligned your goals dealing with the reforms to the EPA protections and how that is making people sicker, not healthier? That was my question.
Yeah, I could not answer those questions because it's
You
not in
can't
my,
answer the question as the
not
secretary.
it's not my agency.
You don't coordinate with the EPA, Mr. Secretary? Your department is not involved with rolling back protections that would increase exposure to heavy metals, materials, even though it affects people's health? Is that what you're telling me? You don't coordinate?
I say, calm down, Congressman.
Don't tell me
Answer.
when look, healthcare is personal.
Wow.
Constituents like Deja.
Wow. What a piece of shit. Calm down, Congressman. It's just Americans being exposed to poisonous, cancer-causing chemicals. Calm down. What a condescending piece of shit.
Congressman.
Don't tell me when look, healthcare is personal to my constituents like Deja and Richard.
Is over.
Do not tell me to calm down. Healthcare is real. And if you can't answer basic questions, then maybe come prepared next time.
I'm answering the question. You don't give me the chance to answer. You haven't given me a chance to answer.
You said you
I'm happy
didn't.
to answer your
You said
question.
you weren't
Numerous opportunities. He's had. I listened to this whole thing between him. He had numerous opportunities to answer the questions. He was just incapable of answering them. Every time that he had time to talk about answering the questions, at this point, all he does is talk about how he didn't get the opportunity. Like, he's taking the time that he has as an opportunity to answer the questions to talk about how he has no time to answer the questions. Oh, fuck this piece of shit.
Just makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down! Come on, Boogie!
All right, let's go to, I believe, Texas Representative Kassar. Had some questions for RFK as well.
Have you met with any of the 1.4 million people who have lost their health insurance just this last year from dropping off of Obamacare? Have you sat down and talked to those folks about the fact they won't have their health insurance again?
They're almost all illegal immigrants.
Oh, well, you know what? It sounds like you haven't met with folks like Portia in my district.
We found 1.5 million.
Did you hear him just say everybody who's losing their health insurance are all illegal immigrants? Yo,
They're almost
that's
all
wild.
illegal immigrants.
Oh, well, you know what? It sounds like you haven't met with folks like Portia in my district.
We found 1.5 million illegal immigrants illegally
No.
collecting Medicaid.
Mr. Secretary, there are people like Portia in Buda, Texas, whose health insurance costs went from $100 a month to $500 a month. People like my constituent Shauna in San Marcos, Texas, her premium went from $250 to $750 a month. Now, $500 a month may not be a lot to you or to some of the billionaires that y'all are talking to, but for these moms with kids, they've lost their health insurance this last year. So have you had a conversation with how many people have you sat?
Yeah, let's be real. RFK has always had the Bank of Kennedy to go to. There's a literal trust fund that was set up decades ago by one of the Kennedys to make sure that no Kennedy would ever have to go groveling to a bank for money. So they can just go to their own bank. It's like they have their own personal unlimited, like ATM. I've run out of money. What do? Oh, I'll just go to my bank. Like that, the RFK has never had a healthcare problem that he couldn't solve with money. Unlike literally everyone else.
Health insurance this last year. So have you had a conversation with how many people have you sat down with that have said, Mr. Secretary, I lost my health insurance this last year. What are we going to do about it?
87% of the people who are on Obamacare are paying less than $96 a month. 54% of the people who are on Obamacare today are paying less than $50 a month.
Well and good for us to talk about Obamacare policy.
And by
The
way,
question is,
Democrats,
it sounds like the
Democrats
answer.
had 3 chances to make.
We could talk all we want about the past.
Tax credits
We could talk about.
Why didn't you do it?
We could talk about the past.
Why didn't you do it when you had the power to do it?
Mr. Secretary, just like you, I'm new here. I'm responsible for what's happening right here and now.
Yell at your colleagues.
My question, Mr. Secretary, is have you met with anybody that's lost their health insurance? And it sounds like the answer is 0.
Yep. RFK thinks everyone who's lost their
I
health
recognize the gentlelady.
or whose health care has become suddenly unaffordable are all illegal immigrants, according to him. What a disgusting piece of shit. Everything he says disgusts me.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
He is such a piece of shit. Like, I cannot believe some of the things that he said during this hearing. Like, honestly, like, I did not get a chance to watch all this, like, not yesterday, but, like, during the, I mean, we, like, during the shows, we didn't get to watch any of these hearings, whether it was RFK or Russ Vought, but listening to them is, like, insane. Like, I cannot believe what we heard from these people representing the Trump administration right now. We're supposed to be doing jobs making Americans' lives better. And every single answer they had was either a non-answer, a lie, or completely unsatisfactory. Or disturbing. Disturbing and racist, or just bigoted. They is terrible. Garbage. Spewed by not just RFK. Don't worry, we're going to get to Russ Vought any second. Well, we got a few more on RFK than Russ, but we'll get to him too. But first, let's go to Summer Lee, who also had questions for RFK. A lot of questions for RFK. He did not have a lot of great answers.
Now I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is Black Maternal Health Week, so I'll just start there. Secretary Kennedy, I'm sure you're aware that Black women are at least 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. The vast majority of...
Oh, Cap for life. Thank you, Mona. She got there before me. Dude, why is it... give him a day. Actually, I can't do it now. It's too late. But Cap, you really need help, okay? You need help. You got to stop coming at people and saying really dumb and simultaneously just sort of offensive things. Oh, God. When this was actually not, actually, let me think. 2 hours, 45. Well, no, actually, I take it back. No, you got banned like 5 minutes in today, didn't you? Yeah, you're having a you're having a bad health day.
Problem. You failed again, you murdering trash.
Deaths are preventable. Black women in my district are more likely to die during pregnancy.
Honestly, that at this point, I'm losing my patience for you, Cap. You know, at one time I thought you were trying your best. I'm now starting to think that you really are just a bad actor, which is going to get you a permaban. That's
from
not what you want.
pregnancy-related causes than white women. The vast majority of those deaths are preventable. Black women in my district are more likely to die during pregnancy than their peers in 97% of U.S. cities. Your written testimony mentions maternal and child health 4 times, but from what I've seen, the NIH canceled grants researching Black maternal health. Your administration's fiscal year 27 budget proposes eliminating Healthy Start, which is one of the federal government's primary community-based maternal health programs. And you've made it a priority of HHS to end diversity, equity, and inclusion. So yes or no, my question for you is, if a medical school or a public health school educates students about addressing the Black maternal mortality crisis, would you consider that an illegal DEI?
No.
No, you would not?
No.
Great. I do hope for the medical schools, the universities, and the accreditors, your administration has been threatening that they're watching this and take this directive to continue teaching about and addressing the Black maternal mortality crisis. And I expect your agency to restore and expand funding and support for that work. Also, yes or no, do you think consuming more protein and avoiding Tylenol will prevent Black women from dying 3 times more likely during a pregnancy?
I doubt it. Tylenol doesn't kill you.
So then why aren't you putting forth serious policies that actually address the health crises crises in this country is just these unserious conspiracy theories and this wellness influencer mess that we.
You want me to answer that question, or are you just talking?
No, it's a question.
Oh my god, he's such a rude piece of shit. Sorry, I was muted just now. I gotta go back 2 seconds. It's insane. Like, Summerlee is just here. She's like reading back like RFK's like own policies to him, and he's like, that sounds crazy. It's like, dude, you're the one who came up with the policy telling everybody to stop taking Tylenol because it's endangering people. And Summer's just asking basic questions around the the efficacy of this policy, like if it's going to improve mortality of black women during pregnancy. He's like, yeah, I doubt that, probably not. And it's like, yeah, then why are you telling us everybody to do this, you fucking moron?
Country, instead of just these unserious conspiracy theories and this wellness influencer mess that we.
You want me to answer that question, or are you just talking?
No, it's a question.
You're doing more on maternal health than any other administration.
No, I said black maternal health.
On maternal health.
Black maternal health.
That includes blacks and
Oh
whites.
But the thing is that they're actually not the same outcomes, which means that we need specific.
How does he not know this? Here's the thing I need to know. Summerlee is saying a statistic that I think most people actually know. Like, you have, or even just like a little bit dialed into any of this kind of shit. The fact that RFK Jr., the fucking secretary of the Health and Human Services Department in the United States, which oversees all of our health, top health official in the entire fucking country, how he does not know this statistic and why he wants to talk about it in this vague general sense. That's not the point of this. That's not what, that is not, he's literally intentionally missing the fucking point. He doesn't want to focus on the health of black women for some fucking reason. I don't understand it. I don't want to rush to conclusions, but it seems kind of fucking racist, if you ask me. It's like, do we have to talk about blacks? Says RFK. Like, that's basically, he's like, why do we have to talk about blacks? Let's talk about whites too.
Help! I'm being repressed.
It's like, dude, you know you're not, and how do you not know the statistics? Like, it's infuriating.
But the thing is that they're actually not the same outcomes, which means that we need specific and intentional interventions for black maternal health and black infant.
Can I finish? I'm saying.
Are you going to answer that?
Yeah, we have right now, we've implemented a perinatal pilot project that we're in 220 hospitals around the country. And we have reduced maternal health mortality by 42% at those hospitals by providing them protocols.
Can you please share what the reduction has been for black maternal health?
Across the board, it's 42%.
He has no
but
idea.
Black maternal health
he
still
has no
has
idea. He's
worse outcomes than other people.
I wouldn't know. It helps everybody.
But it isn't.
Object to that?
Okay, thank you. It is not. I do want to just, for the record, state that it does not help everyone. Your agency told programs to remove a list of nearly 200 words and phrases from their funding applications, including the word black. Do you have an idea of how we could solve the black maternal mortality crisis if we can't say black?
President Trump is trying to end division in this country, not so.
Sorry, not eviction.
During the last 4 years. That's what DEI did. It divided people. It polarized people.
No, we're not talking about it.
This guy's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking piece of shit. Oh. So these guys, these fucking insane dudes who belong somewhere in the 19th century are like trying to bring us back to the 1800s, right? Like, look, if we don't talk about black people, then they're not having a problem. Don't you understand? Like, that's basically what he's saying. He's like, look, you want to talk about black people, I don't. And it would be way easier for us to just talk about everybody's outcomes, broadly speaking, rather than looking at the outcomes of black women. because the statistics are, they're inconvenient and annoying to look at, and they hurt my eyes.
President Trump is trying to end division in this country, not division.
Not eviction.
During the last 4 years, that's what DEI did. It divided people. It polarized people.
No. We're not talking about eviction. We're talking about healthcare.
I'm calling about DEI.
We're talking about healthcare.
Yeah.
Disparities. So what we're asking is if you attack DE&I and then we have a crisis that impacts one population over another, but you cannot direct specific spending or research or interventions to that population, how do you solve the problem?
Do you think the federal government should be paying for DEI?
I think the federal government has a vested interest in ensuring that its citizens survive childbirth.
Well, we are meeting that obligation.
We are not.
Oh, that I can explain to you how we are.
You have not done so far. But also I would say that, we can improve healthcare for everybody at the same time as helping the people who are most likely to die. That's what DE&I, well, first of all, DE&I makes sure that we have black doctors or women doctors or that we're talking about the fact that we have a mortality rate that is not matched by any other country as what we would call developed as ours. Really quickly, in yesterday's Ways and Means Committee hearing, you denied saying that every black kid is now just a standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere else and get reparented. Why did you deny saying this?
This is ridiculous.
Why did I deny payment?
No, why did you deny that you said that every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known as to induce violence, and that you would rehome them?
Well, it's largely true that black kids, because it's easier to handle people, and a lot of the public.
And you're going to rehome them?
No, I never said that we should rehome them for illegal drugs. Oh, psychiatric.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Well, unfortunately, the summer's time ran out, but we get a second shot at getting an answer to this horrifying claim from RFK, which sounds wildly racist, like many of the things he said during these hearings. Before we get to that clip, though, Columbia Rican, thank you for the sweet super chat. Does the Republican Party go to a back room and do rituals to summon demons to represent them and add them to their administrations? Hard to say, although I'm pretty sure. I'm afraid to say I think RFK Jr. was created by, unfortunately, by, I'm not even going to say it. It's going too far. Point is, yeah, basically, I think, yeah, basically, generally speaking. Some extenuating circumstances of that. Okay. All right. Second shot on this getting RFK to address this comment that he definitely did make. Representative Sewell. Up
Ms.
next.
Sewell. Mr. Secretary, you've made a number of outlandish and frankly disturbing comments both before and during your tenure as Secretary of Health and Human Services. I want to draw your attention to one of those times. In a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that Black children on ADHD medication should be reparented. You said every Black kid is now just standardly put on Adderall, SSRI, benzos, which are known to induce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board-certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a Black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt
just
that
a yes
I
or
said
no
it.
answer.
I don't.
I don't even know, what does that phrase mean? I don't know. What?
I don't even know
That was not
what
the question.
that phrase means, and I doubt
just
that
a yes
I
or
said
no
it.
answer.
I doubt that
You
I
did
said
say
that
it.
phrase.
You
No, I'm
absolutely
not
said
going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording.
So to be clear,
It doesn't make any sense. I don't even know what it means.
I don't either. That's why I'm asking.
And by the way,
so to be clear,
Yeah, well, what it means to me, I can't say for sure what he intended by the statement, although I'm pretty sure I can. I mean, this is just full-on racist, like, what is the fucking word? I can't think of the word right now. I have to pee. All I can think about is how the fact I have to pee. But the point is that, like, this is some, like, full-on, like, this is, like, one step away from, like, some phrenology type shit, right? It's like, oh, black people's skulls only come in half sizes, and that's why, they're, less than white people or whatever. Like, that's basically what he's doing here, but it's like the new version, it's the 2026 updated version on the phrenology, message board or whatever. Basically suggesting that, like, in a way, though, like, he's taking it in a slightly different direction. Basically, he's saying it's actually doctors. Like, there's multiple things that are going on here. First off, RFK is suggesting that the black children are prone to violence. But it's not a result of genetics or anything like that. It's actually because doctors are overprescribing medicine. Like, this is like such weird fucking new age racism shit right here. Like, this is wild.
Oh, I'd like to hear the recording.
so to be clear,
It doesn't make any sense. I don't even know what it means.
I don't either. That's why I'm asking.
And by the way,
so to be clear, you're not a doctor, you have no medical degree, and you have no formal medical training. You have never parented a black child.
24 of the 26 HHS secretaries have not had medical
degrees. This is my
degrees.
time. And I say to the chairman, I want to reclaim my time. So you are not a doctor, have no formal medical training, and you've never parented a black child, and yet you are suggesting that the federal government should take black children away from their families and reparent them and send them off to some wellness farm instead of providing them with evidence-based
You're just making stuff up.
I am absolutely not making this up. Mr. Secretary, in your opinion, what factors should the federal government consider when reparenting a black child?
Yeah, that's a good question. Now, RFK keeps claiming that he never said anything like this, ever. However, I have a clip that we're going to play midway through here, prepared. It's, I've never seen this channel before, but I was searching for this myself while I was watching this. Like, did he say this? I mean, it sounds horrifying. Why would you say such a thing?
In a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that black children on ADHD
Hold on, I gotta
medication
skip ahead. Hold on, here it is.
And known to induce violence.
Wait, hold on.
Standard put on every black kid is
that black
Oh, never
children
mind, I take it back.
on ADHD medication should be reparented.
psychiatric drugs, which every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And those kids are going to have a chance to go somewhere and get reparented.
There is a lot to unpack in that comment.
Yeah, there it is.
Who has been on ADHD or ADD.
I don't even know what you're talking about, Congressman. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what reparenting even means.
I don't either, but you said that.
I did not say
Mr. Secretary, for black families in the United States, the issue of family separation is not new. Our nation has a long and painful history of separating black children from their families. During slavery, black children were taken from their parents and sold with no regard for their humanity. And after slavery, black families continued to face forced separations through Jim Crow laws, discriminatory policing, and child welfare systems that too often assumed that black parents were unfit. Even today, black children are removed from their homes at higher rates than white children, not because of their greater harm, but because of longstanding bias and built-in institutionalism. For you to suggest that black families are not capable of raising their own children is deeply offensive. Sir, you are the Secretary of Health and Human Services for the world's most powerful country, and your words matter. When you suggest that reparenting black children, when you sow doubt about the safety of vaccines, and when you promote unproven statements that have no basis in science, you endanger the lives of everyone across this nation. Those children have parents.
Yep. I mean, this is full-on eugenics talk, right? Like, you're going to take away the children of an entire ethnic group in the country and give them to someone, some unknown group of people who are going to reparent them? Like, this is full-on eugenics talk right here. Next, he's going to be talking about mass sterilization of all the unwanteds in the country.
To suggest that they have to be reparented is offensive.
I never
Secretary,
suggested that.
Your words matter. When those words are careless, communities pay the price. When your words are imprecise, they create confusion. And when your words are dismissive, they cause real harm. So you don't have the pleasure, because of your position, to speak first and think later. Not in this job and not because of your responsibility. I expect, and the American people expect, that you choose your words with sincereness and with seriousness.
Did you see it again? They keep doing it. Democrats did really figure it out. They can just talk over RFK.
People answer just can't get out there, Bobby. Very difficult.
Give them to Amy Coney Barrett. Yes, good idea. She seems like a very capable parent. All right, more on RFK here. Last clip from this congressional testimony. To another congressperson with a lot of questions. Wait, this is the wrong video. Actually, I feel like this one was less questions and more. It's a mix, I guess. Actually,
the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for holding this hearing, and Mr. Secretary. It is, in fact, true. I come from the great state of Michigan, and as you enter your second year as our nation's Health and Human Services Secretary, I just had a few things I wanted to tick through with you here today. So in early 2025, after your confirmation, measles cases spiked in the United States to the highest level since 1991. Last year, we had over 2,200 cases in America. 3 people died. 2 were children. Do I have that correct? Because according to the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics, I do. During this same time,
that epidemic started before I came
during
into
this
office.
same time, you questioned the effectiveness of the measles vaccine. And then in September, your hand-picked vaccine.
I love how he claims that epidemic started before he came into office, even though the reason for these people to be unvaxxed is a result of people, in fact, him, not just people, but RFK Jr. and everybody else like him who ran around pushing anti-vax conspiracy theories all over the place. Him, Joe Rogan, all these other fucking psychos. They're the reason why all these fucking idiots are running around the country not vaccinating their goddamn children. So it's absolutely 100% traceable back to you, Mr.
Question the effectiveness
Secretary.
of the measles vaccine. And then in September, your hand-picked vaccine panel voted against recommending the combined measles vaccine for children under 4. This is true?
It was dangerous.
We know
That
now that
particular
over
version.
90% of measles cases in 2025 were among people who were
You see how he just gives up?
unvaccinated or
She just
whose
keeps talking. He just keeps talking louder than he does, and forget it. He just looks down at his desk.
We know now that over 90% of measles cases in 2025 were among people who were unvaccinated or whose vaccination status was unknown. That's correct? According to the CDC,
we should have given a dangerous vaccine that all the science
in just the first 3.5 months of 2026, the year we're in right now, we've already seen an additional 1,700 measles cases. I assume you're aware of this, according to the CDC.
There's a global epidemic.
You have also pushed vitamin A as a treatment for measles. That is correct?
Yeah, every
according
major
to
health
the America's
organization in the world
Poison
recommends
Centers,
it.
vitamin A overexposure among children increased by nearly 40%, and in this time frame, children in the hospitals with both measles and unsafe levels of vitamin A has occurred, correct?
I'm not recommending unsafe levels. I'm recommending what every
The
major international health organization recommends.
The American Poison Centers agrees. You characterized your response to one outbreak in Texas as a model for the rest of the world, even as the number of measles cases climbed. As Secretary of Health and Human Services, have you ever taken steps to undermine medical guidelines rooted in science? Because we can look at your record, sir.
Oh,
I serve on the Science Committee. At the beginning of this year, the CDC tried to slash the childhood vaccine schedule from 17 recommended vaccines to 11 before it was blocked by a judge. Hepatitis A, B, RSV, multiple vaccines were demoted. Do you dispute this charge, sir?
You think that we should recommend interventions
These vaccines
that have not been safety
have saved
tested?
countless lives. A 2024 study estimates that childhood vaccines have saved 1.1 million children's lives and prevented more than 500 million illnesses in the last 3 decades. Doctors, researchers, and medical experts have spent years working to not only understand illnesses, but also prevent them. Your actions restricting these vaccines have a grave impact on our country. And while you have waged war against established medical science, you've also attacked life-saving research on cancer and Alzheimer's. You have implemented measures that have raised costs, kicked families off their insurance, and made it harder to get coverage. You devastated rural hospitals. Look, to top it off, Mr. Secretary, I got a copy of H.R. 944. Do you know what it is? It's your impeachment articles, sir. You have abused your office, you have gutted America's public health, and you have sacrificed our leadership in medical research and innovation. Americans today are less safe under your watch. Children are dying of diseases that we thought we had eradicated. You can smirk, sir, but I answer to the people of Michigan, and they have told me you should be ashamed, you should resign, and if you refuse, Congress should remove you from office.
Immediately, if not
Gentleman's
sooner.
time has expired.
Well, there you go, people. Representative Stevens taking it to RFK. I like that move at the end there. You know what Article 944 is? It's your goddamn impeachment papers, motherfucker. Drink it in. Drink it in, you leathery motherfucker. Like, seriously, how is it that this guy's in charge of, he's not, like, you look at RFK, like, this guy is not peak health. He's got some serious problems. Oh, there you go. All right, almost done with RFK. Let's talk a little bit more about RFK before we move on to Russell Vought. Talk about the strange life of the grandson of the former president. Right? Grandson? Wait, actually, wait. Is he the grandson of JFK or the nephew? Grandnephew, whatever it is. I can't think of the word. Where is he in the line of all of that? He's old as shit. He's probably actually a nephew, isn't he? He's Bobby's kid, right? God damn it. These political dynasties need to end.
I don't even know where to begin to talk to you about his relationships with women.
I think it's another addiction like the alcohol and the drugs. Certainly it's something that he's tried to live with and stop. He talks about it in his diaries though, but he doesn't take responsibility for it, which drove me crazy. That he talks about it being the fault.
Right, thank you, NR. Thank you. Yeah. You know, thank you for confirming that for me. Because I was like, it was in my head. I was like, wait, no, that doesn't make sense. He can't be the grandson. He has to be the nephew. Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you.
Women were mugging him. That was his term for seduction. It's an addiction like the heroin and like the, you know, the other drugs that he was doing.
I'm Joanna Coles. This is the Daily Beast podcast, and I could not put down the book that was written by our next guest, Isabel Vincent. The book is RFK Jr., The Fall and Rise, and it's based on his own diaries, which his late wife, Mary Richardson, took hostage during their divorce battle. And well, it offers a really nuanced, complicated picture of a man who has, against perhaps his own expectations, become much more important in all our lives. He's in charge of the health of all Americans, which is why the book is important and it's compelling. And, well, let's get into it with Isabel Vincent. But before we do, quick request that you...
Okay, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on this. I just wanted to allow her to... I forget her name. What is her name? The main voice of the Daily Beast podcast. I can't remember her. Why can't I think of her fucking name right now? Anyways, I just wanted to get the predicate to what we're doing here. Precedent, if you will. All right. Let's get into these secret diaries of
There's a lot
the HHS secretary.
You know, he obviously didn't want to disclose that. So she felt that the diaries, which listed his liaisons with all of these women, especially that.
By the way, I'll be right back. I gotta hit the bathroom real quick. Burb.
That she was going to use that as leverage, that she was somehow going to threaten to make that public if he didn't negotiate in a fair manner with her.
So she took the diaries as hostage, basically.
Correct.
And then they came into your possession because a friend of Mary's gave them to you. How did you make the decision that it was okay to take his personal diaries that had been taken by his ex-wife and use them as the spine of the book? Because it adds a remarkable layer to understanding him. So I totally understand why you did it as an author. I'm just interested in the process of is it the right ethical thing to do?
I don't know if it's the right ethical thing to do, but certainly I'd seen many stories about Bobby Kennedy, and I felt that he was caricatured in all of these stories. Suddenly, he's an important public figure. He's Secretary of Health and Human Services. He's run for president. Surely we should know what kind of person he is, what he's thinking about. So I felt almost like it was a public service. And certainly when we got the diaries in 2013, we had a very amazing, very extraordinary meeting, as I look back now at the Post, in which our editors were like, well, what is the public good of this? You know, we're going to expose his trysts. Who's going to care? Why are we?
All of us are going to care, because he's no longer just the son of a former politician. He is now, you know, the head of the American health apparatus, essentially. That's why it's relevant.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it from here.
Kid, he doesn't even look 14. And so when I saw that, I was like, wow, he's really, I don't think people realize the burden he's carried his whole life. And it kind of it kind of explained why he became a drug addict, why, you know, and he also grew up in a family, again, 10 brothers and sisters, a distant mother who was, you know, pregnant with her 11th child when her husband is assassinated, doesn't have a lot of time for the others, has sent them all off to most of them off to boarding school. So he's pretty much alone. And then he's got this surrogate father telling him, you are the only hope for this family. You are the one who's going to be president one day. So there's a lot of pressure on him as a kid.
And the family itself is also split into all sorts of little kind of cliques. Where does he fit? For example, I was very surprised to see he was as close to John F. Kennedy Jr. and Carolyn Bessette as he was. Who were his other sort of close relations within this enormous dynasty?
I think he's also very close to Carrie Kennedy, his younger sister. And there have been a lot of contretemps between them, especially after he wrote the book about Fauci, and he started on this crusade, left the Democratic Party. She has denounced him publicly, but I don't know. For some reason, I feel that's kind of all for show. They have a very close bond. And yes, he did have a very close bond with JFK Jr., so much so that JFK Jr. left him $250,000 in his will. This he notes in his diary right after the plane crash and the funerals that left JFK Jr. and Carolyn Bessette and her sister Lauren dead. But there was a sort of split between the Robert Kennedy.
Joanna Coles, thank you. Who said that? Jenny Boris, thank you. Thank you. Very helpful.
Children and John Kennedy's children. So you have Jackie Kennedy almost trying to keep her kids away from the raucous kind of Skakel Kennedys. You know, the Ethel Skakel, his mother. Her brothers were these wild, crazy men who, there's another article I found in Life magazine where one of her older brothers decides he's going to kill a whale a la Moby Dick. So he goes to the Azores, hires a crew, and you see all these pictures of like this giant.
These people are insane fucking narcissists. If that is not clear to you, it should be becoming more and more clear with stories like that. I'm gonna be Moby Dick. I'm gonna go down the great white whale. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen his eyes? It's black, like a doll's eye. You're gonna be president one day, little Bobby. Jesus
I say that. That on the day his father is assassinated, they forget about him in a Beverly Hills hotel room. He's watching all of the aftermath of his father's assassination on television. And then finally, like 2 a.m, somebody remembers that he's there by himself, and he's like 12 years old at the time. And he's devastated. He can't even speak. So this is, you know, a little bit of the negligence that these kids grew up with. And so you wonder why this happened to them as teenagers and then why they were screwed up as adults.
Funerals and memorials make, well, there are so many of them in the book that he attends. And in fact, it turns out that he feels very obligated to go to people's funerals, and he takes it very seriously, and he's frequently a pallbearer. I was going to ask you if you would read this paragraph, or these 2 paragraphs, because I found them fascinating as he's trying to wrestle with his own place in life.
I always wanted to be useful to meet the expectation of the gifts I'd been given, he wrote in his diary on May 27, 1999, under a thickly underlined heading reading, Service. But he recognized that he was largely a failure,
because everything he did revolved around, quote, vanity that proceeded from ego. I've seen people in my sobriety attend funerals and face crisis and make themselves the centerpiece. The crisis.
Yeah, I find that to be interesting. Just the way that they were brought up, and that, you know, like, instilled in people like RFK Jr., specifically in RFK Jr., but also seemingly among some of his siblings and family, is that it's like they've been born into a particular world, and it's their job to take that and to make the Kennedy name great again. Make Kennedy great again. That's basically, like, they're born and like told, all right, you have to make the family great again. You have a massive fortune and incredible privilege. Now get to it. Okay. I think that's good on JFK or RFK for now. We could get more into this thing, but honestly, I'm just moving so fucking slow today. I can't afford to do it. Gotta keep this moving. All right, now another man who was testifying in Congress this week was OMB Director Russell Vought, who was in charge of all of the executive branch's hiring and personnel and budget, basically the entire Trump administration's like the functioning of the Trump administration and their like all of their budgetary and personnel decisions rest upon this man. And just to remind you of who Russ Vought is, let's go back to before he ever became, well, at least the OMB director of the second Trump administration. Of course, he was in the first Trump administration. But this was some stuff he was doing in his spare time between 2020 and 2025.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma.
I just wanted us to start us. I know many of us have heard that clip in the past. In fact, many of us heard it before he even became the OMB director. If I recall correctly, that dropped before Trump ever took office out of ProPublica. We're the ones who acquired that particular clip. But I just wanted to remind us of who the fuck this guy is and what he stands for. And that is terrorizing government employees. That is according to his own words, while he was standing in front of a fucking podium at some stupid Republican nationalist sort of event.
The Budget Committee's hearing on the President's fiscal year 2027 budget request. And I would like, on behalf of my colleagues, to welcome our guest, Director of the Office of Management.
Yes, absolutely, PB. I keep trying to remind everybody of this. This is a good opportunity for me to do just that. But Russ Vought had a serious hand at the till. He was intrinsically involved. He was one of the co-creators of Project 2025. Basically, every word in that book, he had something to do with.
Budget, the Honorable everybody to the Budget Committee's hearing on the President's fiscal year 2027 budget request. And I would like, on behalf of my colleagues, to welcome our guest, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, the Honorable Russell Vought, to the committee. We appreciate your time and look forward to your remarks. It's important, Director, to hear the President's vision and priorities for resourcing the people's government to provide for the common defense. It's important to hear about the President's vision and priorities for stewarding the people's treasure to promote the general welfare of.
Right. Yes, he's right. We're promoting the general welfare. Yeah. As if. Okay. We're not going to watch the whole fucking hearing. I just wanted us to see the beginning of that bullshit. Now, let's go here. Next. To C-SPAN from 2 days ago. Representative Becca Balint had some questions and or comments for Mr. Vote.
Mr. Vote, it's good to finally see you before the House Budget Committee. Mr. Vote, you lead the Office of Management and Budget. You're one of the architects of Project 2025, and OMB is a powerful agency that's at the center of President Trump's illegal refusal to spend federal money. Mr. Vote, I want to go over your political weaponization of this agency against the American people, and specifically against those states that voted primarily for Democrats. Yes or no, Mr. Vote, a federal judge found that you terminated $7.6 billion in clean energy grants based on whether the recipient lived in a blue state. Yes or no?
I don't recall what that judge said, but we have not made the determinations based on whether the state is...
In fact, Mr. Vote, on January 12th, 2026, U.S. Judge Amit Mehta said, quote, defendants, meaning you, Mr. Vote, freely admit that they made grant determination decisions primarily, if not exclusively, based on whether the awardee resided in a state whose citizens voted for President Trump in 2024. Mr. Vote, yes or no? Federal judges said OMB's freeze of $10 billion in child care and family assistance funding, quote, appeared designed to punish communities that the administration agreed with. Yes or no? Was that something that federal judges said about you and your leadership?
I think the judge's characterization is getting at the degree to which we are focused on states that we think are mismanaged.
Okay, that is not in fact the case. In fact, U.S. District Judge Trina Thompson found the administration broke the law and froze funds as a politically motivated move disguised as fraud prevention. So your characterization actually is false. Other courts have said that withholding congressionally approved funding is, quote, vindictive and unlawful. Courts have found that freezing funds create, quote, irreparable harm against the American people. And the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, the watchdog agency that investigates how federal agencies spend taxpayer dollars, has reported that you broke the law multiple times, and they have said that you have refused to spend money that was dedicated for Americans. The Constitution gives Congress the power to spend money and not the president. Mr. Vote, your actions clearly show that you want to cut federal funds from anyone who didn't vote for Donald Trump. Are you trying to get revenge on states that did not vote for your boss?
No, of course not. What's interesting about the question is that Joe Biden withheld.
Oh, for goodness sakes, can we please bring it back to my question? It was a yes or no question. Are you trying to get revenge against blue states because they did not support the president? Courts have said that, in fact, you did do that.
Yo, she is she is bodying him right now, dude. Oh my god, he can't even come up with an actual response. All he can do is talk about Biden. He's honestly, this is why this guy is always trapped in the fucking nerdery. Like I've been saying, they hide him in the basement with the dusty books, and he doesn't come out. That's why he looks so fucking tired during this goddamn hearing. Like, dude, has not left the basement of the White House for the last year. He never comes in front of cameras, and it's because he's completely unlikable, right? The only thing he can get excited about talking about is abusing government employees, right? And they're like regular American citizens, or like, you know, immigrants, or like, he can get excited about that, but he can't come out and like talk about anything normal, right? Like, he's not a normal human being. He literally cannot come out here and answer these basic ass questions because he's not capable of like having normal human thoughts. Like, there's something genuinely like wrong. Something went wrong with, I don't know Russell's like life story, but something happened to Russell at some point that caused him to just like lose all like normal human characteristics like empathy and like the ability to be even slightly likable. And that's why we don't see him. But now that Trump is losing seats in Congress and all these other sorts of things, you got people like Russell Vought showing up. Finally, we've been waiting and waiting for this guy to come out. Like, I've been saying it over and over again. Where is Russell Vought? The guy who wrote Project 2025 and is literally one of the main architects of the horrible present that we're living in. Why is he not answering why do we have no ability to ask this man questions? Oh, God. Instead, we've had to listen to his sidekick, Stephen, all the time. Stephen Miller, of course. Nosferatu is his sort of... They're like a tag team. Like, think about this for a second. Stephen Miller is the photogenic, charismatic one of the group, right? Russ is the completely inept and incapable of doing... Like that. Think about that for a second. Somehow Stephen Miller's better in front of a camera than he is.
Said that in fact you did do that. That in fact you are being vindictive. In fact, you are punishing because of political persuasions. It's not members of Congress who suffer when you do an end run around Congress. That's not what I'm angry about. It's not about you taking the power away from us. It's that it's their money. It's their power. Of the people, by the people, and for the people. The House is closest to the people. So when you do an end run around Congress, you're taking Americans' power. I want to move on now to wasteful government spending, particularly the $350 billion set aside for this, yes, war of choice against Iran, included in this president's budget. His budget asks for a shocking surge in Pentagon spending, up to $1.5 trillion. We have never in the history of this country seen spending like this, paid for by slashing healthcare, education, and housing. Donald Trump has said, as my colleagues have said earlier, we're fighting wars here. We can't take care of daycare. Mr. Vought, yes or no, is $350 billion for the war in Iran lowering costs for Americans? Those Americans who ask us in every single town hall why they can't afford to live in this country. Is the war lowering costs for Americans?
It is certainly not defunding childcare. We fully fund childcare in this budget.
Is it lowering costs for the American people?
But doesn't that get at the premise of your question?
You can find money for illegal wars in Iran. You can find money for all the pet projects of this administration, and yet we can't find money to alleviate the cost of food and housing and gas on the home front. But according to you...
Fully funded childcare, fully funded Head Start.
Mr. Vought, with the money that is set aside in this budget, the additional funding for the war in Iran, $350 billion, we could fund the ACA tax credits for 10 years, for a decade. And I can tell you what my constituents want to know. How is it that we can continue to spend money on foreign wars and yet we cannot find a solution to the fact that people can't afford health care? And again, in closing, I just want to say again, we're not so angry because you're taking our power. We're angry because you are taking the people's power. I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired if the gentleman wants to.
There we go. Becca Bayland. Congress mogging. The OMB director, Russell Vought. With some facts and figures, like how is spending $350 billion on a foreign war helping people afford basic costs in their lives? But I think the first part of it is actually just as important. Or, I mean, she made a number of different points there, but I think the point about how Russell Vought has been intentionally targeting blue states and people just living in blue states, regardless of whether or not you voted for the president, just being in state of like New York or California, means that you might lose tax dollars because of this psychopath who has some very disturbing beliefs about things. But absolutely, I just want to go back to this because Columbia Rican with a sweet super chat. I don't recall an indication of culpability. Yep, I don't recall.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
But N.R. Gray making a very good point here, putting them in trauma, quote unquote, that's also known as abuse. So he was conspiring to create mass abuse of people that work in government. Not only that, I would go even further, actually. I would say that by abusing the people, by conspiring to abuse the people in government, he was also aspiring to abuse the American people broadly, because those people are put there by the American people, paid for by the American people. And so in a way, he's really abusing the American people, just generally speaking, not just government workers. Right? Am people on board with the way I've come to that conclusion? Because that's how I see it. He's conspiring to abuse everybody vicariously through the government workers. Because really, it's the American people who see the effects of that, right? They don't have caseworkers or you know, people checking on the lead levels in their water, or making sure that there's no potholes on their street, or whatever it might be. Like any number of lists of things. You just have less of those people making sure the environment's safe, and that we're prepared for natural disasters or whatever else. All of those people are under threat, and as a result, so are the rest of America. Right? But the people stood up and spoke out at these hearings. Here's a clip from that.
The president drove enactment of the Working Families Tax Cut Act, which is a once-in-a-generation legislation to end fiscal futility, invest in critical priorities, and cut taxes for working Americans. This bill bent the cost of...
Mr. Vought, just hold on for a second. The chair notes a disruption in the hearing and requests that the Capitol Police restore order immediately. The committee will briefly take a recess until we restore order.
There you have it. The people protesting Russell Vaught's horrible, terrible campaign against America. Honestly, Russell Vought is America last, right? Like, he hates America. Let's be fucking real. Oh, I see. You were saying that it was about the criminal conspiracy. Yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah. That checks out. All right. One more clip from Russell Vaught's testimony here. Tim Kaine from yesterday.
Senator Kaine.
Mr. Chair, there's been some discussion about the bill that the DHS funding bill that the Senate passed unanimously now twice. The House the votes are there in the House to pass it. The leadership will not take it up. You were before the House yesterday. Did you encourage the House to finally pass the DHS bill?
My interaction, we want the bill passed. My interactions yesterday were to remind
okay,
one side of the aisle.
But you do want the bill passed?
We want the bill passed.
Did you say that during the hearing
I
yesterday?
wasn't asked it.
Well, you said a lot of things during the hearing. If it was a priority for the administration.
In response to Democratic politicians that were saying that we were responsible for the shutdown.
Hold on.
Our shutdown?
Hold on. You had the opportunity to tell the House yesterday to pass a bill that you say you support, that 100% of the Senate supports, and you didn't bring it up. That's fascinating.
Senator, you had the opportunity to fund DHS
question.
without a month shutdown.
Second question, I was interested in the revenues in the budget that you've sent over. One revenue in particular interested me was tariffs, what you're assuming for tariffs. You can see that the numbers on tariffs were sort of bumping around at less than $100 billion a year, $100 billion in 2022, $195 billion in 2025 when the tariffs started to kick in IEEPA. Tariffs have been determined to be illegal by the Supreme Court, the IEEPA tariffs. Next week, you're starting to refund $166 billion of tariffs. So I was interested to see what your tariff projection was going to be. And actually what I see is far from going down as you're refunding illegal tariffs, you're predicting dramatic increases in tariffs. What is President Trump going to tax next?
Senator, what you're looking at is we had 10-year assumptions for the IEEPA tariffs, and those should be shaded a different way. Obviously, the Supreme Court changed our strategy on that, and we're going through a process to replace those, but we do not believe that the tariffs...
Those should be shaded differently? What the hell does that mean? I'm sorry, I just want to go back to the graph. What would shading them differently do? What would that achieve? If you cross-hatched it to the right, to like, what? What is he talking about? It's the wrong shading. He's got a problem with the formatting of this document. I mean, what is the hell? That's not an answer to the question.
I'd like to introduce...
Then through a process to replace those, but we do not believe that the tariffs will be less than under IEEPA.
So if you're going through the process, tariffs are a tax. I'd like to introduce, Mr. Chair, two documents from the New York Federal Reserve. 90% of the cost of the tariffs last year fell on American consumers and businesses, and another from the Tax Foundation. The average in 2025 was $1,000 per American tax household.
Okay, well, there's Tim Kaine questioning Russell Vought before the Senate Budget Committee regarding a number of different things. If you heard it in there, Russell said that he thought that the DHS budget was great and that we should definitely fund it, as well as having some weird, vague issue with the graph on the tariffs that made no sense about shading or something. I don't understand what the problem with it was. But fact is that there's a massive gulf between how much the tariffs are actually bringing in and what the OMB is predicting is they're going to bring in. So we're going to have to, I mean, the fact is they based their budget around that, right? Russell Vought is in charge of the budget. And the big, beautiful bill, the budget which Republicans passed, he had a hand in, right? And they calculated these tariffs in a particular way. Most of the tariffs have been struck down at this point. They've all been reduced drastically down to, I think, a maximum of like 15%, which means that the math ain't mathin'. They're going to have to find more tax money from somewhere else. And as was pointed out, we just asked for $350 billion for Operation Epstein Fury and like all of this other shit we're spending on it. And like literally, they're creating a massive fucking deficit. That's what I'm saying. Republicans, the ones who claim to care about the deficit all the time, are creating a massive fucking deficit, and they just refuse to accept reality and like the facts of what they've done. Like the base math of what they've done is just, it doesn't work out, and they're just still trying to be like, it's fine. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry. And it's fucking ridiculous. All right, now we got more to talk about here tonight, and I am moving so fucking slow. I don't know. I'm gonna have to make some cuts somewhere. I don't, or like this is gonna turn in like literally. I don't think I'm actually. I guess we're not that. Let me think. How far into we are? 20. Jesus Christ. All right, we're not doing as bad as I thought, but like, not good. Like, we're on a path where at this point, I don't think we're going to get all the clips. And you all deserve them. And I want to give them all to you. So since we just got done talking about how Russell Vought wants the DHS budget passed, which is not passed yet. Let's talk about how even though they haven't passed the budget yet for the Department of Homeland Security, ICE is still terrorizing people in Minneapolis. Zateo.
We heard that ICE was actually in the neighborhood of our kids' school. They're still active, they're still around.
Yeah, so we are seeing people loading now. We can see 2 or 3 DHS ICE vans that are pulled up next to it. You could look out and you would have no idea that that's going on right there.
It's like you get to this place where you're like, am I gonna buy food or pay the rent? We never imagined that this is the life that we would have here.
Hours were cut, jobs were lost, businesses had to either reduce hours or close entirely. And so people's wages were literally stolen from them by this administration and as a consequence of ICE terror.
The suffering hasn't stopped. I think families are still in hiding. I think it's still difficult to go out there and say, I feel completely safe to be an immigrant in Minnesota, in the U.S.
The federal government is an active threat to our community members, and to any notion of justice.
I thought this was America, huh?
It's been several weeks since the Trump administration announced an end to Operation Metro Surge, the latest immigration crackdown that brutalized countless and led to the fatal shootings of 2 American citizens. But despite a drawdown, hundreds of federal agents remain deployed in Minnesota as deportation operations continue across the state. We returned to the Twin Cities to see what had changed in the weeks since the operation's apparent conclusion.
In the morning, I think one of the first things I do is I get my kids ready for school, and then I see when I'm signed up, I fit my job and my responsibilities of being a mom in with the patrol.
At the operation's peak, families organized school patrols to protect their children from ICE agents. Olivia and Rowena, both using pseudonyms, began patrolling their neighborhood after Renee Good's killing.
We heard that ICE was actually in the neighborhood of our kids' school, and I dropped what I was doing that day, left my Costco cart, and sat outside the school and saw that other parents were doing the same.
How much ICE presence or suspected ICE presence do you still see around the school?
They're still active, they're still around. We still feel the presence and the need to have patrol at our school.
Okay, I think that's all we need from this clip, honestly. I just wanted to remind everybody that ICE has not stopped any of its activities. It's still in Minnesota. It's still in California. It's still in New York State. It's still in many of the states operating, even though their budget has been blocked. They still have residual money to continue operating right now. They were given so much fucking money last year. They're able to continue on. And that really does tell you just how much more money we gave them than they actually needed. And needed is actually quite a fucking weird word in this moment because, of course, much of what they've been doing is completely unnecessary and unneeded, but just based upon like their own claims is that's what I'm trying to say. Is like based upon like their own claims, they still have more money than they apparently they know what to do with. How do you have they had a massive increase in the budget. They claimed they needed to execute all this stuff. I guess it was probably mostly for Kristi Noem's G6 travel or whatever else, and the commercials are funneling $250 million to her buddy. But it's just fascinating how they just have this incredible amount of money left over to be able to continue operating, even though they've been shut down by the government effectively, right? The agency still exists, but the government itself refuses to fund it. And it's still doing its thing, still out there terrorizing immigrants. I don't think any of us should forget that. Now, in Minnesota, a prosecutor has brought charges against one of the ICE agents operating in the state, who apparently pointed a gun at people.
Illegal.
First among hopefully many.
Today, our office has charged Gregory Donnell Morgan, an Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE agent, with 2 counts of second-degree assault. Mr. Morgan's conduct was extremely dangerous. Driving while pointing a weapon out of your moving vehicle at the victims who were in another moving vehicle could have led to yet another disastrous incident in a community that has already suffered too many. Today's charges reflect an important milestone in our efforts to seek accountability for the harms inflicted on our community during Operation Metro Surge. Our community is still navigating the effects of the federal occupation.
All right, I'm just warning all y'all. I'm just warning you in advance.
No. Kyle, settle it. Okay. There we go. There you go. A prosecutor bringing charges against at least one ICE agent who pointed a gun at people. Now, if that's enough to get charges, I mean, I feel like we got a lot of charges that need to be brought. Hopefully that'll happen very soon. All right, everybody. Well, we're 4 hours into the stream. We still haven't taken a real break yet. So we're going to do just that before we switch to the next topic of the stream, which is going to be sort of a combination of the midterms, special election in New Jersey, Hasan Derangement syndrome, among other stuff. But first, a quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch, got the bits, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, power-ups. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Google and or Amazon. We got Throne. 2, if you'd like to donate to crowdfunding efforts for real-life physical items that would eventually, in theory, arrive at my door down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your earned dollars still remains. The one, the great, the only Patreon. Where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. The stream is about to get going once again. And boy, oh boy, do we have a hell of a lot to talk about, Space Fam, so you're going to want to get back in your seats immediately, if not sooner. By the way, thank you to Morbius Dragon for the 1 gifted galactic membership. To Sarah Layla, I think, is who got that one. Nope, Selena Mary. Take it back. Selena Mary. Thank you, Morbius. All right, Space Fams, we are back. Hopefully you're prepared for it. The second half. It's here. Let's get started talking about the elections, the midterms, the primaries, the special elections. They're all happening. They're happening right now. But some people refuse to wake up to the reality of the current situation. Secular talk to start us off. I think here from 3 days ago. Kyle Kulinski.
All right, I'm just warning all y'all. I'm just warning you in advance. Be prepared to want to shove a pineapple in your urethra as we watch this, because, man, I think there's a theme of today's show, and that theme is...
Wait, what's wrong with the duck command? You're missing your command. What? Oh, that's weird. I don't know what's wrong with it. I'll look into it. I have no idea. Sometimes I've had situations where the wording of a particular command is deemed like, I think, like unacceptable by like YouTube's moderation system, and that's possible that may have happened to Duck. I think it's possible. I mean, it's ridiculous considering what that command says, but I think it's possible. I don't see another explanation, but I'll look into it.
I don't know how the fuck we live with these people. I genuinely don't know how we live with these people. Here we have a guy from Barstool Sports, which should say everything, right? I mean, I shouldn't have to say anything else after citing Barstool Sports, okay? But macro dosing podcast, I guess, is a thing. There's this guy, Connor H. Knapp, Barstool Sports, macro dosing podcast, Georgian by birth, Tennessee volunteer by the grace of God, 2021 World Series champion. Anyway, homie's got a podcast with Barstool, and Tim Miller of the Bulwark, shout out to Tim Miller, by the way. We love Tim Miller on this show. He goes on, I don't know if this guy's on his podcast or Tim is on his podcast, but either way, they start talking politics here. And what you're about to see is one of the most frustrating interactions I think I've ever seen in my life. Because this guy's going to explain how, who, me, bro? Me, bro? I would never vote for a Democrat ever. They just can't get me. I just would never vote for a Democrat. And Tim's like, oh, really? That's interesting. I'm curious to know why. Like, tell me why you feel that way. Like, and I'm not trying to do a gotcha here. I'm actually interested because, I want to figure out how to get through to people better, right? And his reaction is, like, he's got nothing. He can't give even a basic explanation about, I could never vote for a Democrat. Can't even give a basic explanation. Watch this and we'll break it down.
Now, the Dems could never get me, Tim. No matter what happens, they'll never get me.
Never?
Never.
No matter what happens, never. No matter what happens.
Never.
But I have friends that I...
Not even like John Bell Edwards who can give you like one...
Well, so that's where I'm going, though, because they could never get me, but I have friends that I think they probably could, under the right circumstances.
Can I ask you, like, why? Why there's no way they could ever get you? Like, is there a specific issue? Or is it like
several.
I
I don't feel there is any common ground anymore between myself and anyone running on a Democrat.
It's all feelings. It's all feelings for the Republicans now. It's now feelings over facts over at the Republicans. Screw policies. I feel inside ways. I feel ways. I thought, wait, didn't Tim just tell me that men are less emotional? But this guy is talking about his feelings over here. Oh, I feel ways that I could never do it. Oh.
There is any common
specific issue, or is it like
several.
I
I don't feel there is any common ground anymore between myself and anyone running on a Democratic platform.
Now, notice how that was a complete and utter non-answer. Also notice how in this moment, his president, the Republican president, is a blackmailed, pedophile, rapist.
Yes, all of those things. All those things. Kyle, absolutely right. Yeah, some of these people are just living in their own reality, living in their own feels, and they're never going to vote for Democrats. And that's why I keep saying we got to stop trying to bear hug Republicans, right? Like, we got to embrace leftists who the Democrats have completely spurned for the last like 30 years or longer. And you know, like, it's about time for that. Right, like, stop trying to make these idiots who are like incapable of even like vocalizing their like actual policy stances, like people who are just so fucking dumb. They literally can't be convinced on a factual basis, something that Republicans are constantly claiming about. But this guy is just like, no, I don't know, I feel things about it. Democrats, they could never get, I couldn't tell you why. I just feel it deep down inside the devil. The devil's lurking in the Democrats. Like, that's basically what, you might as well have just said that. You might as well have just said, oh, Democrats are the Antichrist. Like, it's just a bunch of stupid nonsense. All right. But it's not just Republicans who are struggling with embracing leftists, or, well, I guess... or Democrats. It's also Democrats struggling to embrace leftists. Yeah. People like Hasan have been the shining example of this. Of Democrat Hasan Derangement syndrome, or as we're calling around here, HDS. Very nasty HDS. HDS having Democrats. They just hate Hasan because he's so great. Stupid, sexy Hasan. That's what they're always saying. Just gotta stop saying all these anti-Semitic, sexy Hasan. Very nasty things.
Because it's my patriotic duty. Have you condemned Hassan Piker?
I have not.
Yes.
What?
Do I have to leave now?
You do. I mean, in fact, we're calling the cops.
Go back down the stairs.
In fact, we're calling the cops. Yes. No, up the stairs and down. That's
we literally
punishment.
brought you here to ask you if you would condemn him. Go back down the stairs.
Yes. Get out. I mean, I obviously do because I'm a patriotic American. No, just I guess that for people that aren't aware, there was a small kerfuffle. There was a small kerfuffle. There has
3-week-long media cycle.
A 3-week-long media cycle where there's a lot of centrist Democrats and pro-Israel donors that are trying to discredit Hasan in particular because he has joined up with progressive candidates across the country, including yourself, doing rallies. We played some footage of it earlier this week at Michigan and Michigan State of the lines that were outside of your rallies to see you and Hasan together.
And the queen from Western PA, Summer Lee. Gotta say. In all this coverage, the thing that bothers me the most is the Summer Lee erasure.
It's because she's such, what did you call her, the Tim Duncan of the progressives in the House?
That is so good.
Yes.
Big fundamentals. Just phenomenal fundamentals.
Phenomenal.
Right?
But
You're
not,
like, squares her shoulders, takes a shot. I'm like, whoa.
But she's not going to be like the flashiest or the one that's seeking the most attention, but she's always showing up in the right way. And look, if you can convince her, I want her to run for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Listen, I literally told her, I mean, I was watching her, just as someone who's sort of a student of the game, like, I really enjoy public communication as an art form. And watching her take that mic and then just set the crowd on fire, I was just like,
Oh my God. Like, it would be so fun to watch you run against that ogre.
Yes.
I would love that, right? I mean, and and Tim Duncan wins championships. I'm just saying, doesn't just win games, he wins championships.
He wins championships. That's what but
Okay, in case anybody didn't see me put it up, Tim Duncan is a former basketball player turned coach. I think, wait, does he coach for Philly now? I can't remember who he coaches for. He had quite a career playing for the San Antonio Spurs. 19 seasons. Pretty incredible. That's this guy. Of course, Emma's got to bring Tim Duncan into this.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I think that gosh, it was the previous Democratic senator that just lost
Bob Casey.
to Casey. Yeah, Casey. He's already like him coming out the other day and saying, "Oh, I'm going to run for Fetterman's seat." To me, I think he saw how Summer Lee was kind of putting herself out there a little bit and wanted to head that off. That's just my speculation.
Honestly, let's have him jump in.
Sure.
And then have Summer Lee jump in. I actually love those odds.
I love those odds too. Well, I mean,
if there's any other white dude who wants to run in Pennsylvania, right, preferably over the age of 60, right, please jump on in. There is an open U.S. Senate seat.
Damn, Daniel. And there's Abdul El-Sayed on the majority report, the majority report with the boys. I'm just going to skip ahead here a little bit in the conversation. Whoopsies. There we go.
Of everyday people in Michigan and even their experiences with ICE,
far.
which I think is...
Sorry, I went too far. I went slightly too far, that's my bad. Please hold. Yeah, I guess around here. Close enough.
Civil law with guns covering our faces.
And it's also, it connects with your broader critique of America's support for Israel and our support for the genocide in Gaza, because immigration enforcement didn't always look this way. But since 9/11, this has been the infrastructure that the United States has built out, and it's affecting not just the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who are currently being impacted through violence with U.S. bombs and Israeli bombs as well, but it affects people at home. And has that been a salient kind of argument for you on the campaign trail, connecting the struggle of everyday people in Michigan and even their experiences with ICE, which I think is a part of this? I don't think it's a part of the same infrastructure. Have they made those connections? Do they understand fundamentally how linked we all are here?
So fundamentally. And here's the thing about it. Like, I don't need the good people of Michigan to understand the plight of the Palestinian people to want to stand up against this. I just need them to understand their own plight. Every dollar that we send abroad to subsidize genocide, every dollar that we send abroad to drop bombs in Iran or bombs in Lebanon or bombs in Gaza is a dollar that we're not spending to provide your kid a good school, your kid healthcare, your kid dignified infrastructure that you guys drive on every single day. And at the end of the day, we are getting our pockets picked by our own government, being wasted around this idea that somehow we've got an enemy outside at the gate or we've got enemies within, when really at the end of the day, the enemy is this idea that we cannot invest in ourselves and build good things for each other. So people get that 100%. And like, people are feeling that. You can't afford your groceries? Well,
truly, though, that's what we've been sold. Look, it's more important to bomb people in the Middle East than to make sure you have health care, but that you can afford housing or a family or whatever else. It's much more important that we do this forever war real quick. Just give us a quick $350 billion.
It has something to do with corporations who are manipulating our government to focus on issues that have nothing to do with you. right? You can't afford to fill your tank with gas. Well, turns out that when we bomb oil depots abroad, it raised the price of oil. You can't afford to see a doctor. Well, we could be investing in your ability to see a doctor, except for instead we're wasting our money on ICE, $185 billion. ICE funded to the tune of $185 billion.
Thomas gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
The Justice Clarence Thomas gifting a sweet, sweet galactic sub to the community. Alt Dominic Cuba, the recipient of that. I'll take that. I'll take that Harlan Crow money. Thank you, Clarence.
That's more than the budget of the U.S. Marines. It's more than the budget of the FBI.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily.
That's so true. So true.
That's too much. The majority report. The Justice Clarence Thomas gifted 5 subscriptions.
God
to the
damn.
community.
Justice Clarence Thomas. Making it rain gifted subs over on Twitch. Hype train started. My God. Already at a level 2, 77% complete. Animation. One of the recipients of that generosity. Holiday Circus. Dull Surprise. A Guard 2. And Destroy Ice. All getting a sweet, sweet gifted sub from the Justice Clarence Thomas. Not a man usually known for his generosity, but around here at the Galactic News Network, just making it rain. Very strange. Did you get a... Did you know their stipend from Harlan? Is that what the... Is that where this generosity is coming from, Clarence? You go on another sweet, sweet boating trip, fishing trip, or whatever? Hey, can we have some of our rights back? Is that good for you? Roe v. Wade, maybe you want to overturn that decision? I'm just saying, since you're here. That seemed like a bad one, among others. Check out The Daily Show. Yeah, I'll which one? The latest one? Send a link in the Discord so I know which one you're talking about. Unfortunately, we cannot watch The Daily Show on YouTube. We will get copyright big time. Big time copyright from The Daily Show, heavily DRM'd, unfortunately. Although, I'm thinking this Sunday, I've been saying it for like weeks now, I think this Sunday we might do a Twitch only Sunday Fun Day, so that we can watch a bunch of stuff that people want to watch that will get in trouble for watching on YouTube. I just don't want to get us to get like YouTube and Twitch have different views on the way. I think partially because YouTube hosts these streams in perpetuity, whereas Twitch deletes them after like a couple weeks. I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing that's the reason. So it's not really necessarily like a long-term solution for somebody to go watch a particular content or whatever else, which I guess really in theory does technically make sense. But like the fact is, like, I just, ever since we got the YouTube channel back, I'm just trying not to run afoul of the YouTube overlords. So I think we might do a Twitch only. So if you're on YouTube right now and if you're not following on Twitch, you might want to get over there. I think I am really thinking we might do a Twitch Sunday Fun Day today, this weekend. Just I feel like we need it. Like we really need to laugh and like just sort of like have some fucking fun right now. Watch some Lego AI videos or something. But like literally, YouTube is like coming after people for watching Lego AI videos and stuff like that. So unfortunately, some of these things we just can't do. Daily Show on Twitch, no big deal. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. Wait, you can't watch Lego 8? That's right. Yeah, YouTube. I got into a whole thing, actually, I think, over this. Thankfully, we got it, like, undone. Like, I'm not getting problems with this anymore, but they were, like, literally trying to automatically make every one of my streams labeled as AI generated content because we watched a few of those. We had been watching those videos. I think that's the reason. I can't be 100% sure, but I think that's the reason. We've also been getting like copyright hit for that too. Like Lego's coming for it, YouTube's coming for it. Like we just can't watch them. We just can't watch them. It is sad though, because those Lego videos are fun. All right, let's continue talking about the Hasan Derangement syndrome and the surge of Abdul El-Sayed, who people said would be hurt by associating with Hassan Piker, but is now surged in Michigan, now tied with the former frontrunner. The Humanist Report up next, Mike Figueredo.
I think it's safe to say that multiple weeks of hysterical shrieking about Hassan Piker has not produced the results that centrist Democrats hoped for, because a poll conducted by Emerson College found that Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is now tied for first place with Mallory McMorrow in Michigan's Senate race, which is huge because he was in third place in their January poll, and now he's gone all the way up to a tie for first place. Now, this is a huge...
All right, well played, dull surprise. Well played. I wish I could highlight this message. Dull surprise. I'm just going to read this for everybody. Dull surprise over on Twitch. Accepting the gift of that galactic member, galactic subscription on behalf of Anita Hill. If you don't know what we're talking about, look it up.
Jump.
Well
but
played.
With that being said,
well played.
There is still more than a third of voters undecided, so there's obviously work to be done. But centrists thought that they would be able to blunt his momentum by attacking him for doing an event with Hassan Piker at the University of Michigan, and they tried really, really hard. Abdul El-Sayed's opponent, Mallory McMorrow, stupidly compared Hassan Piker to Nick Fuentes, and members of Congress like Brad Schneider called Piker an unapologetic anti-Semite. But it was obvious from the start that the disingenuous attacks on Hassan Piker were fueled mostly by concern over Abdul El-Sayed's momentum, more so than outrage about Hassan Piker. Just watch this short clip from the video that we did about this a couple of weeks ago, where I explained why I thought they were doing this for political reasons. All of these inexplicable attacks on Hassan came out of nowhere, so much so that it felt almost coordinated, and leftists quickly pieced together the real reason why this was happening. Blakely on Twitter speculated that Democrats and insiders must have gotten some polling that is good for Abdul El-Sayed because there's suddenly a smear campaign, and they were proven right just hours later because sure enough, a new poll dropped that showed that Abdul El-Sayed jumped from third place to second place, surpassing Haley Stevens, who is the centrist darling and preferred candidate of genocide supporters. In other words, they probably got wind of the poll, panicked, and told everybody in their group chats to pounce on El-Sayed immediately because he's only going to get more popular if the biggest left-wing streamer goes out to stump for him. And now here we are, weeks later, with Abdul El-Sayed tied for first place and Hassan Piker's name recognition higher than ever. So, masterful gambit, centrist Democrats.
Masterful gambit. Indeed, Mike, indeed. It's beautiful. I believe it's called The Communist.
Communist China. Hassan Piker.
All right. All right. Now, moving it along to the, oh, wait. Actually, do we need this one, too? Honestly, for time's sake, I'm skipping one. I'm sorry, Space Fams. I'm sorry. But I have to. This is, I think this is the first one I've skipped all night, so at least take that as a grain of salt. I just gotta. I can't help it. Can't be helped. We're not even close to halfway through, and we're 4.5 hours in. We're like way behind. I'm not even like 40 vids in right now. They're 35 out of 110. By that math, this is going to be a long ass stream. Okay. To the Kornacki cam from last night. Let's talk about special election in New Jersey's 11th district, where Anna Mejia took it down. Took it down big time. Whoopsies, I clicked the wrong thing. There we go. That's how you do it.
Joe Hathaway to fill Governor Mickey Sherrill's seat. This is a big deal given Republicans' slim majority in the House right now, and those votes are now coming in. Let's get straight over to Steve Kornacki over at the big board to walk us through the results. Great to see you, Steve. What's it looking like?
Yeah, Gotti, look, it's a win, and it's probably a pretty big margin for the Democrats here. Ana Lilia Mejia winning this thing. You see about a quarter of the vote has been counted now. More of the vote is coming from the most Democratic-friendly part of the district here. So I do suspect this margin is going to shrink some as the night goes, but not enough to make this thing competitive at all. This is
Yeah, I think you're right about that estimation. I think we don't need a Joe Rogan of the left so much as we need the anti-Rogan, right? like the reverse of all the things that he stands for, but is as popular as he is and as, you know, has as large of a reach as he does.
We've seen in a number of special elections to Congress right now since Donald Trump became president. This is the 7th special election to Congress we've had. The Democrats previously had been, making leaps and bounds gains in these things relative to 2024. Certainly in the most Democratic-friendly part of the district, which is right here, Essex County, sort of the eastern part of the district. I think the early numbers we're seeing are suggesting similar, large, big gains for Democrats.
There we go. Now, this was only with 25% of the vote in, but Ana Lilia took it down big time here. Joe Hathaway losing this special election. They will be facing, once again, there'll be almost definitely another head-to-head between Joe Hathaway and Mejia later this year when the midterms actually happen. And unfortunately for her, Analia is going to have to actually do 2 more elections. I think she's going to have to win the primary as well in New Jersey, which happens in a couple months, if I'm not mistaken. And then she's going to have to win the midterm as well. But I have actually quite a lot of confidence in her. Seems to have a good head on her shoulders and a strong policy platform. I get the sense she's going to serve New Jersey well. Now, to the man of the hour, Hasan, talking about this exact election.
Umich Voter is also from New Jersey? Wait, I thought he was from Michigan. His name is Umich Voter. It's not Rutgers Voter. It's false advertisement. And ironically enough, I think Ana Lilia Mejia did some things that she didn't even need to do. And she still lost that vote. The important lesson here is you don't even need the J Street endorsement.
There was an earthquake.
All right, progressive Democrat wins New Jersey seat in blowout victory. We are going to talk about Ana Lilia Mejia now. Now that we have extensively covered the inconsistencies with what Trump is saying. But I guess before we get to the Ana Lilia Mejia coverage, Mark Dubowitz of Foundation for Defending Dickheads, FD, came out and said this: Israel has until January 20th, 2029. Remember, these guys are basically Benjamin Netanyahu's personal think tank, an expression of support for, like, anything that FDD says should be reflected on as basically what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying and demanding from America, right? Israel has until January 20th, 2029 to deepen damage to its enemies and convert its remarkable battlefield gains with the U.S. backing into lasting political advantage. With few exceptions, the next president is likely to threaten Israel, even if that weakens American security. So he's basically saying do more before the money faucet is shut off. This is a different posture. This is a different posture than one you would expect from Israel because it's very cognizant of the realities that American foreign policy is going to change with respect to Israel. So they are trying to do as much damage as possible, and you know, they're trying to get it out of the way, knowing full well that Israel is no longer going to have the same unlimited, unconditional support. Okay, it's gross. It's a gross way to think, and it's a gross way to operate, but that's the reality. Okay, so Ana Lilia Mejia, the Bernie-crat that won the New Jersey 11 special election that took place because Mickey Sherrill went for the governor's race and occupied the seat or vacated the seat. Sorry. And there are some interesting elements of this electoral victory. It was a blowout victory. It's plus 23, right? It was obviously it was certainly better than Kamala Harris's margin of victory. But yeah, this was a Republican seat a decade ago. It's completely turned around. Okay. However, what's interesting about it is there were some losses, some marginal losses in certain districts. Okay. In certain townships.
Last night in New Jersey.
And centrist Twitter and election trackers have been losing their dang minds over it.
That special election for a House seat ending with far-left progressive Ana Lilia Mejia handily defeating the Republican Joe Hathaway. Here's what she said last night in her victory speech in Montclair, New Jersey.
We stand up.
It's not 19 points. I think it's 23 points, by the way.
We resist. We will not allow it to continue. This system is broken, but guess what? We are the glue.
So she's looking for the attention, and she's got it now. Brian Yennis has the fallout today. Brian, hello.
Bill. So I don't know why we're doing the Fox News coverage. Let's look at Harry Emden for a second.
Holy Toledo.
Harry Emden breaks down the Ana Lilia Mejia win in a special election in New Jersey's 11th district, allowing Democrats to further narrow Republicans' razor-thin majority in the U.S. House.
New Jersey's 11th district. I love the ice cream in that district, I'll tell you. Oh, so many great places to...
Of course Harry's from the... Oh, come. Of course. Of course Harry Emden is from New Jersey. Of course he is. Classic. How unsurprising. A district, you know who else is from, by the way? Noah Culwin, for those of you who don't know. Noah Culwin's father is a rabbi in the district.
I think Harry is originally from New York. I can't remember. I think Harry is originally from New York. He might live in New Jersey right now. Last time I could have sworn I looked into this guy at one point. Yeah, he's originally from the Bronx.
That Ana Lilia actually lost support in. Let's take a look.
You know, but bottom line is this. Kamala Harris won that district by 9 points, but right now we obviously see that Mejia is way out ahead, but that is not surprising me because it's part of a larger picture. Look, we are now talking about 7 special elections, and in every single one of them that we've had.
Emma Vigeland is from there as well. Oh my God. Well, I'm technically a Jersey boy myself. I was born not in. I'm actually going to be talking to a person running in the district that I was born in, for the record, tomorrow. Okay. It's a different district. I'm in New Jersey 12, technically. That's where I was born. I'm not stealing New Jersey valor. This is New Jersey 11.
During the second Trump era, the Democratic candidates for the House have outrun the Kamala.
Stolen Jersey valor. Horrible.
Kamala Harris baseline. You know, Florida won last year. I remember you and I were together. 23 points, 16 points in Florida, 6. Virginia 11, 17 points. Arizona 7, 17 points.
New Brunswick is New Jersey 6, not 12. Wait, really? Did I that up? I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I won't. Wait, isn't Hamawi running? Is Hamawi from New Brunswick? I thought he had some connection to New Brunswick. Your boy is a Monmouth County boy.
Okay, all right. We're not gonna watch this whole clip. We still got more stuff to do here. But you know, as we've seen this, last week or so, the Hasan Derangement syndrome has seemingly broke, right? You had Hassan appearing on the Pod Johns, Ezra Klein doing that article saying, actually, Hassan really doesn't seem like an anti-Semite. Like, nothing he does or says seems anti-Semitic. And it does seem now, especially with Abdul El-Sayed, basically coming to the front of the pack, even in the wake of his association with Hassan. I think people are starting to realize that he is, in fact, very important to the political discourse right now. And perhaps embracing him is more important than trying to alienate him and his audience. However, on the other side of the coin, of course, Fox News noticing that he's clearly gaining prominence, and they seem very concerned over there. In fact, one Fox 5 person suggesting Hassan should come on to Fox News for a debate with one man. The one man tasked with defending conservative ideology. Sean
What is
Hannity.
this? They want you on the Sean Hannity podcast?
You didn't hear it in that soundbite, but he got applause at Yale for his literally, he's control of America. Invited number one and number two, he says it and gets applause.
I want to see him in a debate. I told Sean, I said, invite him on your podcast because I want a long format. I want him to understand what he is.
I would love that. Oh my God, I would love that. Oh, hell yes. Oh my God. Oh yeah. They're going to be like, do not come. And I'm going to be like, I'm going to come.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think he's lived through communism. He hasn't lived through. I don't even know if he lived through 9/11. How old is he? He looks young.
Communist.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God. The glaze. Oh my God. Fox News. I'm blushing. Oh my Lord. I got gray beard hairs. This is the oldest I can possibly look, right? If I shave all of it off, including the mustache, I look like a child. It's horrible. Everyone makes fun of me. So it's pretty funny that she thinks that I'm not 34 years old. She literally said, you look younger than 25. Yeah,
You're
it's
a
pretty
little
crazy.
baby. I just want him to understand the consequences for what he's saying and what would happen if America did fall. Where would he go if America fell?
But the thing is, Ainsley, people like that are uncoachable.
I want to know.
Undebatable.
I want to know where Brian believes this.
Oh, Brian's like, no. Sean should not debate him.
He must have watched the debate. Yeah, it's fascinating. We did watch the not the whole thing, but I think we got the highlights from the debate yesterday. I think is when we talked about that. Hassan visiting the Yale Political Union. He did, in fact, get raucous applause, not just at the beginning, but even more so at the end, in my opinion. Why do I always forget this guy's name? Like, I don't know why. I think it's because I just don't watch Fox News. Like, I try and, like, forget about these guys, like, all the time. But, like, I know this guy. Like, I see him all the time. He's very annoying. But I always look at him, I want to call him Brett Baer. But I know that's not right. Part of the problem is that there's just, like, no distinguishing features between most of these guys. And it's really hard to, like, you know? Like, I feel like oftentimes, like, you know, I try to, like, associate things with names in my head. And I try to, like... But, like, since there's no, like, distinguishing, like, physical or ideological characteristics about most of these guys, like, it's, like, almost a waste of time trying to differentiate between them. They're all the same guy. They all came out of the same conservative fucking cloning vat. Brian Kilmeade, thank you. See, I just cannot... like, I cannot manage to remember this man. He's just incredibly forgettable to me. He's got terrible ideas, and I try to forget about them every time I hear them. I've been forgetting names all night. Look, I'm not on my A game tonight. You know, I woke up hella late. I'm all fucked up. Your generation was literally in high school and saw as the towers were being struck. Yeah, I was in, like, middle school when that happened. I remember the TVs getting trotted out, watching the towers get taken down. Hassan's only a couple of years younger than me. He was old enough to remember it too, I'm sure. Everything literally stopped when that happened. So if you were like, I don't know, older, like old enough to form memories, I guess, like there's no way you don't remember it. And Hassan, I think what, he would have been like 8 or something. But honestly, Hassan seemed to be perfectly fine with them thinking that he was too young to remember 9/11. He didn't even seem slightly offended. In fact, I think he took it as like a compliment. He's like, "Oh, really? You think I'm in my 20s? Great. I'm killing it." And to be fair, he is kind of killing it. Man's in his mid-30s. Quite a physical specimen. Now, to, I think, perhaps the best HDS video here I've got for you. I thought about saving it till Sunday Fun Day. I said no. We're talking Hasan Derangement syndrome tonight. Why wouldn't we do this ridiculously awesome cameo on PBS? On the Piker Broadcasting System collab with Democracy Now!
I
have a little gift.
Oh wow! Okay. Oh my God! No way! I have so much. I have a lot of Democracy Now! Merch because I get the fundraising emails all the time. But thank you. This is amazing. I love this, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to have Amy Goodman and Carl Deal here today on this wonderful day. I'm a huge fan, as you guys already know.
Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I totally forgot to do. Oh, I got to do this before I get taken out. I got accepted into the beta program for custom power-ups. I got to make us some custom power-ups on Twitch. Like I applied to be into the program, I got accepted, and then I didn't make any. That's very stupid of me. It's very stupid.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Probably because I've been overwhelmed lately with a lot of stuff. Making power-ups was kind of a bit much for me. I didn't make it onto my list.
I have the clip somewhere. I'm going to pull it up right now.
Well, we know you're huge. Like, how tall are you?
I'm 6'4".
Okay.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
I'm mesmerized by your audience here.
Yeah,
Check
there's
it out.
Around 40,000 people watching right now.
Hassan
Parker. I've been listening to your voice for years, every morning on Democracy Now! As you tirelessly engage in the work of advocacy and doing investigative reporting for years and years, offering a voice to the voiceless. You were a very inspirational figure for what I do as well. That you're here.
Same.
And thank you, Carl, so much for being here as well, and also doing this documentary that we're going to be talking about. Amy Goodman, for those of you who don't know, is the legendary host and co-founder of Democracy Now!, one of the foremost independent news publications that broadcasts on radio, TV, and online. And I believe 1,500 stations, right? At least I got that from
Public radio and television stations.
I got that from the doc.
Globally, yeah.
Okay, so if you were wrong, that would be on you, Carl.
So you watched it.
I did, yes. Amy has been fearlessly reporting from the front lines of global conflicts and amplifying voices that mainstream media routinely ignores for over 3 decades. Her motto is "Steal this story, please," which also happens to be the name of the new documentary chronicling her fearless career in journalism. Follows Amy as she takes on soldiers, politicians, and corporate media in pursuit of the truth. The documentary has already won over a dozen awards at major film festivals. Also joining me is Carl Deal, the film's co-director and a former investigative journalist and a longtime documentary filmmaker whose work has consistently looked at power, media, and resistance from the ground up. In Steal the Story, Please, he turns Amy Goodman's story into a film about what independent journalism preserves and what the public loses when that space disappears. Amy, also you brought another friend. What's your...
This is Azu Goodpup. She is one of the leading news hounds. And no disrespect to Kaya. She is one of the most important paparazzi of our time.
I see that. Kaya also loves being in front of the camera. She has a real she's gotten really used to it for the through the many years that I've been doing merch photo shoots and things like that, and she knows how to strike a pose, and she will get in here when she feels like she's not being sufficiently paid attention
Well,
to.
Zazu's probably the most popular character in the film. Tell him what happened at Telluride. When you were
Oh, this is such an interesting story. Oh my God, I don't know if I should spend time telling this story. At the Telluride Film Festival, it's different from all others. You don't know what films are going to be there. And Carl and Tia's film, Steal the Story, Please, was invited to the film festival. When we got there, we then learned that all different films, and the film about Bruce Springsteen was also there, Deliver Me From Nowhere. And Jeremy Strong and Jeremy Allen White were there. Actually, Bruce came, and so did John Landau, because it's a story of that friendship. And it's an important one. I didn't know what to do with Zazu at the time because I had to leave her in New York, so I asked a friend, Patty, to take care of her. And then it turns out that this film was there. John Landau was there. She had gone out with his brother for quite a long time, John Landau's brother, Patty, who was taking care of Zazu. And I said, oh, my goodness, this film is happening. Deliver Me From Nowhere. John Landau is here. Bruce is here. And she said, what is wrong with this picture? You are a Telluride, and I'm sitting taking care of your dog in New York.
Yeah. It's beautiful. You've...
Okay, I'm back. Honestly, I thought this was amazing. I just had to watch this one with you all today because something about this. It's like I know that Amy knows who Hasan is. Like, to have her on on Hasan's stream is just kind of wild to me. Like, this collab was the collaboration I didn't know that I needed. And like just seeing them in the same room talking like this, it was very cathartic for me.
You said Bruce on a first name basis. Has Bruce Springsteen been on the show, I assume?
Well, we just had our 30th anniversary, and we had this big event at the Riverside Church, this famous church where Dr. Martin Luther King gave his speech against the war in Vietnam a year to the day before he was assassinated. April 4th, 1967, he gave the speech. So that's where we had the 30th anniversary event. The problem was 2,000 people were going to pack the place on February 23rd, and then Snowmageddon happened. And the day before, we had to cancel it.
Oh, no.
So then we found a date about a month later, and Wynton Marsalis was going to go down the aisle, this jazz legend, but he had to go to Japan, so he wasn't going to be a part of it. But Patti Smith rejoined. She was with us at the 20th anniversary, and now she could attend on March 23rd, as did Michael Stipe of REM and Hooray for the Riff Raff, the singing Palante, Ever Forward. Michael Stipe, Patti Smith, and to wrap up, I looked out at the thousands of people and said, we couldn't figure out how to end tonight. Oh, but
this is like, honestly, I think part of it is because like I too, just like Hasan, have like grown up listening to Amy Goodman's voice. And like just having her just like hanging out with Hasan, just like talking about random stuff is like, it's just like, I don't know, it was something else. It was something else. Space Lord needs to collab more. That's a fair point, Joe. There was some talk about me joining this space at one point, but that never came to fruition. But I guess I haven't done the best job of collaborating. I guess I could be the one reaching out to people. I could be doing more effort on that. I guess it's just, I've been so like, I've been mostly thinking about how do I put together a show right now. Like every single day I just wake up and I'm like, all right, how do we do the show today? Like that's basically like my like number one focus mostly.
see someone in the audience who could maybe help us. The boss, Bruce Springsteen. So he got up, he sang, as he is singing all over the country now, streets of Minneapolis. And then together, they all came up on the stage. Patty, Michael, Hooray, and Bruce, and they sang Patty's legendary song, People Have the Power. And maybe that's a great way to start here, because that is the principle of independent media. People have the power. You know, when we're going to cover war, we're not brought to you by weapons manufacturers. When we're going to cover the climate catastrophe, we're not brought to you by the oil, gas, or coal companies. And we're going to cover inequality, not brought to you by the banks and the financial institution, but brought to you by listeners, viewers, and readers who are so committed to an authentic, independent voice. That's the kind of media that'll save it.
Absolutely. What do you say about the state of media right now? Now that we have Kelshi and
I know we hear her say that like every single day, but having her actually explain that, like, I don't know. That's what I'm saying about this conversation. It's just like, it's more like, it's like Amy Goodman unbuttoned, like, you know, like less buttoned up for the job and just sort of like hanging out, just jawing it with Hasan here. It's just wild. So we're going to stick on this for a while. I'm not going to lie, Space Fams. I don't know how long I can manage to keep this going, but I do have to switch it at some point soon. I'm afraid to say. Although I guess I guess it's not. Let me think. We could go 12. I guess I could go at 12 tonight. Plus, you guys were all so incredibly generous. I don't see why not.
Polymarket that are also purchasing ad space and doing collaborations with the likes of CNN. Do you feel like the state of mainstream media is in a worse position than it has ever been?
I mean, the legacy media is really in a shambles. I mean, we had on a Washington Post reporter, and she'd done she had done an anatomy of the first day of the bombing of Iran, right? The girls' school in Manab in southern Iran, where like 175 people died, about a dozen teachers, but overwhelmingly primary school girls.
You want to see the film? I do too. And actually, I maybe irresponsibly. I mean, the tickets weren't that expensive. But right now, considering my current situation, I feel like it was irresponsible. But I bought a ticket for the future airing. I'm gonna get to watch the documentary in a theater with other human beings. I'm fairly excited about it. Not gonna lie. I am looking forward to it.
And you know, I think it was a U.S. Missile that most likely was used.
What film? The Democracy Now! Film, the documentary that's coming out. Did you not hear about this? There's a Democracy Now! Documentary that's it's like airing across the like, well, not airing, coming to theaters near you across the country. I think it'll be eventually available on some streaming services, but right now you can watch it in theaters. Limited theaters, I would point out. Mostly like boutique, sort of like cinema houses type stuff. Not your AMCs
President
and
Trump
such.
tried to say it was Iran was using it, but they don't use these particular U.S.
Leftist mafia. Interesting thought, Columbia Rican. I just feel like I'm too small for those guys, you know? Small potatoes.
Missiles.
The Tomahawk missiles,
The Tomahawk missile. So she had done this really explosive expose, but she wasn't doing it for the Washington Post because she had just been laid off, as had hundreds of Washington Post journalists, right? Jeff Bezos, who founded Amazon, owns the Washington Post. They developed their motto, democracy dies in the darkness, under Bezos, but that's exactly what's happening now. They laid off almost their entire Middle East department.
Do you know what we're here for?
Segway Films, thank you for the... Oh, shit. I was about to say thank you for the follow, and I'll stick with that. Thank you for that, but also thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Segwayers. Or do you have a name you call yourselves, the Segway Films community? Either way, I hope you're all doing well. I hope the stream was good. We're doing the week-ending report right now. Series, I know you. I know you. Fascinating. All right. I think you guys have found the right place since I just saw Galactic. A long time space fams coming in with the raid. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. All right, we're staying with this. It's beautiful.
Division of reporters as U.S. and Israel attacks Iran.
Oh, I forgot to say, just for you all that are just tuning in from the Segway Films community, I think we need a name for you. I'm trying to think. Segwayers. You come up with it. But yeah, today is Friday. We're doing the week ending report covering everything. We've already been going for 5 hours discussing everything about the week. Epstein files, Pope Leo and Trump's feuding, the testimony of the HHS Secretary RFK Jr. and OMB Director Russell Vought. And now we're on the topic of Hasan Derangement syndrome, wrapping it up with this cameo from Amy Goodman. And then we got a fuckload of stuff to talk about in the very near future.
This is extremely serious. What is happening to the media? The corporate mergers, you have CBS and you have, Skydance merging with Paramount, owning CBS and 60 Minutes. And how did they get approval for this corporate merger? So President Trump sues CBS for its 60 Minutes editing of a Kamala Harris interview. And you know all this, and I'm sure you've talked for hours about it. I don't think it would have stood up in court, but it wasn't worth it to CBS to fight this. Instead, they paid Trump $16 million, which supposedly goes to the presidential library. Why? They had much more to make in a $6 billion merger between Paramount and Skydance that had to be approved by Trump.
The presidential library, you mean the one that's going to have the Boeing 747 inside of it? like there's been some ridiculous claims around the presidential library. Let's be real. Trump said that the Qatari jet was somehow a donation to the presidential library. As it turns out, I guess anything can be considered a donation to that library.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
FCC, and that's exactly what happened. And now Paramount is making the moves to take over Warner Brothers Discovery, and it'll be HBO, CNN, already owns CBS, but that's where Carl can pick it up, because Carl Deal and Tia Lesson have joined 1,000 other directors and Hollywood stars, and we'll take it from there and challenging.
She's such a great host. She's such a great news host. See,
yeah,
she immediately threw it to the guests.
You can just go back and
seriously,
Yeah,
we
we got the real pro.
covered.
We got the real pro in here.
No, I mean,
seriously, she's like on autopilot, dude. It is kind of wild. Hassan's not wrong. She just gets into it immediately. She's like starts talking about the news, and it immediately turns into democracy now. It's pretty incredible. I mean, she has been doing the show a long time, so it makes sense that it comes as second nature, but it's kind of hilarious to see it happen in real life.
Right now.
Yeah,
we got
the real pro in here.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's true though. But the narrowing of the mainstream media through all these mergers and stuff does create space for voices like yours to just sort of, proliferate now. And there are all these different ways that people are consuming news now, and it's by necessity. And I think in a lot of ways, what Amy's been doing for 30 years and what Democracy Now! Does is sort of helped widen that landscape a little bit at the same time.
No, absolutely.
So the mergers are screwing everything up. I mean, like Amy said, there's been this movement now called Block the Merger. Everybody thinks this is a done deal, but it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, Paramount, it hasn't been approved yet. And once it does get approved, the states can also get involved and try and stop it. So, Jane Fonda's one of our executive producers. Rosario Dawson is one of our executive producers. Julie Cohen, Tia, we've all signed this letter
Tom
with
Morello.
hundreds of our colleagues. We've signed this letter to let people know, and are trying to bring some attention to it, because it not only affects the business but it affects the consumer and what it is that we have access to, right?
Yeah.
You know, so
No, absolutely.
Because freedom of the press, the reason it's enshrined in the Constitution is much more than freedom of the press. It's about the public's right to know. And that's how a democracy functions. And when you erode that, when the president calls the press the enemy of the people, that is taking us down an authoritarian road that must be challenged. As Maria Ressa says on Democracy Now!, that's included in Steal the Story, Please, the new documentary. The rights we lose today, we may never get back.
Yeah. So
just a quick note for Hassan. I know he's not hearing this, probably never will, but he needs an overhead mic. He needs an overhead mic in this room. Wouldn't be that hard. Pretty easy. You know, just boom it. And no one would ever see it. And it would pick up the sounds for whenever guests turn their faces away from the microphone and get too far out of the range. Like it just happened.
Fanning out to Amy here. Are you gonna play this?
Okay, yeah, sure. I was going to move on to the questions, but you're right. This is the first time I ever saw Amy Goodman in real life. At the DNC.
Like, let's be real. Hassan probably almost. I would almost guess Hassan is taking in as much money, if not more, than Democracy Now! Is on a yearly basis. He can afford it. He can afford a boom mic. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying. Like, genuinely. Like, unfortunately, and I see somebody talking about how much Democracy Now! Pays. I honestly don't know anything about that, but the fact is Democracy Now! Does an incredible amount of work on a fairly shoestring budget, no corporate financing. Like, do you know how much like shit they get done with the budget that they have? It's actually kind of shocking, right? It's actually kind of shocking that they're able to do everything they can. Because there's a fuckload of stuff that goes into what they do that I don't think any of us see or think about. And they've been doing it for so long. And honestly, they should all be like literally honestly, Amy Goodman. Like, if I didn't think billionaires should exist, but like in this society that currently exists, it's Amy Goodman who should be the billionaire, right? Not Sam Altman, you know, not fucking Elon Musk, not Donald Trump, right? It's people like her who are like living on, you know, a lot less than people who are literally detracting from society rather than providing anything of substance or value.
Oh my God, oh my God. 2 years ago.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Excuse me. Oh my God, I'm such a big fan of you.
And you had no idea who I was. You're like, what is this tall person yelling at me for?
Amazing. Can I take a photo with you? Yes, you can. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're live right now. Oh my God, chat. I don't even know if this is Hassan. Hassan. Oh, you guys have? You guys know who I am? Oh my God, that's crazy. You're amazing. I love you. I love you so much. I love all of you guys. You guys are incredible. Thank you. Hi, of course. Hi, Hassan. Sharif, nice to meet you. What's going on? I got the hat and everything. I'm also a donor. Someone sent me from your donation.
Liver, organ, what organ?
No.
Not an organ.
No.
This is incredible. You guys are inspirational. You literally are so important in motivating me to do what I do now. There are. I don't even know. Are we live right now? Can people see it?
We are. Check out democracynow.org.
Oh no, your work. You guys are.
Expanded to 2 hours a day for the convention, and so we've got endless stuff on YouTube and on our website, democracynow.org.
Can I take a photo with you? Is that okay? Oh my God. Here you go. I'm gonna cry a little bit. I'm fangirling. No, absolutely. So So that's what I was gonna say. Someone from your like donation department or whatever sent me an email because like they didn't know who I was. They just like sent me an email as like a donor, and I was like, I don't think they know who I am. They just. Well, now I know that you do, but I meant like when the donation department was like, hey, you should come check out the studio as a big donor. I was like, no, I don't think they know who I am at all. Let's take a picture. All right. Is it okay? Can we hear? All right, there it is.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
that was our first interaction.
And you know, that's amazing.
I remember watching that. Oh my god. Feels like so long ago. This is only like 2 years ago, wasn't it? Like, am I wrong? Didn't we watch this on stream like 2 years ago? Like right after it happened.
Because I'm with
Am I losing my mind?
all my colleagues there, and it's really a brain trust to Democracy Now. Hani Massoud almost played on the Egyptian basketball team.
Oh, wow.
He was right there. And he's the first voice you hear in Steal the Story, Please, because we were at the UN Climate Summit in Poland, and we'd just gotten off the show, and we saw Trump's sole representative there, and Honey's saying to me exactly who he is, and you hear his voice as we move forward. And then there's Nermeen Sheikh, who is the co-host on Democracy Now! In the white jacket.
Oh, where's she?
And next to him is, there's Nermeen Sharif Abdel Qaddus. He's right there. And, you know, Sharif is now at Drop Site News. He's behind. And in the documentary, there's this whole part at the Republican convention in St. Paul where it was John McCain and Sarah Palin. And there were mass protests against the war in Iraq. And Sharif and Nicole Salazar went to cover it, our two of our producers, and they immediately got arrested. And Nicole was slammed to the ground. And so I was on the convention floor, and you know, because you've been inside and you've been outside, it's hard to get to the convention floor. Finally, I got there. I had to ask a bunch of questions. I got a call. Sharif and Nicole have been arrested. Oh, my God. So we go racing out. We get to that corner. I try to ask for a supervisor, police officer saying, we need to have those two reporters released, but instead they dragged me in. And they arrested me. And interestingly, after hours, we were all brought to separate places, but there was such outcry that we were released. I went back to the convention center and someone to interview me, I think it was in the NBC Skybox. And at the end of the interview, when the camera was turned off, the reporter said, I don't get it. Why wasn't I arrested? I said, oh, were you covering the protests too? And he said, no. I said, oh, okay. So I said, I don't get arrested in the convention center either. We got to be here. We got to be in the corporate suites to find out who's funding this. And we have to be out in the streets where the uninvited guests are. And that's what it is to have a media that is independent.
Oh, God, that is a hilarious story. Oh, were you out in the protest too? No. Amy explaining basic journalism to an NBC reporter is fucking hilarious. This is a great story.
That is not there just to bring you the voices of power, but is there to bring you the people, as Nermeen says, that are outside the frame, and not only get them inside, but center them.
Yeah. And look at this respect that you're getting here, Amy. I don't think Hassan's not talked for this long on his feet.
No, of course not.
Seriously, seriously. As unless Hassan's away from the computer or shoving his face full of food, those are the only two things that would prevent Hassan from speaking during this time. If it were not for Amy Goodman doing what she does and just commanding the room, talking about journalism.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
One similar experience. I covered the protest the first day of the DNC. I was outside. I was at the protest. And then I covered extensively the uncommitted movement on the last day. And I was actually invited. I took advantage of the influencer route. And I was invited by
I remember that.
Yeah, the creators for Kamala, and they actually were pretty good at like finding a space for myself because they couldn't like figure out exactly what I was doing. So I took advantage of that, like, because they didn't understand what like Twitch streaming is, and they ended up giving me this like massive box seat that was even better seats than like CNN that had paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars to be able to get. But they revoked the credentials that I had on the last day because I had I interviewed the uncommitted movement, and then also was creating a big fuss about not having a Palestinian speaker, and how this was a major point of contention, how this was going to lead to real issues down the line for.
Yeah, I remember that one too. That was fairly early. That was like 6 months into the stream when that happened. A little later, I guess. Actually, barely. Right? We started in February of 2024. 6 months later, DNC. Yeah, yeah. Right? I'm trying to think. All right, slightly later. Was it in August or September? I can't remember. Fucking hell. Whatever. Point is yeah, we all remember Hasan getting kicked out of the DNC. It's actually quite a big thing. And it basically, I mean, to many of us, I think, showed just what direction the campaign truly wanted to go in. And honestly, I feel like everything truly collapsed after that. I think really, like, that was the opportunity that they basically spat in the face of, right? Like, by reversing their, like not having a Palestinian speaker, and on top of it, kicking Hasan out, I think did it. I think that sealed it. Because at the time, Kamala, we were covering very closely the polls. At the time, Kamala was still technically beating Trump. But I think shortly after that, not long after that, we're talking weeks, less than a couple of weeks, I think she was losing. I was talking about it. Like, I put a what do you want to call it? Put out an alert basically saying that I thought Kamala was going to lose. And that came to fruition, as we all saw. All right, we're skipping ahead. Can't watch this whole thing.
Not going to do it.
Not going to do it.
At this juncture.
We just have too many things to talk about. This week was
the right
fucking
side
crazy.
of a lot of these issues, a lot of these causes, so that you can then, change their minds as well, in the same way that I've been able to do that to people in my audience.
Was it August? So it was like dead on, huh? Like exactly 6 months after the stream, after we started the stream, that's when that happened. Huh.
These people that are writing in, which just is amazing to see all the emojis and the words.
Yeah.
If anyone's in the Los Angeles area, one of the things that we're doing as Tia and Carl take the film around, it just opened in New York and now it's in Los Angeles at the various Lemleys, is doing fundraisers for independent media. And of course, I got my start at Pacifica Radio, founded in 1949 in the Bay Area. We're going to do one for KPFA this weekend. But tomorrow is the big day for KPFK because, of course, you live in KPFK land. You live in Los Angeles. And we're going to be at the Lemley Royal on Santa Monica Boulevard in West LA, and they're having 2 screenings of the documentary at 1:10 and 7:10, and we're going to do a Q&A afterwards, and there's a dinner before the 7:10 one, and anyone who wants to come out and see these films, it's a great way to both see the films and support independent media, and you can go to kpfk.org, their website.
I wonder if Amy and these guys are going to be open for questions at all of these. I didn't even think about that. The fact is, I didn't hear this whole thing. I only listened to parts of it because, I had a lot of news to go through today for the stream. But that's fascinating. Did you hear that, LA? You can ask Democracy Now! Your own questions.
And get tickets right there. It's tomorrow. That's the 17th of April at 1:10 and 7:10. Is this allowed on your show?
Oh, I see.
Oh
And
my
you should
God.
support independent media,
Yeah.
of course. If you can come out on Friday for one of those two shows, do. If you can't, you can still come see the film because we're opening at the Lemleys. We're going to be in, as long as people come, they'll keep playing the films. So.
And you've
lots of
had a
options
record.
there.
I mean, this isn't my film. This is Carl and Tia's. And Carl and Tia are Oscar-nominated filmmakers who made Trouble the Water about Katrina. Tia did The Janes, won 3 Emmys for that underground abortion network in Chicago. But you can say you broke a record in New York at the IFC where it's continuing to play.
Yeah, no, we're independent, just like you, just like Amy. And we're rolling this film out now. We're going to be opening in, probably upwards of 100 theaters nationwide, which is pretty big for a doc. But it's all because in New York, people came out and saw the film, and it was the most successful documentary opening in the last decade. So it's a big deal, and it's cool. And it's because of Amy. It's because people.
Is that a bust is that a Planet of the Apes bust? I think it is, actually. It kind of looks like it. Like a Planet of the Apes bust. Wearing some kind of hat. Kind of hard to tell because it's unpainted. I assume it was like 3D printed or something. All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit more.
Above you telling you that we're going to lose advertising if you don't step into line.
Yeah.
So it's really important.
Or access journalism as well. I feel like that's become the normal state of affairs in legacy publishers, where they're too afraid of not being invited to the press pool. I mean, it's accelerated even worse under the Trump administration, especially the second time around, where they were demanding that the Pentagon press pool sign loyalty pledges to never release any information that the government could declare classified, that they had to get pre-approval before they report on anything from the Pentagon side. That's just not journalism at all. It's just you're becoming a stenographer for the state.
I call it the access of evil. Right? Trading truth for access. And it's not worth it. Politicians need journalists more than journalists need politicians. It's not worth asking the softball questions to stay there and ask the soft questions. I either ask the hard questions or do something else.
Do you feel like there are still people that are carrying on that spirit? I mean, there's obviously independent media outlets. One that you guys also work with quite frequently is Dropsite. There's now Zeteo as well.
I gotta say, that's quite a turn of phrase from Amy right there. The access of evil. The access. Not the access, the access. That is the compromise that we journalists make by asking softball questions of politicians. Oh, I just want to watch this whole freaking thing right now. I'm not gonna lie. Siri is feeding Leica. Leica does love those treats. She really does.
That was right before he saw an ad at Democracy Now! Some professor sent it to him or a friend. And it was right before the U.S. invaded Iraq. And because he spoke Arabic, we were at DCTV, which is closest national broadcast to Ground Zero, and that's a part of the film. But within a few weeks, John Alpert, a great filmmaker and journalist who runs DCTV, asked Sharif to come with him and the Renault brothers to Iraq. The Renault brothers were Craig and Brent Renault, a dynamic filmmaking duo from Arkansas. And they would go on to make many documentaries. Sharif spent that time with them. And then Brent became the first Western journalist to die in Ukraine. And Craig, his brother, to honor him so that we don't forget his memory and his great work, did the documentary Armed Only with a Camera, The Life and Death of Brent Renault. And that went on to be Oscar nominated. And I went with them to the Oscars this year, sitting with Brent and Craig's mother, Georgianne. And that work will hopefully continue in all different ways.
Some exclusives
you're good
here.
at this.
Okay, I got some exclusives here. So I'm gonna show them one by one. These are some of these might be never before seen photos, and I wanted to ask you like what's going on in these photos.
Wow.
I got these from
Hassan,
Jeremy.
you're great.
So what's happening here? There's a young Jeremy Scahill right there.
He was like 23 or 24. Jeremy used to work at the Catholic Worker in New York on First Street and First Avenue, and that's where I met him. I was doing a story, and then he started calling, I want to work with you. I want to work with you. And as he's
stalking her,
he says it was,
that's a good journalist though. That's a good reporter.
Good journalist
constantly
instinct.
nagging.
As he said, he bothered me so much saying, I need to work with you, that he said he thought I would either take out a restraining order on him or give him a job. So finally he came to WBAI, that's Pacifica Radio, that's the KPFK of New York. And we started working together. And then I got the chance to interview Ken Saro-Wiwa. He's a great writer. Actually, he wrote a soap opera in Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, and the producer of The Greatest Oil, The Most Oil in Africa. And he was not going to forsake his people, the Ogoni people. They were taking on Shell, which had crisscrossed Ogoni land with pipelines.
Yeah.
And he started to talk about it everywhere. And the difference between him and activists inside Nigeria is Ken had the wherewithal to take it out. And that was very threatening to Shell because he was taking a story to the Western nations where people would push back.
Amy has been involved in so much stuff. It's truly incredible what they've managed to do. Coverage in other countries. Speaking with world leaders. And really, I mean, some of the most important people around the world. It's honestly incredible what they've managed to do while simultaneously refusing to take corporate money.
Audience favorite awards at all the film festivals from the United States, Santa Barbara, Santa Fe, Seattle, Woodstock, to Oslo, Norway, the Human Film Festival. If anyone's watching from Norway right now, it's just been amazing to see what you guys did with this film, with the 30 years of Democracy Now! It's not easy. Hi, Jeremy.
Yeah, another photo of young Jeremy. Not exactly sure where this is from. Where is this? It looks like an amphitheater, but
wait a second. Can you tell us a little about your Cuba trip? Because it's amazing what you did.
Yeah, so we went alongside Progressive International. I'm good friends with some of the organizers there, and I hit him up right as Trump had accelerated the oil blockade. It actually started in 2019 with the secondary sanctions. A lot of people don't even know that, but like it got significantly worse in the last couple of months, where the Trump administration decided no oil shipments from any country whatsoever. This was right after the Venezuela operation, where they kidnapped Maduro, cutting off a lifeline that Cuba was relying on. And I hit my friend up, David Adler, and I was like, what do we do? And he's like, I'm already working on it. So we put together this group. We worked alongside Code Pink, the Answer Coalition, brought an international a group of artists, activists, politicians, and the like, and we brought in 40 tons of aid, medical aid, food, necessary supplies.
This is after one blackout after another in Cuba.
Yeah, and at that point it was, they had experienced, I think, like 36 hours of rolling blackouts, and it was devastating. I had talked to Ben Rhodes prior to going, to get a feel for what it was going to be like. And he said to me, like, you're going to be very sad when you see it. And he was right. I was very sad when first I was taken aback by how beautiful the island is, but then I was very sad about all this poverty. And then I got very angry because I was like, we're doing this to this country of 10 million people that's unfortunately 90 miles off of our coastline. And I say unfortunately because I feel like we've never allowed this island nation to breathe. And we've limited so much potential that Cuba has, and all for an ideological purpose. At first, because there was a lot of industries that Cuban Americans owned that I guess the American government was not fond of the seizure of. But then after that, it turned into this ideological war, and it still carries on in that similar vein. But yeah, it was a total devastation. I interviewed doctors, both responsible for the medical missions. They were so sad that Marco Rubio had successfully severed medical missions in Jamaica and numerous other countries. Some of the countries had said no, like Italy had said no to severing the medical missions. It was.
I was in Haiti after the earthquake.
Wow.
And the number of Cuban doctors who were there helping. I mean, some whole hospitals were run by Cuban doctors.
Yeah. It's I mean, yeah, they're tremendous. The Cuban government, I believe, sends more doctors to poor countries around the world than the G7 nations combined. And I guess it's a technically principled stance against any sort of socialized medicine that.
I think it's sort of awesome that Amy is genuinely interested in Hasan's journalistic endeavors. Like, there was something about this for me that was just very satisfying. Maybe not even the right word, but just having these two here, watching them, just like sort of interacting, and Amy clearly taking a true interest in Hasan's journalism. I thought it was just great. I'm just gonna skip towards the end here because we got other things to do. It's almost hard to turn away from this. I'm not gonna lie. It's a struggle because I want to hear like all of this. I'm not gonna lie.
Absolutely, I want to be there. He would later tell me that his wife, that Randall's wife, had said to him, "What are you doing? You're a small plane of black people." This was under George Bush, Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice. And he said, you're a small plane of black people. You could be blown right out of the sky. You have to have someone white with you. So I didn't realize that's when he called me, Randall Robinson. He said, would you like to come cover this trip? And so then when Randall Robinson's wife said, I don't understand, you're going? Did you get someone? He said, yes, I called Amy Goodman. And she said, oh, no, you're going to get blown out of the sky even faster. But anyway, we all went to Bangui, and they negotiated with Bazize,
I'm sorry, I cannot let that go. That was the funniest fucking joke. Oh my god, Amy is fucking hilarious, dude. You get her from behind the news desk, and she's just got like all these one-liners and fucking burns. Oh my god, she is hilarious. You're gonna get blown out of the sky faster. Oh no.
Start. I called Amy Goodman, and she said, oh, no, you're going to get blown out of the sky even faster. But anyway, we all went to Bangui, and they negotiated with Bazize, the CAR leader who was in power for a year and wanted to look like he had the imprimatur of his country, and they got the Aristides back. But as they were coming back to Haiti, Rumsfeld and Powell and Condoleezza Rice threatened them and said, you are not to come back to this hemisphere. To which Randall Robinson replied, whose hemisphere? Like, what are they talking about? They would go into exile in South Africa for 7.5 years. And then I went to South Africa with Danny Glover, who had always wanted to make a film about Toussaint Louverture, the independence leader of Haiti, and followed them back in a plane to Haiti when they successfully landed, and the response was enormous in the streets. I mean, that was an incredible experience. From that to, I mean, East Timor is a story of epic horror. It's one of the great genocides of the late 20th century. A third of the population was killed by the Indonesian military, which was armed, trained, and financed by the United States. They invaded December 7th, 1975, and for the next quarter of a century, they killed off the people. And I covered East Timor, went there with my colleague Alan Nairn, who was writing for The New Yorker, and on November 12th, 91, we witnessed and survived a massacre of over 270 Timorese. We thought our presence as Western journalists could head off the attack because we came from the same country the Indonesian soldiers' weapons came from.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it did not head off that attack. But as information came back to the United States, and you see that scene in the film when I'm questioning Mike McCurry, the spokesperson for President Clinton, Congress actually had cut off military training aid to Indonesia. Was Clinton really going to restore it? And he got angry, McCurry, and he said, the turnip is dry. And what was most interesting about that whole interaction with the White House press corps is that a bunch of the journalists giggled with him, laughed. And that kind of peer pressure, you know, who cares? Because we're talking about lives here. We're talking about life and death situations. But in 1999, the people of East Timor got to vote for their freedom in a UN-sponsored resolution and a referendum. And 3 years later, they became one of the newest nations in the world.
Yeah. So Democracy Now, throughout the last couple of decades, has been competing with corporate industry titans like CNN and Fox for 30 years while sustaining itself on a financial model of
I'm just going to skip to the very end here, people, because
or
got to wrap this up. Not the stream, but this topic. I'm sorry, but it's true. We have no idea how much we have left to get through right now. It's out of control. It's out of control. The stream is
less
no longer in my
beatable
hands.
than someone describing their own experience. And, you know, I go back to the beginning of Pacifica. Pacifica was founded like 3/4 of a century ago, 49, by a war resister, came out of the detention camps in Berkeley, founded KPFA, 1949. Here in Los Angeles, 1959 was KPFK. In New York, 1960 was WBAI. 1977, Jazz and Justice Radio, WPFW in Washington, where we're going to be going and doing a big event with them on May 1st. And in Houston, KPFT. We're also going to be having a big fundraiser there with the film coming out there. KPFT goes on the air in 1970. Within a few weeks, the Ku Klux Klan straps dynamite to the base of the transmitter and blows it up. So KPFT acted fast. You know, the community built this station. They rebuilt the transmitter. And right in the middle of Arlo Guthrie singing Alice's Restaurant, the Klan strapped 15 times the dynamite to the base of the transmitter and blew it up a second time. And I thought Arlo Guthrie's song is good. I like Alice's Restaurant, but it was blown off the air. So then it takes months to go to rebuild. And January 1971, Arlo Guthrie comes back to Houston and finishes the song on the air. And it's never stopped broadcasting. I can't remember if it was the Grand Dragon or the Exalted Cyclops, because I often confuse their titles, the leaders of the Ku Klux Klan. But he said it was his proudest act. And I think that's because he understood how dangerous Pacifica is, how dangerous independent media is. Dangerous because it allows people to speak for themselves. And when you hear someone speaking from their own experience, whether it is a Palestinian child or an Israeli peace activist who lost his parents on October 7th, like Maoz Inam, who's working together with Aziz Abu Sara, and they just wrote a book, The Future is Peace. Whether it is an aunt in Afghanistan or an uncle in Iraq, You may not even like the uncle he reminds you of, that uncle, but it challenges the caricatures and the stereotypes that fuel these hate groups. It makes it much less likely that you'll want to destroy someone when you simply hear them speak. I think the media can be the greatest force for peace on earth. Instead, all too often, it's wielded as a weapon of war, which is why we have to take the media back.
Well, there you go. That was the very end of the clip. Wow. So interesting to see Amy in that light. Beautiful, in my opinion, to see her and Hasan linking up. Great thing that happened this week. I felt here's the reason why I decided to put this one. Not just, there's multiple reasons, but I felt like, honestly, like every week has been so trash. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of trash things that's happened this week, but there's the few glimmers of hope. I feel like, you know, just a couple of them. But I mean, the Democrats just flipped the House, essentially. With Analia Mejia being elected to the 11th in New Jersey. We still got a lot of progress left to make there. There's we just need a couple of good things, right? Like the cracking of the Hasan Derangement syndrome and the some liberal spaces. I felt like these were good things, and we deserved to talk about something good at the end of the week. Exactly, Snicks. A great collab. A beautiful collab for the ages. The exalted Cyclops is the leader of the Enforcer Wing, and the Grand Dragon is the public political leader. Okay. Good to know. Thank you, Carl, for the information. I'm sure I'll forget that any minute. Oh, God. All right. Feel like I've been lulled into a sense of safety by that interview. We still have a lot of crazy shit that's been happening this week. Still got a lot left to talk about. All right. Moving on from Hasan and Amy and HDS. Now, unfortunately, sometimes when people feel that they're not being heard and they're not being represented, and their government and their elites in the society are effectively leaving them behind or actively ruining their lives, oppressing them, if you will. Yeah, sometimes they feel that they are left with no other method than to take things into their own hands in ways non-democratic. Sam Altman, the recipient, perhaps, of some of that unbridled rage. CNN from 4 days ago. Let's go to the home of Sam Altman, where one man decided to take it upon himself to let Sam Altman know how he feels about some stuff.
Surveillance footage photos released by the Department of Justice appear to capture the moment a suspect threw an incendiary device at OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's home. The FBI says the suspect, Daniel Moreno Gama, later struck at the glass doors of OpenAI's San Francisco headquarters with a chair. He was arrested at the scene and no one was injured. Moreno Gama, a 20-year-old from Texas, is alleged to have authored documents opposing AI and advocating for the killing of CEOs and investors of AI companies. He now faces attempted murder and attempted arson charges.
All right, I got one more clip on this story. ABC 7 Bay Area seems like the correct place to get the rest of this news from.
For the second time in 2 days, a security scare at the home of billionaire artificial intelligence CEO Sam Altman. Around 2 a.m. Sunday, San Francisco police say someone fired gunshots from a car, hitting the OpenAI CEO's home. 2 suspects were later arrested, police say, with multiple firearms. Just 2 days earlier, a Molotov cocktail was thrown at Altman's home. The suspect in that case was arrested at the company's headquarters, allegedly threatening to burn down the building.
Even things like pathological liar in great duplication across many sources.
Late last week, journalists Ronan Farrow and Andrew Morantz profiled Altman for The New Yorker, describing him as having a relentless will to power, quoting a board member who accuses the CEO of a sociopathic lack of concern for the consequences of deceiving others.
And he started to get the feeling, as we quote him in the piece, saying, "I don't think Sam is the guy who should have his finger on the button."
Altman responded, admitting to a, quote, bunch of mistakes, but calling the article incendiary, saying, "I am awake in the middle of the night and pissed and thinking that I have underestimated the power of words and narratives." Amid growing...
I've underestimated the power of words and narratives, says Sam Altman. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Well, there you can see 3, it would seem, allegedly, 3 separate individuals taking it upon themselves to attack Sam Altman's home, seemingly as a statement against his business activities. But this seems to be something of a trend. It's not just Sam Altman who's been the recipient of backlash over his oligarchic business activities. Nope, it seems to be happening all over the place, and Kyle Kalinske has got more on this trend. Secular Talk, 3 days ago.
So I don't know if you guys have been noticing this, but there has been a wave of attacks.
Kyle.
A wave of attacks against ruling class elites. And it's been happening. It's been like rapidly increasing by the day. So it's happening, man. Workers are erupting across this country. Warehouses are burning. Billionaires are being targeted. So as JP Hill says here, warehouses burnt down, a Molotov cocktail thrown at Sam Altman's house, a politician's home shot at because they supported a data center, a spree of attacks on the ruling class appears to have begun. Every attacker will now be deemed a terrorist by our government and by the entire ruling class. That's inevitable. But what the ruling class desperately doesn't want you to know is that they made this moment inevitable. Their greed has made so many people so destitute and desperate that people across America resorting to lashing out was bound to happen. What the rich and powerful don't want is for you to look at the underlying causes of these acts. And here's an image of one of the warehouses that was set on fire. And so when people looked at Luigi, and some people were shocked by the reaction of people basically being like kind of sympathetic to Luigi, that was a harbinger of things to come. That was a warning. This is not an isolated incident, and this is not an isolated reaction among a group of deranged individuals. This is like everybody I know has a horror story when it comes to dealing with health insurance companies in this country. Every single person I know. And so, yeah, the reaction was, well, the guy who Luigi killed is a criminal, and he's got the blood of thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of innocent people on his hands, because his, United Healthcare was like objectively one of the worst in terms of their rejection rates for claims. And so everybody's reaction was like, well, it's kind of nuanced, right? Because the guy who was killed is a criminal and was directly involved in basically the deaths of a lot of innocent people. And like, yeah, Luigi killed the guy, but I mean, it's a dirty business, right? You're involved in a business where you have blood on your hands, so people didn't like feel all that horrible for this guy getting killed by Luigi. And that should have been a wake-up call to everybody. And in fact, for a little bit it was. In fact, what happened was, in the wake of that, every single insurance company, health insurance company, like immediately started approving all the different claims like overnight. There was like a long streak of like just approve everything. Why? Because they didn't want to end up like the executive who got killed. They didn't want to end up like that. And so, but that was just the beginning, because this country is just squeezing people more and more and more and more. And now we're at the point where you burn down a warehouse and, one of the people said something like, all you had to do was pay us a living wage. And then that was then echoing around online endlessly. There's another example here that I wanted to share with you. Take a look. Sam Altman's home targeted in second attack. Early Sunday morning, a car stopped and appears to have fired a gun at the Russian Hill home of OpenAI's CEO, according to a newly obtained police report. So it's a workers' revolt. It's an anti-Epstein class revolt. And it's also anti-AI.
For too long, my country, the wealthiest nation in a continent which is not wealthy, failed to carry out its full responsibilities to its sister republics. We have now accepted that responsibility. In the same way, those who possess wealth and power in poor nations must accept their own responsibilities. They must lead the fight for those basic reforms which alone can preserve the fabric of their societies. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Thank you, everybody, for telling me I was muted. Somehow I did not notice that, like a big dummy. There we go, Kyle Kalinske. Covering the seeming trend erupting in warehouses across the country. And against the ruling elites. But as JFK Jr. said in his first anniversary of the Alliance for Progress, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. The more that these psychopaths try to cling to their billions and avoid the reforms that are necessary to make society a place where everybody can live a sustainable fucking life, then these sorts of things are almost undoubtedly going to continue to happen as society continues to break down. People continue to have less access to the things that they had before. Continue to see a bleaker and bleaker future while the AI billionaires continue to benefit from the thing that is actively destroying society. Like, it's hard, I feel like it's hard to be so oblivious to that fact. But I don't think they're actually oblivious. I think that's why they're all building bunkers for themselves. I think they know that they are actively fomenting some kind of a revolt in the way that they're acting. Every one of their actions seems to push us further and further towards society where literally only they hold the power and the rest of the planet sits by and watches. I mean, we're already basically living in that world right now. You can only hear the clips. I know, I get it. I see it now. I see that now. Thank you, everybody, for letting me know. I'm going to intentionally listen to myself. Yeah, right. No, that was not intentional. I think I thought I unmuted myself. Like I turned it off for a second to do something, hoping not to bother anybody with the sounds in the background, and just forgot to unmute. This is why I need the light. We gotta start crowdfunding that on Throne. I have come up with a solution for this, but haven't pulled the... Well, fact is we got other things to deal with right now. Okay. Well, let's talk about AI a little bit with Taylor Lorenz. from yesterday.
We've seen the court cases where people are saying, hey, I told the cops I didn't want to turn over the footage on my neighbor, so they came back with a warrant for that footage and the footage of my own home, the footage of the inside of my home, the footage possibly even from people's bedroom.
For years, Silicon Valley has peddled the idea of disruptive innovation, moving fast and breaking things, going max. They promise the public quick and easy fixes to their biggest problems, but somehow those solutions almost never come to fruition. Albert Fox Kahn is a legal scholar and founder of the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project. He's also the author of the new book, Move Slow and Upgrade: The Power of Incremental Innovation. Today, he's joining me to talk about some of Silicon Valley's most disastrous innovations and how the move fast, break things ethos of tech is hurling us all into a hellscape. Hi, Albert. Welcome.
Thank you for having me back.
Okay, so to start off, I feel like we're all familiar by now with this idea of like moving fast and breaking things. I remember seeing posters about this at Meta's old headquarters in the Facebook offices. I was actually at the Facebook F8 when he, I think, made that original declaration. It was like a decade ago. Why is this such a dangerous philosophy for tech? I mean, obviously, the concept of breaking things does not sound good when it's technology that we rely on, but why is this sort of idea of like moving quickly and innovating even just dangerous?
Tech companies have been telling us for years that we need to move fast and break things, and they moved fast and they broke a lot of things. They broke essential public infrastructure. They broke trust. They broke a lot of the ways our democracy works. And in this book, we're talking about how we're often told that our only choices are either invest in this radical concept of innovation on the one hand or accept the status quo on the other. But what we do is we look at all these ways that over the years, innovation hasn't been this like eureka moment. It's actually been the slow, incremental, boring work of refining existing systems, investing in proven solutions, and incrementally upgrading the status quo. And so we're just challenging that innovation narrative and all the ways that Silicon Valley has just broken things over the years.
That doesn't sound as profitable. Is that like the main issue here, is that they just want to like maximize profits?
Well, this is the thing. It's more profitable on average, right? It's the difference between investing $1 in a savings account and putting it in a lottery ticket, right? Venture capitalists keep telling us, well, we need to invest in these groundbreaking changes because one of them will revolutionize the world. And yes, so many of these companies will fail. Yes, so many of them will go by the wayside. But this is how things advance. But what we detail is that actually, oftentimes for public policymakers, for corporate leaders, for just people facing these sort of tech choices in our daily lives, the best options are oftentimes the boring analog ones. And part of what we're trying to show is that rather than thinking that the boring option is somehow outmoded or that you're losing out on the chance for change, the boring option is often going to be the safest long-term bet. But there isn't as much of an investment upside in the extreme cases. And this.
Yeah, I think part of the problem, part of the reason, one of the things I suppose fueling this ridiculous hype cycle or whatever you want to call it is the pre-existing hype cycles that this late stage capitalist global economy has been going through, right? Like, and these billionaires just keep trying to find the next thing rather than focusing in on what they have, rather than trying to make that as good as they can for consumers. As we know, every time they do the same thing every time, right? They give out a product for free, one that people really like. Then, immediately, shortly after they realize everybody's on their app, they start shitifying it immediately, making it worse for consumers and better for advertisers, and, paywalling this and paywalling that, and all these other sorts of things, right? Like, get you into it and then get your money, right? Like, and that's like over and over and over again, the story of this. And that has sort of already sort of like worn itself out to some degree. They've already enshittified basically everything. There's nothing left to enshitify. So at this point, they just need to replace the inputs that are preventing them from continuing to profit as much as they have in the past type cycles by just basically replacing humans, all those human inputs with robots at this point. Because that's the only way to solve it. Because they've already enshittified everything. They've already sucked every penny, every micro penny, every, thousandth of a penny out of absolutely everything that they can, I feel like. And they've realized this. And AI is the only answer to them. Rather than just sticking to those products and actually just trying to make them good for the users, they're just like, no, we just need something new, something that'll continue to churn out profits. Hopefully, at least that's what's in their minds, right? They think that's what it's going to do. It's going to bring about all of this great prosperity or whatever. But as we've seen in practice, that those profits aren't actually there, right? Like Sora 2 shut down because they were spending more money on each new video than they were actually making.
Sort of hype cycle relies on us constantly chasing those extremes.
Yeah, I know. I feel like it's just this like mentality of like beating the markets and like getting that next quarter's number better than the previous quarter's number. Never mind if that like screws over long-term growth. I mean, honestly, I feel like the metaverse reminds me of this, where like they forced the metaverse out. It was supposed to be this thing. It was like used to kind of bolster corporate profits. And then it's like, whatever even happened to that? Like it just kind of fell apart. It was messy. I don't know if it was like harmful necessarily, but it just seemed like just a waste of everyone's time.
100%. And so we have a chapter on the metaverse where we detail the ways that, Mark Zuckerberg renamed his whole company. You saw multi-billion-dollar acquisitions. You saw Microsoft doing this huge gaming play, claiming that this was their entree into the metaverse. And at the end of it, billions of dollars wasted on this vision of the future that was laughable. And it's not just a matter of armchair quarterbacking the decisions after they go off the rails. We're showing the ways that people knew at the time these metaverse pivots were happening that it was never going to work out. And
I just thought to myself, do you know why this idea made sense to Mark Zuckerberg? It's because he is as awkward as AI, right? As like the real Mark Zuckerberg is as off-putting as like an avatar, right? Like it's hard actually. When I was looking at this clip, I was like, is that the real Mark Zuckerberg or is that an AI Mark Zuckerberg avatar? Hard to tell because they both act like straight up inhuman.
And it's not just a matter of armchair quarterbacking the decisions after they go off the rails. We're showing the ways that people knew at the time these metaverse pivots were happening that it was never going to work out. And it's not just a really great way to have a bit of schadenfreude about the misadventures of Mark Zuckerberg and these other tech giants, but to kind of learn from that experience and not get hoodwinked again when we see the next play for the future. So, we look at, Apple Vision Pro and how, here you have Apple, iconic company. It is associated with revolutionizing so many forms of technology. And the Vision Pro came out and it's like, what is the use case for this? It's not that there isn't a killer app. There isn't a fundamental utility. You see this idea that you're going to create an augmented reality world around your home. And yes, you can instantly see how that could be cool in a science fiction novel. But when you're putting on the tech and seeing that you get a nauseating flicker every time you walk, it's dead on arrival. And we see that sort of mistake with the metaverse in so many of these corporate acquisitions and so many of these product launches.
Yeah. We've given these people just an incredible amount of power, and Congress has done nothing to curtail it. All right, I'm going to skip ahead in this vid.
The history of people being surveilled for their own good, quote unquote, only for that information to be used against them, is long and heartbreaking. And that's where I think the solution being put forward, the innovation being put forward, is just not fit for purpose.
I mean, I think it's also just so important to note that, like, as we know, there are a lot of well-documented issues in society that are affecting children and are affecting adults, are affecting people's mental health. There is absolutely no effort to address any of those, which are significantly more impactful than, like, even the studies that, like, Jonathan Haidt cites, like, are not, like, it's like 0.05 percentage points or something. It's, like, essentially negligible, you know, so much of this. And there are things that have real harm to people that could do a lot more that we're not addressing. And so that just to me shows that this is not a real good faith effort to improve youth mental health, you know?
I really do think this like knee-jerk surveillance innovation response cycle that we have to so many different problems, it keeps failing us, right? So take, for example, the way that ring surveillance, was supposed to be this breakthrough in home safety, that if you just put all of these internet-enabled cameras, that it would be this magical force field, this deflector dish against, anyone who was seeking to come into your property. And when we actually have seen people ask Ring for anything to substantiate that their technology worked, their case falls apart, And when we've looked at independent research on this, it's actually, there are some cases where Ring installation correlates with increases in crime, increases in theft. But why did we get sold this in the first place? It's because, Amazon was delivering all of these packages that was putting in unsecured locations that was leading to an increase in, package thefts, which then justified the surveillance response. So Amazon owned.
It's kind of crazy to think about it like that. But when you do it, it makes perfect sense. Amazon tried to sell people devices to solve their own business problem. Think about that right now. They tried to get people to pay all over the planet, really, to solve a logistical issue that they were, in fact, the reason for. Hey, if you pay us for Blink security camera, that's going to solve all those package thefts that's happening.
Solution to the problem they're creating, but it doesn't actually protect anyone in the process. And what we've seen is, we're in an era where not only do those cameras fail to somehow magically ward off anyone who wants to do ill, but they become a potential tool against the homeowner when they're just one court order away from being used against them by law enforcement, by ICE. We see this vast, set of collaborations between law enforcement agencies and Ring to help provide access to that video footage. So now suddenly the camera that you're installing in your living room in the hopes that somehow it will prevent a break-in is breaking into your most intimate moments whenever, the government wants to peer in, which sounds obviously conspiratorial and, very much.
It sounds literally Orwellian. That's what it sounds like. All right. Let's keep talking about AI a little bit with Senator Bernie Sanders. Who's got some things to say on the topic.
The experts are telling us that AI and robotics is going to have a huge impact on every worker in America.
As Senator Sanders says, this is the most fundamental change that has happened in society, certainly in my lifetime, and maybe in all of history. You would think that the greatest country of the world would stop and say, what do we do about this? Not just let 5 or 10 gazillionaires have carte blanche to do whatever they want. We would say, what should we do in society?
It's really simple. Will you stand with workers in this AI future, or will you let big tech and the billionaires upend our jobs, our livelihoods, our rights, and our dignity?
So here's what I know. AI will not and AI cannot
replace the dedication of those who have answered the call to become educators, nor will it replace our professional expertise.
I want to be clear about this. AI will either work for the working class or it will not work at all. That is the ultimatum. You know, the AI transition is about two simple questions. How much value does our labor create? And the second question is who benefits?
We have the humanity. This is the moment to do it. Senator Sanders is completely right about putting a moratorium on the building of the data centers. And that is not about stopping progress of building big buildings. That is about saying that we're not going to take one step forward until the regulation is in place. And unless that regulation is in place, then AI is not working for any of us, and we're going to stop working until AI works for us.
And yes, these big tech guys have unlimited amounts of money and have extraordinary power. But I have absolute confidence that when we stand together, we are going to beat them, and we're going to use these technologies to improve life for all people rather than making billionaires even wealthier. Thank you all so much for being here.
Well, there we go. Bernie Sanders holding a press conference to talk about the bleak AI future that we will be living in very soon if we don't do something to regulate it. And that it must benefit the workers rather than the billionaire oligarchs. And unfortunately, I'm afraid we're hurtling towards the latter rather than the former. But of course, part of the reason for that is we have a billionaire oligarch running the country. We have a tech oligarch running the country. I just want everybody to understand this, okay? Donald Trump is a multi-billionaire tech oligarch. He runs a social media platform called Truth Social. He owns a crypto exchange. What more do you need? He's a tech oligarch. He doesn't understand how any of these things work, but he owns all of them and he benefits from them explicitly. Him and his family, of course. Let's go to PBS News, talk about the profits in the presidency.
In his second administration, President Trump's family, including his son-in-law Jared Kushner and sons Eric and Don Jr., are expanding their business ventures, earning hundreds of millions of dollars and prompting fresh concerns about influence peddling and conflicts of interest. Here again is Liz Landers.
This past weekend, as top American representatives descended upon Pakistan for peace talks with Iran, the U.S. team, led by Vice President J.D. Vance and Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff, also included the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. He's emerged as one of the administration's key foreign policy advisors, even though the White House confirms he holds no official government position.
Technically, I have not joined the administration, so I'm still just a volunteer like other businessmen who volunteer to help the government when asked.
A volunteer tasked with negotiating sensitive matters of war and peace. His full-time job is running a multi-billion-dollar venture capital firm, Affinity Partners. And that company has raised billions of dollars almost entirely from the Middle East, the same region where Kushner is currently negotiating.
I would just like to point out that's probably fucking illegal. He has not taken an oath to this country. He is not an elected representative. He's not cleared even, I don't think. I don't think he has a security clearance for much of what he's doing. But he's just running around with the Trump administration doing whatever the fuck he wants because he's his son. Think about that for a second. What if Hunter Biden had done that? Ask yourselves that question. What do you think would have happened if Joe Biden had taken Hunter Biden around with him everywhere he went? Or even not, or send Hunter Biden on his behalf all over the country and all over the world. I mean, to speak with world leaders and represent the United States government. Not as an actual representative of the government, just some guy. He's just there, just a businessman volunteering his time.
Call a crackhead.
On behalf of the president. Kushner founded Affinity Partners in 2021 after the first Trump administration and when his role as an official White House advisor had ended. Maureen Farrell with the New York Times has been tracking his business deals.
He had a close relationship with Mohammed bin Salman during the first Trump administration. Very shortly after he left the administration, Jared Kushner went back to Saudi Arabia, this time as a fundraiser. And Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, or PIF, invested $2 billion into Jared Kushner's investment fund.
When Trump returned to the White House in January 2025, Kushner and his wife Ivanka Trump did not come back to Washington. But then last summer, Kushner was dispatched by the president to work on the war in Gaza. He and Witkoff met with regional leaders and successfully brokered a peace agreement to end the fighting and secure the release of hostages. After that deal was struck in October, Kushner was asked during a 60 Minutes interview about his potential conflicts of interest. He said in part,
"What people call conflicts of interest, Steve and I call experience and trusted relationships that we have throughout the world. If Steve and I didn't have these deep relationships..."
Some people call blatant corruption. What some people call blatant corruption, me and Steve just call sweet, sweet business experience. That comment should fucking disturb everyone, okay? What you consider to be a corrupt act, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the golfing buddy and son-in-law of Donald Trump, they just see that as experience. Think about that for 1 second. So Jared Kushner sees corruption as experience that's helping him out in what he's doing now. Think about that for 1 second. I mean, if we just by the transitive property here, it would suggest that Jared is doing corrupt acts now. So all of the corrupt things about him are actually benefits because he's doing corruption right now. Very helpful.
The deal that we were able to help get done that freed these hostages would not have occurred.
2 months later, Kushner and Witkoff traveled to Russia to meet with President Vladimir Putin to discuss a ceasefire in the war with Ukraine.
What continues to amaze me is...
And earlier this year, Kushner accompanied his father-in-law during a trip to Davos, Switzerland, for the high-flying World Economic Forum, a who's who of business elites and world leaders. In a regulatory filing last month, Kushner's affinity partners reported more than $6.1 billion in assets. About 99% of those assets belong to non-U.S. investors, with most of the funds tied to Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. And Affinity Partners was looking to raise more. Farrell was first to report in the New York Times in March that Kushner had held preliminary talks with the Saudis about raising billions of additional dollars for Affinity Partners.
He's out there negotiating peace deals with governments, working with various governments in the Middle East. He's already been working with them in the private sector, investing their funds and getting big fees from these governments. So it raises all sorts of questions about who is he working for? How does he draw the lines as this is all happening?
It would seem Jared Kushner's just out there to represent himself. He's doing whatever the hell he wants. He's not there to represent anyone but Jared. I mean, there's no evidence that he's out there to help anybody but himself. Like I said, hasn't taken an oath to the Constitution to serve the American people. He's not an elected representative. He's not even an official representative of the U.S. government. He's representing himself and his family. At best, it's him, and he's representing the Trumps, essentially. That would be the most, I mean, generous way I could
In a statement to PBS NewsHour, Affinity Partners acknowledged Kushner did speak with Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund about raising new money, but only because it has an agreement to give the Saudis right of first refusal. Quote, Affinity had early conversations with its anchor investor and does not intend to take any additional capital while Jared is volunteering for the government.
Its anchor investor, the government of Saudi Arabia. Yes, that's good. So their most important investor is the Saudi royal family. I'm sure that won't affect any of his actions while negotiating on behalf of the United States, supposedly, while at these talks in Iran. Or not in Iran, but on Iran. Because he has been there for those two. For whatever fucking reason, Slender
An
Man is
SEC-registered
everywhere.
investment firm, Affinity has abided by all laws and regulations and will continue to do so.
Bullshit.
As a government volunteer and
That's
not
a
an
lie.
employee, Kushner is exempt from the usual financial disclosure laws. But Democratic members of Congress are still pressing the administration to answer whether Kushner is using his influence for personal financial gain. In a March 19th letter to the White House, Senator Ron Wyden and Representative Robert Garcia wrote, quote, "His actions raise the potential for Mr. Kushner to be subject to conflicts of interest, which could threaten the security of the American people." And Kushner isn't the only member of the Trump family expanding their business interests. What? In their father's first term, President Trump's sons, Don Jr. and Eric, mostly focus on managing the family business, the Trump Organization's portfolio of hotels, golf resorts, and other real estate. But not anymore.
I remember that. I remember that time. Remember that? When the Trump administration was pretending to care about the law? You know, remember that? And the Constitution? And they were like, oh, don't worry. I've divested myself from my businesses. All my sons are taking care of it. I mean, just on its face, it was a joke. But, like, I love that we've gotten past that now. And they're just outwardly being corrupt and dealing with, like, yeah, whatever. I mean, it's just wild. Do you all remember that when they were trying to pretend like somehow his two fail sons running his businesses was somehow a divestment from his personal financial assets? Like, it was a joke then, but now it seems so quaint. Oh God, in comparison to what we're dealing with now, it seems so, what's the word? Oh God, I can't put my finger on it.
Kyle Kahn Mullins is a reporter for Forbes.
What changed? Well, what changed is that Donald Trump won the White House again, and the Trumps have kind of stopped caring about the appearance of conflicts of interest.
He has said since 2024...
Serious, it's
the
exactly
Trump
what
sons
it
have been
is.
Aggressive.
They're like, fuck it, who cares? Who gives a shit? That's exactly, like, it's more work than it's
He
worth.
has said since 2024, the Trump sons have been aggressively investing in a host of emerging technologies, like cryptocurrency, where deregulation has significantly boosted the Trump sons' fortunes. But it's a handful of other new business ventures that have been raising the most attention lately. As the war in Iran escalated in the past month, the urgent need for the U.S. to scale up its drone technology came into sharper focus. We learned Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump have invested in at least 3 drone companies since 2024.
A what now?
The most recent deal involves drone maker Power Us, which announced last month it would merge with a golf course holding company backed by the Trump sons, with plans to create a new publicly traded company. As Power Us looks to
Oh my God, did everybody just hear that? Okay, just in case you missed that, I just want to repeat what was just said by PBS News. The Trump sons have started a military drone technology company that merged with a Trump family golf course holding company. So it's a half golf course holding company, half military drone manufacturer. Oh, wow. Oh.
into military drone technology, it will compete for government contracts under the Pentagon's $1.1 billion Drone Dominance Initiative. After the Trump administration in December banned all new foreign-made drones, citing national security. Power Us has also been pitching drone interceptors.
Remember that? I remember that and actually taking them at face value on that because they all hate China so much, and China, DJI is like one of the main manufacturers of drone tech, or at least but like it's insane. This is amazing. I cannot believe that they banned foreign-made drones. It would seem not because of actual national security risks, but because the Trump boys were getting invested into the space. Oh my God. Hunter Biden laptop, anybody? Burisma, anybody? I mean, holy fuck. The level of corruption is unprecedented.
Several Gulf nations to help them ward off Iranian drone attacks. positioning Power Us and the Trump sons to potentially profit from a war their father began. And as that war continues to spike global energy prices, the Trump sons' investment in nuclear fusion power has...
What I do love, though, is as Trump's presidency has gone on, the calls for the Hunter Biden laptop have grown very quiet. And my sense is it's because they realize that their desire for that is based upon a level of corruption that is utterly trounced by what we've seen in the first year of the Trump presidency. I think they're like, maybe this isn't the thing we should go after right now. Financial corruption in the White House, maybe not the best talking point for Republicans right now. Also, Carl Schmidt, thank you for the sweet super chat. Let's be clear, the tech oligarchy was envisioned and enacted by Jeff E. and Les Wexner and their friends in the 80s and 90s.
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Attention to.
The Trump Media and Technology Group is announcing plans to merge with TAE Technologies. That is a fusion power company.
Late last year, President Trump's social media company, in which his son, Don Jr., is a member of the board, agreed to merge with TAE Technologies in a deal that would create one of the first publicly traded nuclear fusion companies. The deal is valued at more than $6 billion. The company said they intend to begin construction on the first utility-scale fusion power plant later this year.
By the way, in case anybody is not clear what this is, Trump Media and Technology Group is also known as DJT on the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, also known as Truth Social, or at least the parent company of Truth Social. So now Truth Social is Truth Social is going to be a half social media company, half nuclear fusion company. What in the fuck?
This is ridiculous!
Let's remember, Donald Trump has not divested himself from DJT. He personally owns shares in this company. The majority, or at least the largest portion, I think. I don't know if it's the majority anymore, but I'm fairly certain, at least at this time, or at least as of the last time we were talking about Truth Social's financials, he was the largest shareholder for True Social, a multi-billion-dollar social media company. Every time you see an ad on True Social, Trump makes money.
Construction on the first utility-scale fusion power plant later this year. But first, TAE needs to prove fusion power can work at scale. Scientists have spent decades trying to harness fusion, the process that powers the sun, and progress has been incremental at best. Don Jr. has also taken an active role in a range of business activities that fall outside the scope of the Trump Organization. Since 2024, he has joined the boards of 4 companies and has been named an advisor to 6 others.
Why do you think he's involved with so many different organizations and businesses?
So Don Jr., he's a man in demand. He has always been the more politically active, more politically connected of the two brothers. So if you're a company that's looking to get into the good graces of the federal government, why would you not hire the president's outspoken son?
While they sometimes appear at White House events, Eric and Donald Trump Jr. are not government officials and are not subject to federal ethics rules or disclosure requirements.
It is insane how much money they are funneling to themselves right now. A lot of it on the backs of their own supporters. The Trump fortune was not even $1 billion before he got to his presidency, right? Like the first presidency, Trump won. But now the whole family is in on it. Trump boys making millions and millions of dollars, 10xing their wealth since the second Trump presidency started. It's fucking insane. They've made literally hundreds of millions of dollars, each of them. Each of them has made hundreds of millions of dollars. What they've been up to here. Basically just using their father's influence to get wealthier. They're already wealthy. They already had more money than basically, I'm assuming, everybody listening at this point before any of this even started. You know, they're already stupid fucking rich. Trump Bibles are the best Bibles, that's right. You can buy a Trump Bible for somewhere between $80 and $1,000. And make me and my boys even more money. So we can buy another golf course that we won't let you on because, sorry, you're wearing the wrong shirt. Wrong shirt, no entrance. Nope, not gonna do it. I'm sorry, your tuxedo t-shirt, not good enough. In fact, if you keep asking, we're gonna send you right to jail. Now, while the Trump administration and the Trump family, all of these people, because it really it's not just the Trump and the Trump family, right? The entire Trump administration has been actively trying to enrich themselves. It was the most wealthy administration to, I think, ever have been assembled in history. Actually, I can almost guarantee that. But like people like Kristi Noem, who funneled $250 million to her friend. Like, I mean, it's insane. There's no way that she's not getting a cut of that. Like, shut up. You shut up right now. Holy fuck. Well, while we talk about that, all the corruption in the Trump administration and family, we should talk about one man who's using his office to not enrich himself, but in fact enrich his constituents.
What you talking about?
I'm of course talking about the one and only Zoran Mamdani, who was seen speaking at an apartment workers' rally amid a possible strike of doormen and desk people. Well, there you go. One day later, you'll be shocked to hear that the NYC Building Workers Union reached a tentative agreement with management to avert that strike. Eyewitness News ABC 7, 10 hours ago.
Breaking news, a tentative deal that could keep 34,000 building workers from walking off the job.
That deal with the union that represents doormen, porters, and handymen comes less than 48 hours after the workers authorized a strike to potentially walk off a job as early as Tuesday. Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo live in Midtown, where both sides spoke just a short time ago. Anthony?
Well, that's right, and both sides called this a win, most importantly for the 1.5 million New York City residents who no longer have to worry about their doormen, their porters, and their supers walking off the job. But certainly for those 34,000 building workers themselves who were threatening that strike, they do appear to have won on every important front. The new 4-year contract gives them a $4.50 hourly wage increase, a 15% increase on their pensions, and most importantly, an issue that we are told was on the table until the very last minute. Their health care benefits, fully paid by their employers, remain intact with no premium sharing. Building workers had been rallying ahead of this potential strike and had received powerful political support. Today, they said Mayor Mamdani's support meant a lot because the best way, they say, to address affordability is to raise wages. As for the people on the other side of this, the building owners who say they were up against rising costs, well, the Realty Advisory Board representing them says they were able to come up with some creative solutions to save money without hurting their workers. For example, a health fund holiday, which would provide a temporary break for employers, which in this case pay their employees' premiums.
Well, there you go. Big deal struck between the building workers union and management. Tentative agreement announced, including, I believe, a $3.50 an hour raise over the period of the deal. And as they mentioned, the no change to their health benefits or the way that they have to pay for them. Big moves from Mamdani, but that wasn't it. That wasn't all that was going on in New York City. Kathy Hochul signaled her potential willingness to join with Mamdani on calling for a pied-à-terre tax in New York City, which would raise taxes on second homes not lived in New York City for the majority of the year, worth $5 million or more, affecting basically no one, and bringing much-needed tax revenue.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Two questions.
Please.
Can you talk to us about the cost of this and how the city was able to navigate its current budget shortfall to allocate funds for this? And
was it 450 Cornvette? Thank you for the correction. You're talking like you're one of the doormen. My God, you came in with that correction fast. I wasn't sure if it was 350 or 450. I couldn't remember. I just threw one out. I wasn't expecting somebody to actually know with that level of certainty. Impressive. New chatter, welcome. Didn't even see you follow. 20 minutes ago, what was I doing?
And then what can you say to New Yorkers, second question, about the process for high-density residential buildings? I know that's further down the line, but can you just speak to those two things, please?
Yes, absolutely. So I'll let the sanitation commissioner add a little bit more to the process for high density, but I think just to lay it out, we have about, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, 70% of trash in New York City is containerized at this point. This is addressing the remaining 30%. These are the larger scale residential buildings that right now are putting their trash out in bags. And as growing up in New York City, we've become accustomed to this. But I think, frankly, there's too much in our politics that we exceptionalize, saying that this is just how it is in New York City. It doesn't have to be this way. We look at cities across the world. This is not how they live. And though this isn't how we have to live either. And to your first point, we are adding about $15 million in the city's expense budget for next year. We're adding about $35.5 million in capital funding over the course of both this fiscal year and next fiscal year. Now, we are facing, as you brought up, a generational fiscal crisis. We are facing right now a $5.4 billion fiscal deficit. We are encouraged by the nature of conversations that we're having with Albany. We've already seen that yield a new revenue proposal of a pied-à-terre tax that would tax the wealthiest of the wealthy across this city. And as I think you can see, everyone who's clapping here doesn't own a second home worth more than $5 million while they reside somewhere else outside of the city. And we know that as we tackle that, we also are
Just
doing
an extra $5 million home. Can you imagine having an extra $5 million home? That's not the one I live in. You know, I got a nicer place, right? Like, that's basically what it is. It's like, I don't live in it. It's just, it's a place for me to go when I'm bored of my other mansion.
While ensuring we're fulfilling our commitment to New Yorkers that we are never going to compromise essential services. Trash is one of the things that New Yorkers wake up in the morning and expect city government to be able to respond to. You've heard from our council members the deep appreciation that New Yorkers have for the hardworking men and women of DSNY. We want their jobs to also be a little bit easier. They don't need to be picking up every single trash bag. They can also be dealing with modern technology for a modern city. And
yes, indeed. Big new fancy trash cans unveiled as well. Although I think this, I hate to take anything away from Zoran, but I think that this policy, I think it was because of the rats. I think it was a response to Pizza Rat from Eric Adams, if I recall correctly. It's just finally being actually implemented. Like, he said he was going to do it, but he never got to it. But now Zoran's actually made it happen. So actually, yeah, I'm not going to take it away from Zoran. He still gets credit. Okay. Yes. Well, we can't stop talking about the pied-à-terre tax, because it affects a number of very wealthy individuals around the country, including the President of the United States, who, as it turns out, is very upset about Zoran's decision to tax him. Because, of course, as we all, I would assume, know, Trump owns a number of properties in New York, including Trump Tower, which is, I don't know exactly what it's worth, but it's certainly going to, I think, affect him among... That's not the only property that's going to affect him, but I guess my point is it's going to affect him. It's going to affect all of his billionaire buddies with properties that they don't live in. You know, it's going to be awkward for them, but c'est la vie. And it's so sad because it was, what was it, like a little longer now. Like, it was like 3 months ago, right? And Trump had, god damn, the last 3 months have been fucked up. It was actually less than 3 months, wasn't it? All right, it was like 3 months when Zoran, he showed up to the White House, and Trump was actually, I don't know why everybody doesn't like this guy. He's really great. I think he's going to make New York great again.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Mayor Mamdani brushing off a social media attack by the president about his taxing policies, even as he defended a new tax on luxury second homes to close his budget gap. But political reporter Marcia Kramer wonders if the new tax hits a little too close to home for the commander-in-chief.
President Trump's posh, multi-million-dollar penthouse triplex in Trump Tower is a second home for a man who lists his Mar-a-Lago estate as his legal residence, making him a prime target to pay the new pied-à-terre tax Mayor Mamdani wants to help close his budget. So it's not a surprise when shortly after the tax was unveiled, the president let loose, slamming the man he's been so chummy with. Mayor Mamdani is destroying New York, the president posted on social media. The tax policies are so wrong.
So wrong. Very nasty. Mayor Mamdani charging me, the president, more money on my second home in New York. That's Melania's home, okay? Look, she doesn't live with me in Mar-a-Lago. She lives in New York. And now I have to pay more for her place? Come on. This is ridiculous. Sorry, hold on. I gotta bring up the full truth. I'm trying to do that right now. Oh, God. No, don't do it. Don't do it. You better be... Okay, thank God. Oh, God, I hate... There's so many ads on this fucking site. The worst fucking site. Oh, wait, before we do that, we have to watch whatever this is. What is this? Trump posted his truth, pinned it to his page from 5 hours ago, entitled, "Anyone
We're
Sick
going to win
of
so
Winning
much,
Yet?"
you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Yeah, I love how he decided to post that today as his numbers continue to slip. I'm sure it has nothing to do with that. Are you tired of winning yet? Well, guess what? I'm going to keep going. I think people are getting tired of whatever Trump conceives of winning because it's not going well for the rest of America. God, I hate this website. This is the fucking worst website on the fucking planet. How is this only 3 hours of posts? I don't understand. This is only 3 hours ago. What the fuck? Alert! In a bombshell development that nobody saw coming, Russia is willing to start trading with the United States in dollars again. And China is freaking out. Oh, hold on. If we're going to do this, hold on. I got to do this. Got to go over here. Boop. And there we go. Bombshell development nobody saw coming. Russia's going to start trading in US dollars again. Totally true. Everybody's saying it. Retruth, Trump has been cleared of his impeachment. Trump has been cleared of the Russia collusion hoax. Now it's time to nail the traitors to the wall that stole the 2020 election. Ooh, what's this? The Russia collusion hoax.
The CIA knew Hillary started the Russia collusion story and then went in and told Barack Obama.
Reposting Jesse Waters.
He looks good.
My favorite.
And he looks hard.
Oh, Jesse. What a great guy. Everybody loves him. Look, gas prices are much lower than under Biden. Everybody's saying. Trust Trump, not panic cans. Oh, we're back to panic cans. Panic can time, no more panic cans. Oh my God. Wait, what was that? Was Reed Hastings forced to leave Netflix board because he's a sleazebag? What was his crime? And how many did he commit? President Xi is very happy with the Strait of Hormuz is open and or rapidly opening. Our meeting in China will be a special one and potentially historic. Capital H. I look forward to being with President Xi. Much will be accomplished. President Donald J. Trump. Your president. Thank you for attending attention to this matter. Where the hell is this Zoran tweet? I can't remember. Goddamn Joe Central, very terrible website. Even I'll say it, might maybe one of the worst websites alive. But I make a lot of money. So, you win some, you lose some. God damn it. Where in the hell is this tweet? I'm truthing so much it's hard to remember what I've said. They were not there for us. Spain's leftist government has closed Spanish airplanes to the U.S. planes carrying out... What? That's not it. Spanish leftist government has closed Spanish airspace to U.S. planes carrying out missions against Iran. In addition to denying Washington use of its bases, the defense minister said Monday. Very nasty. They were not there for us, we will remember. Brad Stevens, New York Times, past generations could see how well this war has gone. Compared with the ones they were compelled to fight at a frightening cost, they would marvel at their posterity's comparative good fortune. They would marvel, too, at our inability to appreciate the advantages we now possess. So great. Everyone's saying it. All right, screw it. Screw it. I don't have time. I don't have time for this. We don't have time. Show Social is a completely unmanageable, unnavigable website. It's my fault. But I make a boatload of money. Every time somebody has to go on there, I make money. Oh, there you go. Donald Trump. Coming at Zoran Mamdani on Truth Social. Over the fact that the new billionaire tax in New York is going to affect him. A poor billionaire. And saying a bunch of other unhinged things on Truth Social as well. I don't even know what to comment on because there were so many dumb things said. Truly a mystery. Which one should be addressed first? I'm just going to move on. Well, not quite. We're going to keep talking about that tax. But from the president to the Pope of the Jews. Ben Shabibo.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Let me go ahead and play for you his announcement that he posted on Twitter.
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million. This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate, but who don't actually live here. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world. And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end. This tax will raise at least $500 million directly for the city. It'll help fund things like free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city, and some a little bit more than others. Happy Tax Day, New York.
So good. Everything about that was just music to my ears, including the Succession style music that was in there.
That was beautiful. 13,000 homes will be affected by that. An extraordinarily tiny slice of New York. Yes, this is redistribution. The richest of the rich will pay a little bit more to help other people. And what they're doing in owning these second homes and benefiting from the New York real estate market is manipulating the market. It's a tax haven. They are not participating in the local economy.
Yeah, let's do that math really quickly. According to NYC.gov, New York City has approximately 3.7 million total housing units. So let's see. Bust out the calculator. 13,000. Over, what was it? 1.7 million? Whatever it is. Point 7%, less than 1%. 0.7% of the homes represented the less than 1%.
Follow the rich white man.
The conservative critics are like, well, they're job creators because they go to restaurants and they hire carpenters and they hire house managers. And no, they don't live there. This is just a way to make money, just an investment. Like they have a Picasso on the wall. They have, 100,000 shares of Google. They have, a $5 million house on Park Avenue that they know is rising in value and they're not paying taxes on that.
Yeah,
Great.
they can visit and have fun when they feel like it. But they can still do that. They just have to pay a little bit more in taxes to support the city.
And while they are bringing in, this tax is bringing in $500 million, and they could have jacked it up a little bit more. They're complaining about Zoran wants to spend $30 million on a grocery store to make sure that working class New Yorkers can get food at an affordable price.
Yep. What does pied à terre translate to? A foot to ground. Sorry, I just blanked out reading other fucking things. Galactic math may be incorrect. Look, okay, I forgot the number while I was doing that. But either way, if it's more, it's not less than 1.7 million. I know that much. So it's either 0.7% or less. But pied à terre means foot to ground, which I think just basically it sort of symbolizes what they actually are, which is I have a foot on the ground right now here on this property that I own right now. I might not be living here, but look, I'm standing here right now. It must be mine. Basically. It's might be traveling, they might not be staying, but it's mine. Don't worry. Is it 3.7? Oh, so it's much less. It's 0.2. It's 0.1%. Or if it's 2.7 rather than 1.7. Or is it 3. Is it 3.7? That seems high. Hold on. Did I say 3.7? It is 3.7. Did say that. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. It was 0.3%, a third of a percent. Because he loves the kids. Exactly, Cornbet. All right, hold on. We gotta go to see what Ben Shabibo has been saying. I can't watch this whole Crystal Kwame collab right now. Don't have time for that. Where's Shabibo? Shabibo, where art thou? God damn it. Am I losing my freaking mind right now? Oh, I don't think they played a clip, did they? Son of a bitch. Oh, that's gonna fuck me up.
People tax more simply as an end in and of itself. And you want to call it revenge? Sure, fine, whatever.
Have a reason to be mad at the rich because they have manipulated the system to become wealthy, and they are hoarding wealth and not sharing it. I mean,
I might have to do this. I hate
Shapiro is interesting person to bring up. I mean, it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, well, his fortunes have fallen off in terms of his viewership in another sign of the times. And I think the fact that Hochul felt that she needed to make this deal with Zoran is also very interesting. She's been really kind of a weather vane in terms of the sentiment. I'd say she's been rather savvy. You know, she was someone, she didn't wait for Zoran to get elected to get on board. She saw the way this was going and was like, okay, I need to support him. I'm going to go and do the rally with him. And so she still is this centrist, calculating Dem, but she's recognized that he has a political base that she has to reckon with.
Well, I read that he said to her, if we don't do this multimillionaire tax, then we'll do a middle-class property tax raise. And that will affect your voters. And people will understand you are part of why we are doing this instead of taxing the ultra-wealthy. And that will affect you. And as we said before, politicians will never do anything that might affect their electoral future. So thinking,
very smart from him.
You're going to raise savvy. Taxes on my middle-class voters? No, fine, let's do it your way.
Yes, that is a good strategy. All right, since they didn't, I don't think they played a clip of Ben Shabibo here. Somehow I thought they did. We're gonna do this. We're gonna tread into the kitten's den.
Ben Shabibo. I'm out in Miami, ho. I'm out in Miami, ho. The sick glee with which he announces taxes. It has nothing to do with helping people. It has everything to do with punishing people. The thing no Democrat has ever been able to answer is what exactly represents a fair...
Oh no, Zoran's punishing people. Someone help.
Mamdoni.
When is fair enough? If the normal person were to pay a 40% tax rate and the Richie Rich were to pay a 90% tax rate, would that be fair? If, in fact, everyone were to pay a 100% tax rate, would that be fair? No Democrat can ever explain what the ideal fair tax rate is, because fair is a fungible term. It isn't...
Dude, if billionaires had to pay 100% tax rate, it would be fine. Right? I just want to, just for everybody, Ben is playing some real games with numbers here. You're not currently taxed on your assets unless they're like affixed to the ground, right? Unless they are literally the ground, right? Like unless it's land or property, you can own pretty much as much stuff as you want without incurring any taxes, right? As well as have bank accounts filled to the brim with money, billions and billions of dollars. Right, you can have, all sorts of things, art collections, card collections, whatever the fuck you want, Pokemon card collections. I don't care, you're not getting taxed for it. But income, right? Taxing income specifically, like billionaires. If we taxed billionaires at 100% every single year for the rest of my lifetime, by the time I die, assuming I die of natural causes at a later date from now, it's almost guaranteed they will still be billionaires by that point. Unless we do more to prevent them from doing it, right? Because we're talking about income that's actually shown on their taxes. And billionaires have 10,000 ways to avoid showing actual income while continuing to accrue more and more and more wealth. So yeah, I would, if we're talking about billionaires right now, Ben, I would absolutely support taxing them 100% of their income until they're no longer billionaires. And when they hit $999 million, then we'll talk.
Mean anything. Fair is in the eye of the beholder. The real key is that you are punishing and reveling in punishing rich people. That's what it's about, which is why the Democratic Party on tax day put out a tweet saying, tax the rich. Remember, not help the poor, tax the rich. That's all they care about, is taxing the rich. And the way you know that it's working is because you are making the rich
fucking
poorer.
Moron.
This is
Oh my god, he is such a fucking disingenuous piece of shit. Everything that Ben Shabibo says is a lie or an obfuscation of the truth. Like, I'll give him this much. He's a talented, rhetoricist, if you will. But beyond that, beyond the rhetorical, he's a piece of shit, right? Like, he's he's able to talk fast and say things that sound smart to stupid people. But when you actually break down the things that he's saying, none of it makes any fucking sense. Of course, we're not taxing just to punish the fucking billionaires. Society taxes so that it can function, so it can have functioning roads and hospitals and access to drinking water and energy and all sorts of other things for food, right? Like, for instance, we subsidize agriculture in this country, right? That's paid for with tax dollars so that people can have fucking food, Ben. You idiot. But of course, the tax dollars also fund social programs that Ben objects to existing. Ben Shy PP. Yes,
I'm out in Miami, ho.
All right. And that was Ben Shabibo struggling with the concept of taxing the rich. He's very upset about it. I mean, let's be real. I don't know exactly how much Ben's worth, but he's got to be like in the hundreds of millions at this point. Very wealthy man. Probably hoping to be a billionaire one day. So I think he thinks it is directed at him personally. It's certainly directed at the people who are funding his lifestyle. You know, all that billionaire Republican money floating about literally created the Daily Wire. He would not have a job if it were not for billionaires. If it were not for billionaires looking out for their own best interests, Ben Shapiro would not exist. He's still keeping it up to this day. Well, we're not going to leave New York quite yet, as Zoran's not done bringing the bennies. CBS New York yesterday. Summer's coming, but New Yorkers can get a free air conditioner through a new program.
Just in time for the hot weather, applications are now open for New York's cooling assistance benefit. If you qualify, the program can help cover the cost of an air conditioner or a fan, including installation. You could get up to $800 for a portable unit or up to $1,000 for a wall unit. Funding is limited, and it is first come, first served, and we'll have a link to apply, as well as who qualifies, on our website at CBS.
Well, there you go. Qualifying applicants could get their hands on a sweet, sweet air conditioner for this summer. And it's not just New York City, it's the whole state. Okay, next. Oh my God, what is happening? How are we 7 hours into the stream right now? This is disturbing to me. We might have to do a part 2 on this stream, people. A Saturday, a part 2 weekending report. The Saturday, I think, is on the books at this point, because we're like halfway through the stream, 7 hours in. Math ain't mathin'. Now, of course, Americans have been grappling with high fuel prices sparked by the war in Iran. Crude coming down in the last couple of days, but of course gas prices do not because they don't the same way that gas. God, I can't say words now. I'm so thrown off. Good God. What was I saying? Okay, oil prices, right? I feel like part of the reason why I'm struggling with this because I've said it so many times. I don't even want to say it again. Oh, but the point is that oil prices have come down, gas prices have not, because you have to make the gas from the oil. And so we're weeks away from seeing any benefits from lower oil prices. If they go back up, then you're basically screwed. Speaking of which, Monday is the end of the ceasefire. Just a reminder to everybody. All right, CBS New York. Let's talk about how Americans are dealing with high gas prices from yesterday.
Focus on the economy during a trip to Las Vegas. It comes as millions of Americans continue to grapple with skyrocketing fuel prices sparked by the ongoing war with Iran. Jared Hill has all the details.
President Trump is once again hinting that the war with Iran is winding down.
I view it as very close to over.
With the ceasefire set to expire Tuesday, the White House is signaling there could be another round of peace talks soon.
Those discussions are being had, but nothing is official until you hear it from us here at the White House. But we feel good about the prospects of a deal.
For now, the U.S. Navy is keeping up the pressure by blocking ships traveling to and from Iran in the Strait of Hormuz.
If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
The Pentagon says messages like these have convinced at least 10 ships to turn around since Monday. The conflict has sent U.S. gas prices soaring in recent weeks, hitting an average of $4.11 per gallon Wednesday. That's according to AAA. Disabled rideshare driver Raul Cifuentes says it's hitting how much he takes home.
Driving a lot for very little money. It feels like giving like free rides.
President Trump and his Treasury Secretary both predict prices will plummet, but on varying timelines.
Gasoline's coming down very soon and very big.
I'm optimistic that sometime between June 20th and September 20th, that we can have $3 gas again.
Meanwhile, President Trump announced overnight that the leaders of Israel and Lebanon will speak today for the first time in 3 decades, as Israel considers a possible ceasefire with Hezbollah.
And according to...
Yo, CBS is so trash. Oh my God. When they start doing like even CBS, like when CBS New York like starts doing like, this is almost definitely like coming from the top. Like, this is almost definitely like half propaganda. Israel has not been contemplating a ceasefire with Hezbollah. They've been contemplating, they were contemplating a ceasefire with Lebanon, who they were not fighting yesterday when that video came out. But in no way has Israel said they're going to stop fighting Hezbollah. Just in case anybody was confused about that. And as a result, I do worry that this thing is going to continue, even though we're seeing some little glimmers of hope in Iran. Hopes that Operation Epstein Fury might end, and that this war, all of the conflicts in the Middle East might stop as well. I am still fairly skeptical and pessimistic about that, I'm afraid. Because, like I said, ceasefire deal is supposed to end Monday, and Israel's refusing to stop its occupation of Lebanon, and is not actually in a ceasefire with Hezbollah, and like there's just still quite a few reasons why I just am struggling to see the path to peace. Maybe I'm just being too much of a pessimist, but can you blame me? Considering what we've seen so far, I think it's merely a sign of some very reasonable caution. Dr. Jang says phase 2 starts soon. Who the hell is Dr. Jang? Okay. Well. move on from the gas prices, which are hitting Americans, to talking about an industry which is robbing Americans of their money. Well, maybe robbing is a little too harsh a word. Convincing Americans to throw their money away on what is effectively an illegal gambling syndicate. And of course, talking about Polymarket.
Prediction markets have exploded.
It's so entertaining.
Platforms like Polymarket,
Polymarket.
If you had me saying potato on Polymarket, you just made a ton of money.
A few weeks ago, Polymarket reached out to More Perfect Union, wanting to collaborate. Specifically, they wanted us to integrate their odds into our reporting, to give you new insights into the issues that we cover. So naturally, before diving into a partnership, we had to do our due diligence and look a little closer at their business model and the big claims that Polymarket's CEO likes to make.
The thing that drives me is that there are billions of people who could find value in this. A diverse group of market participants is more accurate than any given expert. It's the most accurate thing we have as mankind right now, until someone else creates some sort of super crystal ball.
Kalshi, their biggest competitor, makes similar grand claims.
It actually enhances democracy in a way, it increases voter engagement.
It's actually the best mechanism to get more.
These people are deranged fucking narcissists. Okay, I just want the people who are in charge of these things, they are deranged narcissists who think that they've created a fucking, some sort of, fortune teller, some perfect fortune teller for the future. Completely infallible predictor of the events on planet Earth. It's fucking insane and deluded thinking, okay?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
About who's actually going to win.
You might see ads from them about how you'll make rent trading on their platform, or how you can quit your part-time job. Looking at how these companies pitch themselves closely is really important, because the thing is, prediction markets don't just exist in a void. They're deeply related to the larger structural problems in our economy right now. At a time when every day has a new political or economic crisis, from multiple foreign conflicts, domestic unrest, sweeping layoffs supposedly due to AI, massive budget cuts to social welfare programs, and the crippling of the American retirement, Polymarket and Kalshi are seemingly offering working class people a solution. You can regain control of the chaos, get an inside edge on our rigged economy, and stand to make tons of money. But is that true? We dug into their marketing tactics, talked to experts, and went to their grocery store to ask, will prediction markets give working people more power?
The long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion.
Or by financializing everything, are they recreating the worst aspects of the system they claim to be fighting?
Yes. Answer, yes. As you'll see here soon. All right, I'll be right back. More Perfect Union's got you covered for a second, hopefully.
To get a better idea of what Polymarket is all about, we went to a recent project of theirs that we could get behind. A totally free grocery store in New York City.
Do you know about prediction markets?
Nah, I don't know nothing about that.
I'm familiar with it, but I wouldn't say I know it fully in depth.
I've heard some tell about them. They hedge against whether you win or lose. Yeah, I don't actually like that.
They're doing good.
They're doing good. Like, everything's expensive in New York. It's good to have something like this.
So my question is, why is Polymarket trying to impress working class people with these marketing stunts? We'll get back to that later. But to get some basic definitions down, we reached out to an expert. Dustin Gauker is a seasoned journalist, an expert on the gambling industry, and writes a newsletter specifically on prediction markets. So we sat down to talk.
Prediction market is where you trade on outcomes of events in the real world, yes or no. Simple as that. Where you can bet on who's going to win an election. Is it Kamala Harris or is it Donald Trump? Who's going to win tonight's basketball game, the Lakers or the Knicks? It is that times 1,000, anything that could happen. Will there be more than 12 inches of snow in New York tomorrow? Kalshi, for instance, all contracts are $1. If something is 50-50, you're buying a contract for 50 cents. Somebody is buying the other side of your contract for 50 cents. At the end, one of you gets $1.
The idea here is that the current market price is the probability the event will happen.
In the final month of the campaign, most pollsters were saying the race was too close to call. But that was conventional wisdom. Polymarket relied on the wisdom of crowds and correctly predicted the outcome.
In theory, the financial incentives here force people to be honest. If you're wrong, you lose money, so you better be right. This is supposed to be the ultimate filter, signal from noise, the truth machine. With enough people taking part in these bets, with enough liquidity, you get more accuracy. There's no house in this transaction, as prediction market companies are really fond of reminding us. They don't care if you win or lose, unlike sports books. They're just facilitating the transaction. It's matching. Sounds almost friendly, but there's a catch to all this. For these markets to be truth machines, to get the most accurate predictions, they actually kind of need insider trading. Take a look at this market, for example. What will happen before the video game Grand Theft Auto 6 is released? A lot of people know the answer to these questions. People who work on Drake or Rihanna's teams, or who work for their record labels. Maybe you work at OpenAI and you know the release date for GPT-6. You should probably place a big bet and get some money for that knowledge. The markets are meant to price the probability of the event, so they incentivize people who have high conviction, people who have insider information, to come collect their bounty by placing big bets on sure things. Placing these bets pushes the market probability in the right direction, making the prediction market more accurate because you know the answer. But it also means, in a lot of cases, these markets are inherently unfair.
There's been advocates, including Polymarket CEO, that insider information gets us to the truth or gets us to more accurate probabilities. And honestly, not wrong. If that's the goal of a prediction market, you actually want insiders trading into it.
This is Dr. Robin Hanson, seen by many as the godfather of modern prediction markets, held up by the Polymarket CEO as the expert.
In a prediction market, there aren't investors, it's a betting market. We create the prediction market in order to learn things about the company. If the main purpose is to get more accurate prices, then basically we want as many insiders as we could. Insiders is great, please. Insider trading, it's just not really an issue for prediction markets.
Now, prediction markets would respond to this criticism in a few ways. Kalshi says they're rolling out new tools to find insiders. They require ID verification to trade now. Polymarket recently rolled out their own new insider trading rules months later. But the simple fact is they can't possibly police all the traffic that they're getting.
The Oscars, Rotten Tomatoes scores for movies, how many streams there will be in Spotify. Like, surveillance will catch a large bet that's abnormal, right? But the whole universe of people who has this information, across all of these markets is in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Yes, they know who you are, but can they definitively say this is insider trading? Or can somebody who works at Spotify just tell a friend, hey, look, I know who's gonna have the most streams today? How are you gonna catch that?
And there's another problem here. What even is an insider in the case of a global event? Senator Chris Murphy has had his eyes on prediction market insider trading, so we sat down to talk about it.
So when you go on Polymarket or Kalshi, you assume there's some system in place that is assuring that the bet you are making is not rigged. But all of the bets on government action are rigged because somebody in government knows the outcome. Many of the other bets are rigged as well because there's a handful of very powerful people who know the answer to that question and are pushing the markets in one direction.
His stance was that these rigged markets, ones where thousands of people know the outcomes, shouldn't be traded at all. And honestly, it's pretty hard to disagree with that.
If it's a rigged market, if somebody knows the outcome ahead of time, you can't offer a bet on it. That seems pretty simple.
Even defining an insider in this context seems impossible. I mean, what about this guy who sat outside the Super Bowl rehearsals with a listening device so he could time how long the national anthem would be before betting on prediction markets? Is he an insider? I mean, I know he's literally outside of the stadium, but in this case, he had information that the public didn't have. And we can't even solve insider trading in traditional financial markets where people have been trading for decades. Oil traders made millions just hours ahead of an Iran.
Honestly, what this does is it incentivizes people across the world, from regular folks to people that are in great positions of power, to use, to like go like above and beyond and do some of the weirdest fucking things to make money. Right? Like, for instance, like, what if there's somebody, you know, like, what if, like, say, one of Howard Lutnick's sons, or maybe Howard Lutnick's son's friends, or maybe one of the Trump boys, or the Trump boys' friends, maybe Trump and Howard Lutnick are funneling information to those kids, and every time that they, you know, are about to do something fucking insane that's going to shoot oil prices up, and or vice versa, like, maybe they tell people, like, hey, I'm about to do this thing, maybe put a bet down here. Not illegal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Or, like, it also incentivizes people, like, to do, like, literal crimes. Like, straight up, actual, like, real life crimes. Not, like, financial crimes, but, like, I mean, you could bet on all sorts of shit here, right? And in my opinion, this incentivizes, like, for instance, we saw some of this last year. Like, that some people were, like, betting on the LA fires, and there were allegations that some people had attempted to set fires as a result of them wanting to or like to like keep the fires burning, essentially, because, like, depending on when the fires went out, certain people would make like boatloads of money or something. It went on for like another day. You see what I'm saying? Like, it incentivizes horrifying behavior for the rest of society. Yeah, maybe a couple people get rich over it. Is that a good thing?
Announcement from President Trump in traditional financial markets. Why should we believe that a couple of tech bro startups have solved the problem that no one else could?
You know, let's take, for instance, a bet on what I'm going to say in this interview. We're taping it. There's a whole bunch of people in the room right now. They all know what I said. They're going to go out and tell a whole bunch of other people what I said. There's going to be, you know, by the end of today, 100 potential people who can bet on that market knowing they're going to make money. Restricting me and me alone from making that bet is pointless. You should be restricted from making that bet. Everybody in this room should be restricted from making that bet. But that exercise of deciding who has inside information and who doesn't, that's like, it's fruitless. You're never going to be able to track down everybody that heard what I said in this interview.
Okay, so setting aside the insider trading mess, here's the real kicker. Prediction markets aren't even as accurate as they advertise.
The most interesting example recently is the February jobs report. They forecasted 60,000 jobs would be added in February. Guess what? Job report was down. They weren't even close. There was like a delta of 150,000 jobs.
Take a look at this recent study out of Vanderbilt University that looked at prediction markets.
Yeah, that's right. And just to be clear, so everybody understands what was just said, the markets predicted that it was going to be up by 60,000 new jobs. Instead, the U.S. job markets lost 90,000. So the delta between those two is 150,000. Not only did they not, you know, they were not accurate. I mean, they were as far from accurate as they could possibly. They thought that there were going to be jobs added. They weren't even right about that. Right? Like, think about that for a second. It wasn't just about the number itself, and like whether, like, they literally had no idea that the economy had lost jobs. Right? These things are not predicting the future. It's just a new way to bet on things that is currently not regulated properly.
Take a look at this recent study out of Vanderbilt University that looked at prediction markets in the 2024 election. While 93% of predicted markets correctly predicted outcomes better than chance, accuracy fell to 78% on Kalshi and 67% on Polymarket. So the Polymarket CEO is on 60 Minutes taking a victory lap, and the market's on his platform.
This is one of the many reasons why I hate the fact that, like, Kalshi is, like, getting trotted out by CNN as, like, some, like, predictor of the future.
So the Polymarket CEO is on 60 Minutes taking a victory lap, and the markets on his platform were barely better than a coin flip. So these markets aren't all that accurate, and the core of the business model depends on insiders to help finding the truth. Who is winning here, and more importantly, who's losing?
If history has taught us anything, it's not to root against the underdog.
Kalshi! Where your voice becomes a position.
These are deeply uncertain economic times, so it's tempting to turn to platforms like prediction markets as a way to get ahead. For a lot of young people, it can feel like prediction markets are offering a means of success when the traditional paths have been denied to them. You can see that idea constantly in how these companies describe their markets. These are investments, they're event contracts, used for hedging risk. It's the democratization of finance. You can see it in how they talk about information. They're the future of news. They're covering all the breaking information. They're monitoring the situation for you. And you can see it in how they advertise themselves.
The great thing, it's like a way to monetize your knowledge. Same way like an Uber driver monetizes their free time by driving. If you have extra knowledge and read news, you can monetize it and speculate, and it's okay.
I think this is the most pernicious part of prediction markets.
Knowledge?
The slick ads, the financial phrases.
What the fuck does that mean? I've never heard that term in my life. Extra knowledge? What is that? What in the fuck does that mean? Someone explain to me what the hell that term means. Extra knowledge? Like more than you need? What is it? What? What in the hell are you talking about? More than... How do you eat? Like, that's clearly it's just a nonsense term this guy just came up with. But what? How the hell are you supposed to quantify that? Oh, I got some extra knowledge. Right, okay. I got like 10% extra, I'd say.
It's all meant to take advantage of your economic anxieties. But hey, you know what? Some people will get paid for this. How many people exactly? Well, one analysis showed that 0.04% of traders were capturing nearly 70% of the profits. Doesn't exactly sound like the democratization of finance as we know it. For the other 99.96%,
it's the same thing every day. I end up winning 4 or 5 bets, and then once I build my value, I make one bet that changes it all back to the beginning.
I have lost like $25,000 on sports betting. How do I fix this?
Long story short, I had an unexpected financial emergency, and I'm really short rent money and really desperate. Does anyone have a low money, under $20 high payoff bet with a strong chance bet I can tail? Thanks.
I started pretty irresponsibly, and so here I am at minus 14K. But I'm confident if I stay disciplined, I'll make it out.
This is shockingly common.
A lot of the work is about how to, if people come trade a specific event, how to get them to trade on other events, and how do we cross-sell them, and how do they basically come back, and how do we make sure that they stay engaged.
These people are donating liquidity, adding money to the markets for insiders and professionals to collect their bounty. Because no matter how much they use the term investment, it turns out
they're mostly being used to gamble. It is so people can gamble on things, whether it's sports, and again, mostly it's sports, at least in the US.
How much of it is sports?
85 to 90% right now. Kalshi is the leader in the US. At Polymarket, it's different. It's more like 40% is sports and 60% is everything else. But it's just people.
Okay, this is not an investment. Okay, this is pure speculation. Okay, like there is a genuine difference between those two things, right? I feel like it's often like sort of muddy, the difference between these two, but really investing is about putting either capital or time or energy into something to get an get in pursuit of like a, some outcome that in the future will be beneficial to you. Usually in the context of things like financial stuff, we're talking about like your home, right? Or like stocks and bonds and things like that. Of course, stocks are more speculative than bonds, but like, for instance, like in the case of something like a bond, right? Your money is guaranteed. It is an investment. You will not lose money on a bond, right? Like you will be paid annually, biannually, whatever it is. Like you'll be paid yearly on that investment and recuperate some when it finally matures and you pull it out of the bond, right? Stocks, I mean, most stocks, go up, not all of them, but the point is if you, in theory, put money into that, you'll eventually see money back because you invested into something that was actually producing things, right? In this case, it's just pure speculation, right? There's nothing behind any of this. Like, there's no real world assets or like, it's not a company that you're investing in. You're not getting like a percentage, right? Like with a stock, you're at least investing in a percentage of the company itself, right? But instead, it's like mini IPOs with no ending, no company at the end, right? It's pure speculation with no underlying assets, no underlying company. All you're doing is you're throwing money into a pool of other people and you're getting a percentage based upon the number of dollars that are already existing in that pool, and then hoping that the thing that you predicted actually happens, right? And if it doesn't happen, $0 back, right? Like in the case of a home or a stock, even if the investment doesn't pan out the way you thought it was, in almost all cases, not all, but in the majority of cases, you're at least going to walk away with something, technically. Unless utter catastrophe happens. But we're talking about like a multitude of possibilities in those cases, right? Whereas in this, it's a binary. You either win or you lose. It's a bet on a horse, right? Did it cross the finish line first or not? No? Then $0.
Gambling.
Take a look at the front page of Kalshi on any given day. It's basically all you'll see. Sports. And when it's not sports, the other 10% seems to also be gambling. Some people are betting on whether or not the price of Bitcoin will go up or down every 15 minutes. You can bet on whether or not clavicular will be the next Ayatollah of Iran. They might call them event contracts, but if you're betting on the Super Bowl coin toss, you aren't investing, you're gambling. But don't just take it from me. Look at this early ad Kalshi used to run. Sports betting is legal in all 50 states. It's not, by the way. Kalshi is now offering a $1 billion prize if you predict a perfect March Madness bracket. And the way that CEO Tariq Mansour promoted it is one of the most blatant examples of their direct appeal to working people. 90 minutes left to attempt generational wealth. That's the CEO of an online casino saying you owe it to your grandchildren to place bets at a time when Americans are making early withdrawals from their retirement accounts at record rates. Again, prediction markets are occupying this very strange position in the economy where the message seems to be you will own nothing, save nothing, and gamble everything. So,
yep. And that's the world that Donald Trump is creating for us all, people. I would just like to point out. But it's not just Trump, it's all the fucking tech oligarchs combined. He's just greasing the wheels for everybody. Making it easier for these sickos to do whatever the hell they want. Regardless of the previously existing law. Look, no, it's on a computer. It's not the same. Yeah. And you know who would, in theory, be regulating this sort of thing? CFTC. CFPB, people like that. But unfortunately, Trump administration has been dismantling those sorts of agencies to the very bare minimum, just enough to green light whatever corporations want to do.
The Trump administration has terminated the lease for the agency that polices financial products aimed at consumers. Records obtained by Reuters show that the lease for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's Washington headquarters ended in February, 6 years early, at the request of the Treasury Department's Bank Regulation Agency. The move raises further questions about President Donald Trump's plans for the CFPB, which was created by Congress after the 2008 financial crisis to ensure that, quote, consumer financial products are transparent, fair, and competitive. Trump has called for the agency to be abolished, and according to evidence submitted in court, he initially aimed to close it down. But following litigation brought by staff, the administration is now seeking approval to slash the agency's workforce to a third of its previous size of about 1,700 employees. White House Budget Director Russell Vought, who is the CFPB's acting director, last year halted agency work and sent employees home, and signage disappeared from the building overnight. Some functions have since resumed, and recent online job postings show a small number of openings for attorneys. The documents obtained by Reuters, which were released under the Freedom of Information Act, show that the property is being transferred by the Treasury Department's Office of the Comptroller of the Currency to the General Services Administration, which manages government real estate.
So, it looks like they're going to try and shore up the budget right now by one selling off government buildings to private owners. And by the way, it's not going to put a fucking dent. It's not going to put a fucking dent in the deficit. But they are trying to sell, it would seem, the former CFPB building. Of course, they don't need it because they don't plan on protecting consumers anymore. You're hosting the barbecue at the community garden tomorrow, and you haven't started thawing the chicken wings. You better get on that, Bill.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, well, speaking of protecting consumers, one good decision in our justice system was made this week regarding the clearly illegal monopoly that is Ticketmaster and Live Nation. U.S. jury ruled as much. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago.
Kid Rock is among the critics.
Should Ticketmaster and Live Nation be broken up? Probably. Would that alone fix things? Not sure it would. But I am sure of this. No artist should be forced to sell their tickets without a say in who sells them and how they are sold.
That was back in January, but now Ticketmaster and parent company Live Nation face a legal rebuke too. A New York jury found Wednesday that the pair operated an illegal monopoly in US live events. In a statement, Big Apple Attorney General Letitia James said, "A jury found what we have long known to be true. Live Nation and Ticketmaster are breaking the law and costing consumers millions of dollars in the process." Live Nation has legal challenges pending that might yet undermine the verdict. But if it stands, the firm could face claims of damages from US states and even be forced to sell Ticketmaster.
There we go. Consequences for Ticketmaster incoming after they were ruled to be running an illegal monopoly, according to I believe a federal jury in New York. U.S. Congress used to be in charge of budgets. I mean, technically they still are. Nothing has changed. Like, they don't have to pass anything they don't like. Are you watching from the beginning or something right now? Yeah. No, absolutely. And that has not changed. Congress is still definitely in charge of the budget in theory. They're just letting Trump do whatever he wants. All right, more on this story. France 24 English. From yesterday.
Now, businesses. Brian Quinn is back on the world stage as well. He's starting with a stark warning from the International Monetary Fund on mounting public debt right around the world, this.
Public debts are a growing source of concern in the wake of big deficit spending to cushion the blows of the COVID pandemic as well as Russia's war.
You bastards. I forgot about this. All right, screw it. Screw you, France 24. We're not doing this today. Quit trying to sneak in other stories on me, you bastards. Okay, we're here for Live Nation, and you screwed us, so we're skipping you. Okay, Jesus Christ. I'm starting to think we might have to do a second. Really, at this point, I think it's the only way to get through tonight is for us to do a second stream. Or not to get through tonight, to get through the weekending report. It's just part 2 it tomorrow. I think what I'm going to do, because we still have some like weather news, climate change type stuff, right? And some other non-Middle East war stuff to get through before we ever get to any of that. I think when we get there is when I'll stop tonight. And we'll just do all Iran. Just do the Iran update tomorrow. That's the only thing that makes sense to me right now. Because there's just no way. There's just no freaking way. We're already 8 hours in. Oh, Devil Doll with a hilarious super chat. I was thinking the same thing myself. Hold on, I gotta switch chats. Switch. Good for Kid Rock speaking about ticket sales, even though he doesn't make any. Well played. 100%. I was also thinking that's the first time in the last, I don't know how long, that Kid Rock has said something correct. Quite impressive. Thank you for the super chat, Devil Doll. I didn't even know you could do super chats on Vertical Stream. I only see Jewel donations over there. You seem determined to keep us going over on Vertical Chat right now, which I appreciate. All right. Let's get to the environmental news. Move on from the ruling. With live late... boy, oh boy. I cannot say words now. It's getting bad. Moving on from the ruling with Live Nation and Ticketmaster to a ruling in Hawaii, which has dismissed a suit which was blocking the state and individuals and businesses from suing fossil fuel companies for their destruction of Hawaii's pristine environment.
Also new tonight, the state of Hawaii can now move forward with lawsuits against fossil fuel companies claiming harmful and deceptive marketing. That's after U.S. District Court Judge Helen Gilmore today dismissed a Department of Justice lawsuit that sought to block Hawaii from trying to collect damages from big oil firms. The state argues that they hid their products' effects on the environment. The DOJ claimed the government would be harmed by the legal battle, but Gilmore said the DOJ can't block a lawsuit based on hypothetical allegations. Separately, this week, the State House of Representatives passed Senate Bill 1166, which would let the state and insurance companies sue big oil for damages from climate change.
There we go. Big news in the state of Hawaii. Hopefully we can see the same sort of rulings across the fucking nation. In fact, a federal one would be nice. Unfortunately, we have all the wrong people in place for that sort of thing. Of course, fossil fuel consumption is absolutely contributing to and is the main culprit of climate change. And as a result, we continue to see things getting worse and worse out there. Bigger storms, drier droughts, floodier floods. And up in the Midwest, communities were getting decimated by flooding. Let's start here in Wisconsin, where evacuations were ordered for multiple communities as a storm barreled in.
We're continuing to follow the record
WFRB.
amounts of rain that we've gotten here in northeast Wisconsin. Local 5's Blake Borse and Brianna Reinhardt are joining us live in locations that have been greatly impacted by this rain. We'll start off with Blake, who's in Shiocton, where a mandatory evacuation was ordered. Blake, what do you know?
Yeah, Daniel, it has been a little bit quiet here ever since the start of a chaotic morning here in Shiocton. Here's kind of a full breakdown of the day here. It got started with an emergency statement being sent out to all residents, alerting them that the water from the Wolf River is going to continue rising throughout the day, which then culminated into a phone notification that many got urging a mandatory evacuation. And then they said they wanted residents to evacuate by 3 o'clock because if conditions continue to worsen, it's going to be a lot harder for them to try and assist people. The police chief saying that the river is currently sitting at around 14 feet and is expected to get up to 15 feet as soon as the end of today. Sandbagging efforts really took up much of the day, starting at around 7:30 this morning and still continuing to go on, as many people and many kids who had school off today taking part helping fill, tie, and then go out and put those sandbags at some of the worst areas in town that are affected by the flooding. Another thing is sturgeon are also being...
Okay, staying with this storm, so to ABC 7 Chicago from yesterday. James Hansen predicted a massive El Nino. I don't know who that is, but we've been saying that for a while now over here. Where have you been, Nadia? But you're right. Yeah, that's absolutely almost a guarantee at this point. It's looking bad. It's looking real bad. Those seas are very warm already. Add in the El Nino factor, and I feel like I've been saying much of the year, I think we could see a pretty shitty storm season in the United States. Last year we got lucky. I don't think we're going to get lucky twice in a row here. All right, ABC 7 Chicago from yesterday.
Let me step out of the way, show you. We're at the Des Plaines Fire Department. They've already sandbagged this area just simply because this area is prone to flooding. Preps, as you mentioned, are underway here in northwest suburban Des Plaines following threats of flooding. Heavy rains this week have the Des Plaines River levels rising. Firefighters, as I mentioned, spent the day fortifying this fire station as there are threats of flooding. Now, with more rain on the way, some homeowners are paying close attention to the Des Plaines River water levels. Authorities in Lake County, Illinois, already issued warnings to parts of the river could overflow after recent storms saturated the ground, making some roads impassable. The city is working to deal with any flooding already happening while preparing for the next round of storms.
We're anticipating river levels on the Des Plaines River to rise and crest around Friday morning about 7 a.m. To a flood stage, so we want to be proactive.
Okay. Now, let's keep going through these vids. Next up, click on Detroit from 11 hours ago. Actually, no, first this one. This is Marion, Wisconsin, showing flooding from the air. See, that bridge is completely overwhelmed. Not going to be crossing that. It might actually, can't quite tell. Is this still a functional bridge at this point? think it's a walking bridge, actually. All right, now click on Detroit, Local 4, WDIV from 11 hours ago.
Cleanup underway in Utica right now after days of rain caused significant flooding on the Clinton River.
And thankfully, water levels are on their way down, but for many, the damage has already been done. Let's go to Jay Scott Smith. Jay, there's still plenty of water out there.
Oh, absolutely, Ty. But at least where I'm standing right now here at Heritage Park, I wouldn't have been able to stand here 24 hours ago because the water has started to recede. But as you can clearly see, there are still plenty of signs of how messy it was and still is out here in Utica. Whether it's backyards and driveways, at the park, or even the driving range, the Clinton River has created a big old mess out here.
What we're kind of seeing is the river just kind of getting up over its banks very quickly.
I checked in with Brandon Lewis with Macomb County Emergency Management while we were along the banks of the Clinton River.
I know that area you're in there, Heritage Park, has a tendency to flood. And I know that unfortunately those residents see it quite a bit.
Now, to give you an idea of how high the water got out here, we're going to use this. Now, to understand, this is 6 feet because I'm about this tall. The water, from what we understand, came up to just about this area, around 2 to 3 feet. And as you can see from this yard, it's led to a really big mess.
We've had several people over here looking at this mess.
Bernadine has lived in this home on Davis Drive with her husband for the last 15 years. And the floods here are nothing new. But the volume, that's a different story.
This is actually really the worst it's ever been because it's been way up here.
She says the flood waters rose high enough that it got to the doors on the RV at the side of her house, and it completely inundated her backyard. And also...
But yeah, it smells too. It stinks.
It stinks because there are a lot of nasty things in that water, including sewage. And Lewis says the cleanup needs to happen fast when it comes to dealing with floodwaters.
Is that in meters? No, I don't. No, I don't believe that's in meters. Freedom units. Oh God, I'm almost out of tea. I'm almost out of tea, and we're not even out of the environmental half. That's bad. Oh boy. All right, now up to Minnesota, where a tornado touched down while historic flooding continued to threaten the area. Here's NBC News from 9 hours ago.
Tonight, a menacing funnel cloud swirling near Rochester, Minnesota.
There's indeed a tornado on the ground.
Sirens blaring as it tore through. These people watching the twister form in disbelief. Here you can see debris flying through the air. This is the first look at the damage. Trees toppled, home after home ripped to shreds. A suspected tornado also ripping through Lena, Illinois, leaving this trail of damage. It caps off a week of dangerous weather with at least 40 confirmed tornadoes across the country. Tonight, 38 million people at risk for severe weather.
That's the airport.
Including in Wisconsin.
Completely underwater.
Where homes and buildings have been swallowed by historic flooding. A state of emergency is in effect. Floodwater surrounding this home, a line of sandbags keeping it back for now. The swollen Wisconsin River is now threatening the town of Portage.
We have many homes that are underwater, many roads.
This is the one road in and out of Black Hawk Park. You see it's already partially covered in some areas. Officials now ordering mandatory evacuations, saying they're concerned about the structural integrity of the levee. The fire chief telling me the situation is very serious. Water is seeping through the levee?
Yep, water is seeping through. Yeah, we have the roads that are shut down are based on water coming through the levee.
This whole sidewalk was not covered yesterday.
Erin Daly worries if there's any more water, her home will be in trouble.
I'm
Unfortunately, while you don't see rain here. This is all a result of the rivers, levees, allowing water through. And here's the thing, like, the water is coming from a storm where, like, we talked about this, but, like, you might have a storm at, like, the what do you call it? Like, the origin point or whatever, like, of an estuary, like a bunch of rivers or whatever, streams and things. But it takes time. Like, even if it doesn't go to, like, even if that storm doesn't wind up hitting all the areas that are surrounding those rivers and streams, does not mean that water's not going to go down the river and down those streams to the places, right? Even if it diverts itself, if all that water gets dumped into the river, it's got to go somewhere, and it takes time for it to move. It's not instantaneous, right? Like, it's a whole lot of water. It takes time. It's going back and forth down the river, bending, and whatever else, and it takes time for it to make that. But this is a serious problem right here, like a genuine, potential, serious catastrophe if that levee fails. It's not failed right now, right? It's still partly functional. It's just letting water through. But it's not. It hasn't burst its banks. If it does that, then you have a whole new problem. And I don't know how many people are behind those levees, but you would assume a lot. You don't usually build levees for nobody. Well, while we're talking about flooding, we should talk about Camp Mystic. And the director of Camp Mystic took this stand earlier this week in the civil trial currently being done for all of the victims of this tragedy. Here's WWL-TV from 2 days ago.
Well, we expect to hear more testimony today in a civil lawsuit over last year's flooding that took place at Camp Mystic in Texas, left 27 girls and counselors dead.
Those 27 girls and counselors dead, but get this, there is one camper still missing. Her family is the family suing. They're trying to stop that camp from reopening. Their lawsuit does come, though, as
that pisses me off so much that there is still a child missing right now over all of this. And if you've been watching this show long enough, then you know why it makes me so mad. We're going to get to it in a second. So hold off, Space Fams. Oh, I mean, there's plenty of good reasons, like normal reasons to be upset, but there's a different reason, a human-caused reason why we should all be very upset.
Their lawsuit does come, though, as plans to reopen the camp are just a few weeks away. They do want to do so on higher ground next door. Give me a joke. Yesterday, one of the camp's directors took the stand there in the civil trial.
Oh, now they want to do it on higher ground. Fascinating. Oh, that's a fascinating
Yesterday,
detail.
one of the camp's directors took the stand. Though, as plans to reopen the camp are just a few weeks away, they do want to do so on higher ground next door. Yesterday, one of the camp's directors took the stand there in the civil trial and was asked about the hours leading up to the flooding that took place last 4th of July.
Between 2:26 and 10 p.m. on July 3rd, did Camp Mystic take any steps to prepare for this potential flooding and flash flood? Yes or no?
I mean, that's hard to. We did not expect what was going to happen.
Yeah,
like,
you know what that is?
situation for
That's
everyone
another way of
involved here.
saying no. It's another way of saying no, we didn't prepare. What a fucking dumb answer. Did you prepare for the flood? We didn't expect it. Well, then obviously you didn't prepare for it, you piece of fucking shit. Honestly, though, these people are negligent beyond belief. I'm going to go back in time by about a year to this NPR article from July 12th of 2025. FEMA removed dozens of Camp Mystic buildings from 100-year flood map before expansion, records show. Federal regulators repeatedly granted appeals to remove Camp Mystic's buildings from their 100-year flood map, loosening oversight as the camp operated and expanded into a dangerous floodplain in the years before rushing waters swept away children and counselors, a review by the Associated Press found. The Federal Emergency Management Agency included the prestigious girls' summer camp in a special flood hazard area in its national flood insurance map for Kerr County in 2011, which meant it was required to have flood insurance and faced tighter regulation on any future construction projects. That designation means an area is likely to be inundated during a 100-year flood, one severe enough that it is only a 1% chance of happening in any given year. Located in a low-lying area along the Guadalupe River in a region known as the Flash Flood Alley, Camp Mystic lost at least 27 campers and counselors and longtime owner Dick Eastland when historic floodwaters tore through its property before dawn on July 4th. The flood was far more severe than the 100-year event envisioned by FEMA, experts said, and moved so quickly in the middle of the night that it caught many off guard in a county that lacked a warning system. So, because of climate change, this thing exceeded the 100-year flood that was expected and planned for by FEMA, right? But honestly, like the important thing here is that these guys sought over and over and over again to have themselves removed from those maps, right? If you go back here, right? Federal regulators repeatedly granted appeals. Camp Mystic took FEMA to court over and over and over and over again so that it could operate these fucking buildings that you see here in the places where they are. They intentionally put these children in harm's way, and there's still a little girl missing. Her family, I'm sure, would love to know where she is and how she is. I think we all know she's probably not okay. But it's disgusting that these supposed Christians and lovers, of life, pro-life people, would intentionally put all these children and other people in harm's way. They knew perfectly well that it was possible. It was a 100-year potential flood zone. They were supposed to be paying extra insurance, but they didn't want to. This is negligence. They did not want to pay more money. They just wanted to make more money. These supposed lovers of Jesus were more obsessed with running the camp and making money than protecting the fucking children.
You're hurting the kids.
Honestly, and this is a civil trial. This should be a criminal negligence trial. Okay, that's my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. But this should not be a civil trial. This guy should be facing jail. And all of these people who were involved in the decisions should be facing fucking jail. It's incredible. I can't imagine it. I don't know why the federal government isn't fucking trying to prosecute these people. Actually, I think I do. I'm so sick of these fucking hypocritian pieces of shit running this fucking country right now. They are ruining America and the planet. And there are millions of people still on board for it, still cheering it on. Bunch of ignorant, fucking hateful morons. Okay, let's go all the way across the planet to another U.S. territory, Guam, which was unfortunately inundated by a massive hurricane, or what we call in the Pacific, a super typhoon. Category 5, 165 mile per hour winds, smashing the Mariana Island chains this week.
Guam, April 14th, 2026. Super Typhoon Sinlaku's center makes closest approach 100 miles offshore Guam at 155 miles per hour, nears Saipan, Tinian. Super
Yeah, no, we covered this in more detail yesterday, so I'm just going to move through this pretty fast, but I just want you to see some of the devastation that has been wrought upon
and life-threatening situation.
Here.
NWS Weather Coordination meteorologist Landon Idlett stated, Guam was about 20 miles.
Okay, Nadia, you can't keep asking the question, what is that in non-freedom units, without at least specifying what the thing it is that you're measuring, right? Come on.
Out of range of stronger typhoon force winds projected by forecasters, which extended out 80 miles from the eye of the 155 mile per hour super typhoon that's now a Category 4. The all clear is still a ways off, with damaging winds anticipated.
I think I know what you're actually talking about. I assume you're talking about wind speed and 165 miles per hour and kilometers per hour. I think it's like close to like 275, maybe.
For Guam through at least Wednesday night. Though stronger typhoon force winds are less likely for Guam, a typhoon watch remains in effect, meaning those higher winds are still possible within 48 hours.
Damn, Daniel, I was super close. 265.5 kilometers per hour. Thank you, Google. There you go. There's your non-freedom units, Nadia.
Winds by Wednesday, which will persist into the night. Tropical storm force winds project out over 200 miles from Sinlaku's eye. Even when winds start to decrease, remain indoors until the government of Guam gives the all clear, NWS states. Guam remains in condition of readiness 1. Residents are advised to stay inside and stay out of the water until...
Yeah, a little tough to stay out of the water if the water is on the land. All right, I'm skipping to the next vid. That is fast, I agree. What the fuck is a kilometer?
I thought this was America! Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America!
All right, island news 2 days ago.
The latest now this morning from the Pacific on Typhoon Sinlaku.
Right now, the storm is in the northern Mariana Islands, just west of Alamagan, Pagan, and Arikan. The Associated Press reports widespread damages in areas like Saipan and Tinian. It tore off roofs, flipped cars, and knocked down trees and power lines. Officials say flooding is widespread, with some residents reporting water getting into nearly every home, no matter how strong the structure. More than 1,000 people have been moved into shelters across the region. Right now, no reports of deaths. The National Weather Service in Guam is forecasting 125 mile per hour winds.
Okay, final clip on this storm. Then I think, oh God, what do I do here? This is the final. Hold on. Let me count how many videos I got. Maybe I can do the whole stream tonight. Hold on. Do people want a 12-hour stream tonight? Today? It is, in fact, today now, 6:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's officially day. Jesus Christ. Because this clip right here is the last environmental news clip. Then we would be going into the Earth News half. Geopolitics talk. Which now that I'm looking at it is basically mostly Iran. I've got like 3 Ukraine clips, 1 from Hungary, 1 from France, and a couple from Africa. It's like 10 clips. And then the rest of the fucking stream is Iran. 8 hours. Do we go for 12 or do we pause and let me sleep and then come back tomorrow evening? Because here's the problem for me, Space Fams, is we've started off the weekend in a bad way, right? It's really my fault. I foiled myself on my own petard Thursday night when I decided to do a stream after Leftist Mafia because I felt shitty the day before and I didn't do a stream. So I started at like after 10 o'clock yesterday. And now Friday I started after 10 o'clock because I slept in until like 5 p.m. And so if I keep this going for another 4 hours, it'll be 10 a.m. At which point, if I go to bed, I'll wake up, be sick. If I get 8 hours, manage to get a full 8 hours, which would be shocking, but just playing devil's advocate here. It'd be 6 p.m. It'd be, oh my fucking God. Maybe 6, 7. What's that in freedom time? I don't know. I don't fucking know. You gotta go in 5 minutes. Hey, Paul, I know you gotta do what you gotta do. I think it makes sense for us to probably wrap it up here. I hate to say that to everybody. I'll do 2 more clips to wrap it up. I'll do a few more clips. Not 2. I'll do a few more clips to wrap this up. I'm not gonna do the whole thing. I just can't do the 12. We'll talk a little bit about the Strait reopening, as well as a couple other clips I want to hit, and then we're going to end this puppy. Speaking of which, great job to everybody for making it this far. You know, sometimes we just hit the limits of my physical body, I'm afraid, and of time in this little solar system of ours. Really, it's on the Earth. Let's be real. That's how we let's not talk about space-time. All right, no space-time talk.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Associated Press. 2 days ago, super typhoons in Laku. You can see roofs completely ripped off of homes all over the place here. Power lines taken down, trees shredded. Not a single leaf on a tree. Russia is talking about doing strikes on bases, launching attacks against them in third countries, Iran style. Yeah, I heard about that. As well as, I believe they said they were going to start targeting drone manufacturing companies and other sorts of military, industrial types across the EU. That's what we were talking. I think we talked about it yesterday. I could swear we talked about that. All right. Let's do this, Space Fams. We're going to truncate the shit out of this. And actually, before we go to the Earth news, I just want to say, not only do I appreciate you all and applaud you all for making it this far through the goddamn stream, just want to remind anybody who somehow has made it this far and hasn't to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, and to please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like yourself. And we have a lot of great ways. What the fuck am I looking at right now? What the shit is that? Does everybody see what I'm seeing? What the hell is that gray oblong polygon? Sort of a trapezoid almost. What the fuck is that? And where the fuck did that come from? What in the shit? Wait, I think I know what it is. Is it this? No. Huh? What in the hell am I looking at? Where the hell did that come from? Oh, that is bothering the hell out of me. How long has that been there? What in the shit is that? Where'd that come from? I feel like that's it looks so weird. I feel like it's like a residual, like a Twitch alert or something. I've never seen that before. What the hell could that even be? I got like nothing down there that would be causing that. What the? Oh, it's that? Wait, what? What in the shit is that? What? Wait, what? No, what? What the hell? Ah, I think I figured it out. Oh, okay. I figured it out. That was fucking throwing me off so bad. That is super weird. I've never seen it do that. I thought I switched between the vertical chat highlighter and because I have like a separate window running that allows me to highlight your chats, right? Like this one from Sean L. Kearns. I'm doing radical acceptance and you don't have to forgive me. Love that for you, Sean. And somehow after minimizing the vertical chat window, it like turned it into this weird gray trapezoid. I have no idea how the fuck it did that. That is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Okay. Let's quickly hit up Democracy Now. Talk about how the United States, through the U.S. AID program, into the wood chipper, and all the people it helped along with it. Amy Goodman from yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nedmeen Sheikh in New York with Amy Goodman in...
That's not Amy Goodman.
This is
totally
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nedmeen Sheikh in New York with Amy Goodman in Los Angeles. We spend the rest of the hour looking at the dismantling of the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID. Founded in 1961, the agency funded global health programs around the world. Since 2000 alone, USAID programs saved more than 92 million lives, according to an independent analysis published by The Lancet. Early in President Trump's second term, USAID found itself in the crosshairs of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOJ, led by billionaire Elon Musk. In the middle of the night on February 3rd, 2025, Musk posted on X, quote, "We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. Could have gone to some great parties, did that instead."
Nicholas Enrich is a former civil servant who worked at USAID through 4 administrations. He served as the Director of Policy, Programs, and Planning in the Bureau of Global Health until January 2025. On March 2nd, 2025, he was placed on administrative leave for exposing the Trump administration's illegitimate and dangerous dismantling of the agency, as he describes it. His book details what happened is just out. It's titled Into the Wood Chipper, a whistleblower's account of how the Trump administration shredded USAID. Joining us from Washington, D.C. Nicholas Enrich, thanks so much for being with us. Can you start off by talking about your decision to become a whistleblower, and then describe the range of health services, since you were involved with the health program within USAID, everything from AIDS prevention to TB prevention, and what is estimated for the number of lives lost for the sudden shredding of this agency?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Yes, there are estimates that show that up to 14 million people will die over the next 5 years alone unnecessarily due to the cuts to U.S. aid if that's not rectified. And we're already starting to see the impacts. In fact, 750,000 people have already died, most of those children, according to conservative estimates. And we're seeing, as bad as it is that we're seeing so far, the worst, unfortunately, is yet to come with the next generation of children who are unable to get immunizations, with children being born with HIV at high rates when just a year ago those numbers were near zero. And so I'm afraid that unless we're able to make some changes, we will unfortunately be seeing those impacts years to come.
And so, Nicholas, could you talk about what happened in the early weeks of the Trump administration, including telling us about what the Trump-appointed people at USAID, what they were doing and how much they actually knew about the agency?
Sure. The DOJ team and the Trump officials that came in truly knew nothing about the agency. I put the
Yeah, but as we all know, Elon Musk,
some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
He says a lot of incorrect things, even though the many idiots call him the smartest man on the planet. Says a lot of wrong things, apparently. And yet we gave him access to literally every facet of government with no questions asked, no security clearance necessary. Get right in there, Elon.
I put the Trump officials into two categories, those who were cruel and those who were buffoons. And most of the DOJ team that came in fell into that second category. These were people who were uninformed, unqualified, and truly knew nothing about the agency that they had been tasked with dismantling, and ignored the warning of experts that this would put millions of lives at risk.
Then your decision to write this book, why did you feel you needed to write an entire book? You wrote that memo explaining what had happened. Tell us about the book and your decision to write it.
I wrote the book because it wasn't just, I think that there's two critical factors that people should take away from this book. The first is that we pulled the rug out from under people around the world. We broke promises to millions who were relying on USAID services and left them hanging out to dry. We broke promises to governments and broke partnerships that will have lasting effects for years to come. As the legacy of Trump's administration in foreign policy becomes clear, I think when the dust settles, we'll see that the dismantling of USAID ends up being one of the most impactful, in a terrible way, impacts of his entire legacy. But the other reason that I wrote the book was that maybe it's too late to save USAID, but there are other agencies, other institutions in the United States that are hanging on by a thread. And at a time that more Americans are feeling that something is fundamentally broken in our democracy, I wanted to tell this story to remind readers that normal people can make important choices every day, and when people see things that they truly believe are not okay, they're being asked to do things that are illegal, and this is inside the government or in everyday life, whether you're working at a university or working at a law firm or just a neighbor who sees neighbors getting picked up on the streets by masked ICE agents, it's up to you to stand up and speak out when you see something wrong.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, they got rid of all the people who were willing to do that in this government. Only left the people willing to take orders and not question those orders. All right. Now let's go to Africa, a place that has seen quite a large number of USAID dollars over the years. Is currently feeling the impacts of the loss of those dollars right now. And go to a place that absolutely freaking needs the aid. Staying with Democracy Now! We go to Sudan. Talk about the fourth year, the marking of the fourth year of the Civil War.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh with Amy Goodman. The ongoing civil war in Sudan enters its fourth year today, creating what the United Nations calls the world's worst humanitarian crisis. The country has been engulfed in civil war since April 2023, when fighting erupted between the Sudanese Armed Forces, SAF, and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. The war quickly drew in local militias as well as foreign powers. The United Arab Emirates, in particular, has been accused of aiding the RSF. The U.S. government and a UN fact-finding mission have accused RSF and allied fighters of committing genocide.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that the United States, via the World Food Program, was basically providing half of the aid coming to Sudan. The food, like the food stuff, right? Intended to help civilians and refugees of this fucking horrifying human tragedy. Yeah. Half of the World Food Program's funding that was going to Sudan was coming from the USAID program, and it's no longer going there.
The death toll from 3 years of war remains unclear. The National Health Ministry says 11,000 civilians have been killed, but some estimates are as high as 400,000. Nearly 34 million people in the country need humanitarian assistance, according to the United Nations. A new report from the Norwegian Refugee Council says in the two areas hit hardest by the conflict, North Darfur and South Kordofan, millions of people get only one meal a day, if any. On Thursday, international leaders meeting in Berlin pledged $1.5 billion for humanitarian aid in Sudan. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, quote, "This nightmare must end," and called for an immediate end to hostilities.
Yeah, we need one of those, but it seems so far away right now. These insane military wannabe dictators are going to keep fighting themselves until one of them wins. Except you got foreign actors continuing to fund those militaries that are doing literal war crimes, ethnic cleansings, and all sorts of other shit. It's insanity. It just needs to stop. The fact it's gone 4 years is utterly beyond me. I remember when we talked about the 2-year anniversary of this fucking war. Now we're at 4 years. Time flies, eh, Space Fams? Alright, staying in Africa. Let's go on to France 24 English from 13 hours ago. Talk about day 5 of Pope Leo's Africa tour. Wait, didn't I have 2 of these? Ah, screw it. We don't need 2 right now.
Sax1A just cheered
Hello and
200
welcome.
bits.
Azaxia, thank you for the 200 bits. We have some sort of a weird trend happening on Twitch where people are not getting the robot to read their messages. Find it strange, but I support you in whatever you want to do. Just saying, you're missing a sweet opportunity to get the robot to read your message aloud on the stream. Although I gotta say, I prefer no message to super long messages. So whatever. Whatever. You didn't put a message. I know it's true. It's sexy. It's okay. It's okay. No big deal.
Eye on Africa with news from across the continent. I'm Clarisse Fortuné. Coming up on the show. Pope Leo tells a young crowd in Douala during a mass that two of the big problems facing the continent are the corruption that keeps countries in poverty and the brain drain of their brightest children who live rather than fight the corruption at home. It's now more than 48 hours since Milian Beyene disappeared without a trace. The Committee to Protect Journalists calls on Ethiopian authorities to do everything in their power to locate and free the Addis Standard managing editor who was taken by unidentified men from his newsroom on Wednesday morning. And literature takes center stage.
This is the wrong fucking one, I think. This isn't the one I wanted. God damn it. Where's the other clip? I had 2 clips. I just got done saying I didn't need the second clip, but now I'm like, God damn it. Where is it? Where is that second fucking clip? Okay, I found it. Oh, God, it's all the way up here. Oh, I gotta drag it all the way down. Yeah. Alright. At least I think, unless, wait. Hold on. You know, I take it back. It's possible. Right. Okay. Here we go.
Africa for Pope Leo XIV. In the midst of a pause in the ongoing violence in Cameroon, the Pope headed to Douala after the city of Bamenda to celebrate a mass. At Chapoma Stadium, he urged young people to resist the temptation of corruption, reject violence, and to instead strive to work for the common good. Recap of the day with Clémence Valère.
For these Catholics, the opportunity to meet the leader of their faith was worth camping out for. Over 120,000 people made their way to Douala's Chapoma Stadium on Friday for a chance to participate in the Holy See's Mass.
I wanted to offer this effort to the Pope, to show him that what he is doing and what he wants to accomplish should truly come to life.
I'm very happy that the Pope came here. It's a great privilege that I too get to see the Pope in my lifetime. But I would like him to do just one thing, to unite all Cameroonians.
Billed as the largest event of his 10-day African tour, Pope Leo XIV addressed the cheering crowd in both French and in English, urging Cameroonian youth to avoid violence and to turn towards the spirit of brotherhood.
Be the first faces and hands that bring the bread of life to your neighbors. Reject every form of abuse or violence which deceives by promising easy gains, but hardens the heart and makes it insensitive.
Despite having the world's oldest leader as head of state, Cameroon has an overwhelmingly young population where the median age is 18.
All right. That's crazy. That's a statistic I was unaware of. Median age of 18 in France. I'm sorry, in Cameroon. Okay. Oh, there you go. Quick clip from Pope Leo's trip to Africa and Cameroon, speaking to Catholics. Was there any more from this that I wanted? I'm trying to remember. No, I think it's good for now. Maybe we'll revisit that later. All right. Now, we are going to leave Africa and skip past basically everything else I had planned for the stream so I can hopefully get some amount of sleep before the Saturn Day stream tonight, which I think will be mostly just focused on the Middle East. Might do a couple other things, but that's just kind of where my head's at right now. Yeah, we're going to skip ahead to the Strait of Hormuz talk this week. and call it after that. And actually, I think we're just going to do a quick update on it because I'm pretty tired right now, I'm not going to lie. I think it would make more sense. I just don't want to not talk about the thing that I put in the title at all, which was the supposed reopening of the Strait. I feel like that'd be false advertising.
Awful. Weak.
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Let's see how much of that money actually makes it to the Strip. Oh, God, I wish I knew what you were talking about, Deshi Wolf. We've moved on so far, I genuinely have no idea what that's referring to. Okay. Let's go. Here, Channel 4 News, 16 hours ago. Let's talk about how, actually, let's go back one. CNN. 21 hours ago. Iran says that the Strait of Hormuz is completely open.
The Iranian foreign minister on X says that the Strait of Hormuz is open for all commercial vessels. We're just learning this right now. Let me read where we are getting this from X. The foreign minister saying, in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of the ceasefire on coordinated routes as already announced by ports and maritime organizations of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But this is a huge announcement coming from the Iranian foreign minister about what has become a central part of the negotiation, getting the Strait of Hormuz open and safely. And so we're going to bring you much more as we get this in, literally coming in as we're talking about. As we are getting this, we also have a new report that claims the United States is also considering a $20 billion deal that would help to end the conflict. This is a report from Axios, co-written also by CNN political and global affairs analyst Barak Ravid. Let me read a quote.
What does that even mean? A $20 billion deal to end the war?
A what now?
What? What are we talking about? This war has already cost twice as much. But more than twice as much. They already approved $350 billion in funding for this fucking thing. But what? What does it even mean?
From this reporting now coming in, the U.S. and Iran are negotiating over a 3-page plan to end the war, with one element under discussion being that the U.S. would release $20 billion in frozen.
Oh, okay. So we're going to give Iran money to end the war. Fascinating. Okay.
Iranian funds in return for Iran giving up its stockpile of enriched uranium. This, according to 2 U.S. officials and 2 additional sources briefed on the talks. A lot of breaking news here. Let's get to Nick Robertson. He's in Islamabad on this breaking news first. Nick, what do you make of it?
Look, it seems to me we're getting some positive breakthroughs. The fact that the Iranian foreign minister has said the Strait of Hormuz is open to all commercial vessels really seems to indicate that the talks that the Pakistani mediators are having, and they're going into their 3rd day of talks in Tehran right now, are beginning to bear some fruit. Sources I've been speaking to involved in all of this are sounding and looking very positive about where the talks are at the moment. Of course,
fascinating. So the United States offering possibly, potentially, at least potentially vicariously through a Pakistani mediator, $20 billion of unfrozen Iranian assets to end the war in Iran. Here's a question. If we're winning the war so greatly, so profoundly, as the Trump administration has been saying, why are we offering Iran money? Right? Like, just think about that, bro. If we're winning the war, why are we offering Iran money for it to end? That seems sort of counterintuitive, no? All right, to continue this conversation, let's go to Channel 4 News. 16 hours ago. Oh, and before I go to that, Joe4771, thank you for the sweet, sweet super chat. Just Galactica. I don't know what that means, but thank you. I don't know why you're just saying Galactica to me, but for some reason I appreciate it. Battlestar Galactica? I don't know. Galactica.
So the oil money artery is...
That's not how uranium works? Wait, what did they say about uranium? Did I miss something? Ah, God. Nothing profound to say, Asaxia? Well, that's life. That happens. I myself am oftentimes, met with similar situation. I'm like, I have nothing profound to say about this situation. Next.
Open. Except, of course, it is not. And here's why. Iran's foreign minister today. The passage for all commercial vessels through Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open. And then Donald J. Trump.
Be right back.
But the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran. So as of now, viewed from the bridge of a British tanker, passage through Hormuz looks somewhat different from what an Iranian vessel will meet. Cue Iranian officials not a couple of hours later saying if the US blockade persists, that's a ceasefire violation and will shut the strait. Hoopla on Wall Street on the initial news, oil falling 13%, but market events matter rather less than market trends, i.e. the strait staying open. To that end, France and Britain chairing a conference in Paris today on the future policing of the Strait, with around 40 nations dialing in.
I can confirm that along with France, the UK will lead a multinational mission to protect freedom of navigation as soon as conditions allow. This will be strictly peaceful and defensive as a mission to reassure commercial shipping and support mine clearance.
But Trump wasn't done. In his haste to escape the war he started, another diktat to Israel. Yesterday he imposed a ceasefire on Israel. Today he ordered them to stop bombing Lebanon. Just like that. Boxed into an even tighter corner by his best buddy, Israel's Prime Minister left tonight complaining about what he calls unfinished business in Lebanon.
But I say honestly, we have not yet finished the job. There are things we plan to do regarding the remaining rocket threat and the drone threat, which I will not detail here. However, we have an additional goal, and that is the dismantling of Hezbollah.
After Trump's no bombing order and in clear breach of the ceasefire, Israel killed at least one person in a drone strike in southern Lebanon today. Nature Today seemingly passing comment on all this. Tel Aviv skyline smudged out by a dust storm.
Whoop. Whoopsies, I just double-clicked that. There we go. Camera's back on. All right. Yes. Oh, boy. It really does seem like the United States has lost this war. And honestly, the one thing that's going to hold this up most likely is the actions of the government of Israel. It would seem. Because I think that it is possible that Trump has realized this is an unwinnable war that is going to drain the United States of money and is only causing him to lose popularity in the country and is ushering in a massive blue wave as we speak. You know, among other terrible things he's done. Because it's, let's be real, it's not the only thing ushering in the blue wave. But I think it's possible that Trump has finally realized that this is an unwinnable war, an unpopular, unwinnable war. It achieves nothing. I think that's why the U.S. government might be possibly prepared to give Iran a bunch of money to end the war, which would be just an incredible, flawless victory for Iran. I mean, it couldn't go better for Iran if the United States were to withdraw, give them a bunch of their own money back, and then also have the United States tell Israel that they can no longer attack Lebanon. But that's literally where we're currently standing at. The one man who I'm sure does not want any of this to happen is, as I said, Benjamin Netanyahu and much of the government and people of Israel. Not all of it, but much. It's certainly that aspect of things is certainly a very important and interesting detail with all of this. I don't think any of Trump's supporters will let him live that down. This is just me coming from the outside, but from what I've heard over the years from Trump supporters, and really in just the last year, I think you would see a serious revolt if we were to, don't get me wrong, they hate the Iran war, but if Trump were to give Iran money to end it, oh, that would end it. That would end it for Trump. Be done. Like, damned if you do, damned if you don't at this point. The situation for Trump. He started the war, he can't win, and now the only way to get out of the war is to publicly lose. And that's going to absolutely bury him. Because, of course, every day you continue, it's costing $1 billion, and who knows exactly how much of Trump's support. All right. Staying on this topic. Reuters from 13 hours ago. Iran says a Strait of Hormuz open. Trump sees a deal. Art of the deal.
Iran said on Friday the Strait of Hormuz was open, though major shipping companies reacted cautiously, signaling it may take more time for traffic through the choke point to return to normal levels. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said in a post on X, the strait was open for all commercial vessels for the remainder of the U.S.-brokered 10-day truce between Israel and Lebanon. Shortly after, U.S. President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that Iran, quote, has just announced that the Strait of Iran is fully open and ready for passage.
This is Warship 112.
But statements from both sides have left uncertainty. Trump said a U.S. blockade of ships sailing to Iranian ports would remain until, quote, our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. Iran responded sharply, saying reciprocal measures would be taken if a blockade continued. Thousands have been killed, and the conflict effectively shut the Strait of Hormuz, through which a fifth of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas usually transits. A senior Iranian official said ships could pass through the strait only under coordination with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And the U.S. Navy warned in an advisory that the mine threat was not fully understood and avoidance of the area should be considered. Trump told Reuters on Friday there could probably be more talks between the U.S. and Iran this weekend. A Pakistani
probably
source...
more talks. I would like to point out, even on the peace talks, Trump has backed down on. 3 days ago, was it Tuesday or Wednesday? I can't remember. I think it was Tuesday because I didn't stream on Wednesday. Had to have been Tuesday. Trump said that we were going to have 2 days of peace talks immediately. And it's now Saturday. And the possibility of peace talks is now all that he's willing to claim right now. It's quite a situation for the president. Art of the deal. Doing a great job. Sometimes you have to lose to win. Everybody's saying it. BBC next. From 13 hours ago.
Welcome to the Global News Podcast. Hello, I'm Valerie Sanderson, and I'm joined by our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams. Paul, President Trump says that a peace deal between the US and Iran is close. This follows, of course, weeks of war after the US and Israel launched airstrikes on Iran. We also have a ceasefire in Lebanon. How does that play into this?
Well, look, I think the ceasefire in Lebanon certainly helps. That was always one of the main demands of Iran and indeed of Pakistan, which brokered that first round of talks in Islamabad. It is having the desired effect because already we've seen the Iranians declaring that for the duration of the ceasefire, that is the ceasefire between Iran and the United States, which has about another week to run, for the duration of the ceasefire, the Strait of Hormuz will be open to commercial traffic. So that does appear to have unlocked one of the things that was causing a problem in the talks between the United States and Iran.
So how big a step is that, do you think, towards progress?
I think it's a huge step because, you know, the problem of the Strait of Hormuz has become arguably the most important aspect of all this. It has been the thing that has caused so much global economic damage. It's led multiple countries to try and figure out what they can do to help unblock it. It has been, if you like, Iran's newest weapon in its war against the United States, the ability to choke off traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. So if the Iranians make good and traffic is able to go through, then that certainly eases the pressure in a very significant way. Now, it should be said that the statement that they have released says that traffic can move on the coordinated route as already announced by the Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, that means, in other words, that vessels should take the route that the Iranians have been demanding that traffic take north of the traditional transit routes through the Strait of Hormuz, much closer to the Iranian mainland, enabling the Iranian.
Yeah, this is quite a moment right now. I was not expecting this. I think everybody knows that. And honestly, I'm still skeptical whether or not any of this will come to fruition. But if it does, in my estimation, this is Iran. This is big time Iran W. Like I said, flawless Iran victory. And actually, I've got some exciting news right now. Oopsies. Oh shit, wait, hold on, it's not finished. Wait. God damn, I screwed that up. Fuck.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I thought I had this. I just got foiled by... You bastards. Okay, please tell me that's the correct format. You piece of shit. You keep screwing me. Why do you keep screwing me? I don't understand. What's the point of this? How is this helping anybody? Explain yourselves. You're a piece of shit. All right, fine. I'll do this. I don't have time for that nonsense right now. So sorry, chat. I can't explain what I'm doing right now. This is very important. Just believe me. Just believe me. You'll see. Which is the best one? I'm trying to think. Which one would he pick? God. Yeah, that's the one. That's perfect. It's a perfect picture for this. There we go. Sorry, chat. I'm doing some stuff over here, okay? I got things I'm doing. You'll see. It's going to be worth it, okay? It's going to be worth it. All right, big news, everybody. Big news. Iran's foreign minister is releasing a book. Check it out. The Art of the Deal. Okay, yes, I'm a child, and yes, I totally photoshopped that. But it's pretty close, actually, right? Like, art of the deal, everybody. Art of the deal. Perfect deal. Everybody's saying it. All right, next one on this fucking situation, BBC. Again.
It doesn't seem as if commercial shipping is flowing freely once again through the Strait of Hormuz after Iran had earlier declared the waterway was open. Shipping companies are still reportedly concerned about mines and new rules Iran has imposed on using the strait. While the markets have rallied, there remains a lot of uncertainty tonight over the status of this vital artery of global trade. Well, Iran's reopened the strait because of the truce hammered out in the war between Israel and the Iranian-backed militia group Hezbollah. However, Donald Trump insists the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports will continue until a permanent peace deal is agreed in America's own war with Iran. Sarah Smith has our top story tonight from Washington.
Opening up this vital waterway was a top priority for Donald Trump. As commercial tankers carrying oil and gas have been stuck for 6 weeks, prices have risen around the world. Iranian missiles could strike tankers and other ships trying to leave the Gulf. Iran's ability to control the Strait of Hormuz is one of its most effective weapons. The American president celebrated the reopening, posting on social media, "Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran, as he called it, is fully open and ready for full passage. Thank you." Last night, he sounded very optimistic about progress towards a peace deal with Iran.
I will say the war in Iran is going along swimmingly. We can do whatever we want.
Doing great. We're winning more than ever before. This man is a fucking liar. By the way, the no tax on tips thing is bullshit. If you received your tips, but they weren't given on a 1099 form by your employer, sorry. Very sad. Taxes. You're going to have to pay taxes unless, you want to, avoid illegal taxes, which is a crime, of course. Right to jail. Only no tax on some tips for a short period of time, and then right back to tax on tips.
And it should be ending pretty soon.
These ships may soon be on the move, thanks to the ceasefire.
By the way, unfortunately, I'm one of the people who was hit by the no tax on tips lie. That's a garbage claim that's not actually true. What I can't wait is for the people who did get the tax on tips benefit because their tips were claimed on 1099 for next year. It sunsets after the end of this year, I think. So maybe this year will count, but I think by next year you're gonna be paying taxes on tips again. So I can't wait for Republicans to realize that Trump's no tax on tips was a complete fucking mirage intended to boost his popularity, but not actually have any real tangible benefits to working people.
Struck yesterday between Israel and Lebanon. That was Iran's condition for reopening the strait. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said, "In line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of ceasefire. During that time, vessels must use these shipping lanes in what Iran calls a coordinated route close to its shore, potentially safe from mines further to the south."
The U.S. has announced a formal blockade of Iranian ports.
The American naval blockade of the strait remains in place, stopping any ships that are carrying Iranian oil. Donald Trump says that will stay in effect until a final peace deal with Iran has been signed.
If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force. The nuclear weapon.
Listening to President Trump, it sounds as though a deal with Iran is all but concluded.
They've agreed to almost everything.
He claims Iran is ready to hand over all its nuclear material. But officials inside Iran say significant differences remain, including on nuclear issues, and serious talks are still required.
Right, so there's no deal. There's a deal, but there's no deal. We still need talks on a bunch of shit that's totally not agreed to. It makes one think that maybe this claim of all this being over is just also a mirage. Maybe by this time tomorrow or Monday, we'll be right back at it, Operation Epstein Fury style. All right. I think that's a good enough place to wrap it up. 9 hours into this puppy. Is the Strait open? Is it closed? Is the war over? Is it not? I'm leaning on no on both fronts. But suffice to say, yeah, have some room for optimism, I suppose. Okay, what a crazy fucking week. Although, I gotta say, I'm not sure it was the worst week of 2026. I don't think it was there. Like, most weeks we've seen, somehow I feel like this week we hit, like a plateau. Like, we did not exceed last week's terribleness. Like, I feel like I have a fairly good bead on that. And we've really been getting, like, worse day by day, week by week, month by month, throughout all of 2026 and for much of 2025. And, I feel like we have, in fact, hit a terribleness plateau. Could it be a sign for the future? I don't know. What do I look like? Nostradamus? What the fuck? Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdag, Saren W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Dask, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, PerfXL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Just look at that yellow sun. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Go to paradise, paradise. Você me vê sorrindo à toa, se você me vê